Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap your screen and share the live. We are just getting started, of course, a little bit late, but who's really counting? If you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, make sure you go ahead and request on up. I'll be taking a guest pretty soon. And if you don't have a belief, well then make sure that you're tapping that screen and sharing the live. We are already at 1,600. That's a pretty good start since we just started. But I thought we could get to 5,000 before I get a guest. What do you think? Welcome in everybody who is just joining us. We're still just getting started, but while we wait, make sure you're tapping the screen. Oh, yep, I forgot to do it. There we go. Sporteron says, "Put your book of fairy tales and lies away. Show me evidence of God's existence." Well, that's, those are some demands there, Sporteron. But I'm not really looking for, I'd be interested if you give evidence of a God's existence, but I'm not demanding evidence. I'm asking what it is you believe and why you believe it. Of course, that is, most importantly, if you can question your beliefs. If you have a belief in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'll be taking a guest very soon. Before I do, I want to make sure that I thank Birdies in 96 for helping with the first goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. And we did break that 5,000, didn't we? Hello, Alicia.
Thank you for letting me join.
Sure. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 29. If you hear anything in the background, it's my kids. I am so sorry.
I understand. They usually wait until you're talking to someone else to start causing chaos.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that there are many. I actually was, taught to be Southern Baptist growing up after my dad remarried. And then once I was on my own, I realized that everything that they had taught me was questionable. There are things that you can agree with. However, there was still a lot of judgment with it that didn't sit right with me. And what I ended up settling on was a form of paganism, but I'm still not done. I'm still trying to learn.
So there was a form of judgment
Yes.
that just didn't sit right with you. Is that what it was?
Yes. So the biggest thing that stood out to me, where I knew I would not have a relationship with the family that my dad had married into, was one of the, what's the term? Not minister, but somebody that works under the priest, and the term has completely left
Pastor.
my brain now. Yes. Deacon. Oh my goodness.
Oh, a deacon.
Sorry that.
Okay.
Yes, I am so sorry that took me a second. I haven't talked about this in a while. One of the deacons ended up adopting a baby, and I remember them picking up the baby and bringing her to the church, and everyone seemed so excited and happy, and I thought, wow, it's a beautiful thing. That baby is going to be taken care of. And then I remember we always had family lunch right after church, and I remember eating. I was maybe 14, 15. I remember eating and overhearing a conversation from my stepmom and her mother saying, I don't know why they did that. She's going to know that she's different. They should just give her up back like to a black family and stuff like that. And I was like, that baby is being cared and loved for, and all you care about is her race. And that's when I knew I would not be able to have a relationship with them.
I see. So the people that you were interacting with were racist?
Yes, they were also sexist.
Sure.
I remember having a friend who, for once...
Sorry, Alicia.
No,
you
you're
go
fine.
into
Go
another
ahead.
story, I'm
sorry.
really interested in what you believe and why. But like,
Yeah, of course.
and I appreciate a deconstruction story.
Yeah.
But it's sounding like you're saying you believe now you've chosen a form of paganism. But the reason you left Southern Baptist was because like you disagreed so much with the doctrine, the dogma, the God.
Well, no, I did actually disagree with the God once I had learned more as I got older.
I see.
So what I came to terms with was there's no way that there's just one God. There are too many stories, too many religions that have intersecting principles, and
Religions have intersecting principles, but what about any
Yes.
of that would indicate the existence of a God?
I don't believe that there's any true gods. I think it's more that we, the people, just put other people into such a high power that
Other
they
people.
behaved like gods.
So the pagan gods that you think of, or even the Christian God, you think these are just people that have been elevated and
Yes.
given mythology?
Yes.
So when asked if you believe in a God, then really your answer is no.
The only God I can think of to believe in is Mother Earth herself. And that's simply just due to environmental issues and everything like that. They quite frankly, the earth and the soil and everything is the only thing that I can think of that is so consistent.
What do you mean by consistent?
Well, I have a hard time believing that Jesus will come back just because a book says so. Whereas the earth has showcased, if you do this, these are the outcomes.
I see. So you mean like planting and landscaping things?
Yes, I am very much
interacting with the earth.
I am very much if you put work into it or expect something to happen, then you need to do something to receive that effect.
So not
The only thing that
basically
I don't,
the opposite there of manifestation. Then you're saying that you believe that if you want something, you have to work for it.
yeah, the only thing I don't have an answer for is my dreams.
I'm sorry, an answer for.
Yeah, I don't know how to connect that to religion. I have extremely vivid dreams and premonition. Connect that to religion. I have extremely vivid dreams and premonitions for like future events.
You say you have.
Yeah, I'm sorry if the accent is.
No,
I
I'm not. I'm
struggle
not.
with.
Yeah, I'm not repeating you because I don't
No,
understand
I
the accent.
understand.
I'm
Okay, thank
repeating to
you.
make sure that I understand. You're
Yes.
saying you have premonitions. What do you mean by a premonition?
So there has been quite a few examples in my life where I have seen things years in advance. My mother,
Just to clarify, when you see things years in advance, are these things that you have somehow documented, detailed? This is going to happen in 5 years on
unfortunately,
this day.
no, unfortunately, it happened when I was younger. The last one that I had was when I was in the military. So,
So I don't know what that means in relation to now or your age when you were in the military.
no, I'm sorry. That was a bad example to bring up of details. It's more that with the God itself, I don't believe there's one God. In fact,
Right.
I don't believe there's really any true God, but a bunch of deities or spirits because of how people pray.
What's a
And
spirit?
I would like to think that spirits themselves are just I'm so sorry. Manifestations, excuse me, of the human soul.
What is a soul?
I would like to think a soul is the weight that brings you grief and happiness.
The weight that brings you grief and happiness. What
A
is, I'm
body
not
is
quite
just a
sure I
body.
understand.
Well, a
So
body is just a body, but with a soul,
why are
it's.
you calling it the weight?
I'm not really sure, actually. I
Is
think
it
it's
like a
because I
poem
had seen.
or a?
No, I think it's because I had seen a video where scientists tried to weigh the soul, and there was a difference after someone died.
Have you?
The soul has weight.
You say the soul has weight. Have you looked into those studies, those experiments, to see what was actually performed, measured, and
No,
what was
and that's why I
understood?
don't. No, and that's why I don't really. Weight is just a.
It was a poetic sort of turn of
Yeah,
phrase.
I think it's more. I think it's more that the grief and the heaviness that you feel in life. I I don't believe that you could feel that without it.
You don't believe that you could feel grief or heaviness in life without a soul.
Yeah. I
How
believe animals
how
have
would
souls.
how would you hmm, you don't believe you could feel grief or heaviness without a soul? What what is it that indicates to you that a soul is required for grief or heaviness? And are you saying that
My
someone without the ability to feel grief must not have a
no.
soul?
No, because that's a genuine mental issue. That's not something that I
So
really
then
consider in that aspect because it affects the brain itself. there's other things that they can feel. It's just different. But a everyday interaction, I guess.
Everyday interaction.
I'm sorry. I'm trying my best to explain it. I'm not very good at this. So
That's okay, Alicia.
this is the first time I've tried to genuinely talk about it. Nobody in my life actually wants to talk about what I believe. So
I'm hearing you say some of these things out loud and like it is the first time.
it very much is, yes. And I'm sorry if it is uncoordinated and messy and
It's okay, Alicia, as long as it's honest, and I appreciate that you are giving these questions thought. But
I do believe that I can question my beliefs. According to the prompt itself, yes, because I've already changed before.
Yeah, I hear you say that. I don't know. I'm curious if, does it matter to you that your belief in your own premonitions, in souls, in afterlife, do those things matter to you if they are true or not?
Not really. I think there's no cognitive or concrete way that I would genuinely know unless I was shown that, hey, this is what happens. This is where we go.
You say you were shown.
No, I've had premonitions in terms of like what happens in the future. I've seen ghost people and stuff, but that doesn't really sway me in terms of that's what the afterlife is for everyone.
But it does for you, convince you that there are ghosts or spirits of some kind.
I think that there are more than one death. Same as reincarnation. There's a heaven. I don't genuinely think that there's just one way out of this life.
Interesting. Why do you think that there is
Oh my goodness,
anything
I'm so sorry.
after? That's okay, Alicia.
I say she's in the I learned how to scream phase. So
Yeah. Why do you think that there is anything after, let alone seemingly every kind of afterlife?
I'm just pulling from other stories of people that have had near-death experiences, what they've seen. I've been around a lot of people who can see ghosts and stuff like that. Now, I can't see them, but I can feel energy, and it just doesn't... Sorry. Quite honestly, it's just a bunch of stress. I genuinely don't think that there's one way of death. Even if we go into nothing, that's something. If you believe that there's nothing after death, then that may be where you end up. If you believe there's a heaven, maybe your brain will congregate a heaven.
I'm sorry. I was asking why you believe that there is anything after.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've just been around too many people. I've seen too many
Again, I don't
examples.
think you're hearing the question. I'm not asking you. Yeah, I'm not asking you why you believe in all these things all at once. Why do you believe in any afterlife at all? Is it just because of anecdotes? Because people say that they see ghosts, and some people say they've had near-death experiences.
Yeah, hang on. Honestly, I don't think I actually do.
What do you mean?
Well, I know that other people share their experiences and stuff, but if something happens, but I just don't think there's anything after death. I think in a way, the soul, depending on where it is in its journey, you just end when you're done.
Well, okay, so now we're kind of, are you changing your belief? Like, are you saying that now in this thought process you've decided that you don't believe in reincarnation and heaven and...
No, I believe incarnation and everything. I believe that some souls do genuinely have a different pathway and stuff like that, but I also believe that some souls are just done. They've already lived it out or done what they're gonna do. There's nothing more. I mean, what would be the point in basically having the same person live out the same life over and over again? I mean, unless it's like a recycling board for aliens.
That's a really good question. Why? Yeah, what would be the purpose of having people live lives over and over?
Yeah, especially since you can't remember it. It wouldn't make any sense.
Is it possible, Alicia, that your understanding of souls based on the... I mean, we talked about that experiment where they tried to weigh it. You say you have felt
I do,
energy,
yes.
or heard
Yes.
people talk about ghosts.
Yes.
But do you think it's possible that there is some mistake in your thinking, that there might not be ghosts?
No.
Why is it that you're so certain there are?
Just personal experience, I guess. I can't really...
In your
can't...
personal experiences, and I'm not going to try to...
I know.
I'm not going to try to gaslight you or make you feel like, you're...
Oh, I know. I know. Like I said,
yeah.
This is the first time I've talked about this, and I actually really appreciate you asking these questions and stuff and making me think about it.
I wonder, Alicia, have you considered the possibility that, or do you even consider it a possibility that your experiences are not what you think they are?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've thought about that as well. I have a tendency to overthink pretty much everything in my life. So I've already considered that maybe I just had high anxiety and saw something. But I still remember being in those scenarios and physically throwing up because of the energy that I felt.
Because of, when you say energy,
That's...
what is it you're saying?
It was like I was being crushed by a presence. If you're ever around someone that makes you uncomfortable.
So you felt uncomfortable, like you were with someone you didn't like.
Yeah.
And you said crushed. What is it? Like, did you feel physical?
Well, it's, in the movies, whenever you see them and the walls are just coming in on you.
When you see them in the movies,
get tighter and tighter and tighter.
Okay. I mean, I can imagine what you're saying. I don't know what movies you're talking about.
No, it's okay. I'm not even sure what movie either. I just remember a glimpse of it. It would basically be like if somebody put you in a box or something and just...
And it closed in on you.
Yeah, and then it just got tighter and tighter.
It's sounding like a potentially emotional feeling.
Oh, it's extremely, yes. It's extreme, and that's why I can't believe it 100%.
Wow. I wonder, Alicia, if these experiences could be more psychological than
oh yeah, I'm looking into that actually. Yeah, I am looking into that.
That's very wise. I hope that you do, and I'm not saying that I necessarily,
Oh, you're fine.
would deny your experience or say that you must be
Everybody has
hallucinating.
something different. You are completely fine. I promise.
Right, Alicia. But I do hope that you do follow up on that and check in with a professional. And I don't mean that to sound condescending, but
Oh
to
God,
see
no.
if
My
maybe,
mom was, yeah,
yeah,
my mom was diagnosed schizophrenic, so
that
believe
is
me,
something
I already
of
have the
concern.
appointment.
Yeah, that's wonderful, Alicia. You
Well,
sound
y'all have a good night.
extraordinarily, yeah, you
I was
too.
about to say, my kids are following me around and stuff, and I know y'all are going to hear them, so
It
I'm going to
sounds
go
like
ahead
they
and
need
mute
you.
myself. Yes.
I'll
Y'all have
sit you
a good
down,
night.
Alicia. Thank you so much. Big W's for Alicia. It sounded at first, and there were a few times where I noticed the audience frustration, like she was being contradictory. I think that was a genuine exploration with a distraction. I really do think that she is questioning and quite capable of rationalizing when she hears herself and what she's expressing. And it didn't sound like it was for our benefit. That really sounded. Thank you, Alicia, so much for that. I appreciate you. And I hope you keep asking questions. What a great way to start the show. I hope we have nothing but questioning believers, honestly exploring their beliefs. If you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And I see we're up to 15,000 likes. Really appreciate all the taps. I appreciate all the shares. Of course, the more we share out the live, the better positioned we'll be in the algorithm, I'm sure. Something like that. That's what they tell us. It'd be great if it's true. And if we tap like we believe it, then maybe it will be. Mm-hmm. I think there's tone lost in text. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods and a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then do go ahead and request on up. I'm looking forward to a conversation like the one I just had. Maybe a little more, what's the word? Nope, I can't be sensitive and still say what I was going to say. A little, maybe a little quieter. And if you do have a quiet place, a belief that you believe and can question, then hit that request button and we'll find out if you can question your beliefs, what it is you believe and why you believe it. Hello, Douglas. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there, Douglas? Did you mean to join? Okay. You can, of course, request backup if you meant to. We just didn't hear you. We just heard you messing with the phone and items in the background. So maybe it was a pocket request. Oh, or maybe not.
Yo, are you, sorry, my audio was bad. Are you Christian?
I'm not here to answer questions about my belief, Douglas, but I'm curious if you are. Can you question your beliefs? Yeah, Douglas, I'm not here to answer your questions, but I do need your age for TikTok TOS.
29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
I believe in one true God.
Which one true god is that?
The one and only true God.
The one and only true god. Was that Marduk? Was the one and only true god, the one that slew Tiamat and created the world from her bones? Was that he was the one and only true god? Or was
I'm talking about
the king of the gods? I think you might be talking about Kazimutz, right? The bat god. Was it Aztec? The bat god of death. Which one true god do you believe in, Douglas?
I'm really not trying to put on a persona at all.
Nobody here's trying to put on a persona, Douglas, but when you decide you're capable of answering questions, go ahead and request back up. If you can question your beliefs, of course. Oh, hey, Douglas. So, are you here to... Oh, you're just gonna make weird sounds now?
Right, so I'm not questioning my beliefs.
Cool.
So, where do you have to go?
Then we'll move on to the next guest. Don't know why you'd request up when the question on the screen is, can you question your beliefs? Hello, Ari. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in the Holy Father and Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that I have. I mean, like, I've read as much as I can right now, but I think it's, you can read it one time and still not get the message. You can read it all the way through and not understand what it's saying, you know? I don't think it really should be chalked up into how you've read it from beginning to end, really. Because even priests, you know, preach incorrectly, and they are in their word every day.
Fascinating. I had just asked you if you do. I wasn't trying to shame you or anything, if you had read it, I mean.
Oh, no, I didn't take it that way. I was just saying I'm not going to, like, lie and say I am, you know?
Appreciate that. So, if you haven't read it all the way through, do you think you've somehow gained the whole message if you, as you said, could read it all the way through and still not gain it?
I mean, I think that's a pretty broad question. I think that, you know, you can take messages from a lot of things in the Bible without reading it completely through, you know? I think that it's more of how it convicts you in your own spirit and how, you know, like God touches your heart instead of like
Convict as a spirit.
Your soul, like the thing inside of you that makes you be a human and
I'm sorry.
Empathy.
What is a soul?
I mean, I'd say it's energy, you know, like I don't really know if we have like an exact way we can describe.
What do you mean by energy?
I mean, atoms, like things that, you know, vibrate against each other. I think our soul has a frequency and a vibration, and
A frequency and a vibration. So is the
Yeah,
soul
just like
made
everything,
of
you know?
atoms? Are you saying the
No,
soul
I'm not
is made
saying
of...
that. I'm just saying I think that
I
everything
thought
has
you
its own
said
set
energy
free.
was atoms and
Well,
the
yeah, I mean
sun
it
was
is, but there's
energy.
also different things
So
that we
wouldn't that
can't
make
really
it
see about
energy?
energy.
Is there a problem with letting me finish questions, or
No,
are
I'm
you just
sorry.
here to
No,
argue?
I'm not trying to argue or anything.
Fascinating. It seems like you've only done that. Can you question your beliefs? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, all the time. I wasn't a Christian for my whole life. I mean, I just found
What does it
Christianity.
mean to question your beliefs?
Exploring your mind, you know, opening up what you and challenging your belief, really. I mean, like,
Challenging. In what way do you challenge your Christianity?
I mean, honestly, I challenge it every day. I mean, I don't walk perfectly, so you know, like it's my own personal relationship with the Lord, and
That
I
sounds
come to
like,
Him.
I'm sorry, that sounds like how you reconcile it. I'm asking how you challenge it.
I mean, that is a challenge. That's not just reconciliation. I mean, it's not easy.
How do you challenge it? I'm hearing...
Surrenderance. I mean, have you ever really felt a pure surrenderance into something?
You're not hearing my question, are
No,
you?
I am hearing your question.
What is my question?
What do you mean?
What was the question?
Well, now I don't remember.
Well, that's fascinating.
Can you ask me again? I'm sorry.
How do you challenge your Christianity?
Surrenderance. Truly,
What is
that is a
surrenderance?
challenge.
Sorry, what is surrenderance?
I mean, surrendering the fact that I don't know everything and giving it to something that is bigger than me. Like, that's a challenge for me. That's a big challenge for me.
Yeah, I'm not hearing how that's challenging.
Well, if you'd let me explain how the surrenderance is a challenge.
Stop talking. Stop doing this arguing over me thing. I don't know what place you think you're in, but that's the last time you talk over me. You're welcome to unmute and answer the question, but you're going to let me finish it first. So the question was, how do you challenge your Christianity? Not yourself. Not how do you challenge your inability to let go and become more Christian. How do you challenge your belief?
It's not about me becoming more Christian at all, first of all. It is a surrenderance in my belief because it's not easy for me to say I'm wrong when it comes to me sinning or walking imperfectly every single time.
You're just talking about being more Christian.
I give you the space to speak. Can you give me my space?
A challenge. This is my
trying to
space, by the
explain,
way.
but you're
that
also
was the
not
last
letting me.
time. I'm not interested in you just going on off topic. You're not answering my question. You're talking about how you have to surrender to not knowing, to this higher power. I'm asking you how you challenge the Christianity, and you're not listening. Since you're not capable, then maybe another time you'll be in a more open mind frame. I don't know what it is. Whatever it takes for you to come back and actually question your beliefs. That was definitely a big ugh, Morgan. Ugh. I felt that. I think they just wanted to debate, yeah. Seemed like they were interested in arguing. And I wasn't interested in arguing. I was interested in having that question answered. How do you challenge your Christianity? Not how is Christianity challenging for you? Those are two different questions. Yeah, Ghost Bane, I hope she does. Maybe she'll hear someone else question their beliefs and understand that it's not about debating, winning, talking over, dominating the conversation. It's about hearing the question, thinking about the question, and then answering the question as honestly as you can. Even if that means I don't know. Hello, Melissa. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 46.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Only for political reasons.
I'm sorry, you have a belief in a god only for political reasons?
Yeah. I created a religion.
Okay, so you created your own religion.
No, it's not mine. It's an ancient religion. I'm just resurrecting it.
So you didn't create a religion, you were
No, I didn't create
reviving, restoring.
Restoring an old one, yes.
What religion is that?
Inanna.
Inanna, the
Ancient Sumerian.
yeah, the
goddess of love and war and everything.
also known as Ishtar.
Ishtar, Isis. Yes.
Isis, really. And so, and in studying Inanna, what is it about her that you like? Do you believe she actually exists, or you just?
Sure.
Well, let's clarify. You said you believe for political reasons. Do you think Inanna actually exists, or is this?
Oh, I do. I absolutely believe she exists.
In what way does Inanna exist?
Because if any of these other gods exist, then Inanna must exist, because they come from the same origins.
Why do you assume any god exists?
Well, then again, it depends on your definition of God, because the God that I'm talking about, or Inanna, I don't believe is some mystical, spiritual being. I believe that they're physical.
You don't think you don't think she's a mystical I'm sorry, you think she's a physical being, that she
A physical being, yes.
that there's a embodied person.
Yes, there's a person, yes, and I believe that they still exist.
And that this person, Inanna, do you believe the stories are true?
Yeah, I do.
You read? What stories of Inanna have you read?
The ancient tablets.
Which ones? There's a lot of tablets.
Well, the poems of Etiwana.
Etiwana.
Are you familiar with Etiwana?
Vaguely.
Anyway, the reason why I was going to start this religion had really nothing to do with any religious,
attempt to save my soul or anything. Because I don't believe in that.
Great. But why do you believe that there is a being named Inanna that existed thousands of years ago and exists
Because
still?
Of the same era still exists, such as Enlil, who we know as Yahweh.
I see. So, because you think Enlil is Yahweh, then therefore the other gods of that pantheon would exist, and you think they all still exist.
Well, I'm hoping that she does. I'm hoping.
Why?
Why? Because, well,
there must be something out there besides Enki and Enlil.
Besides Enki and Enlil, why do you think Enki and Enlil exist?
because we have a Jewish religion and we have the stories all through the Bible. It's all about Enlil and Enki.
So people believe a story with different names. You assume that the names are actually these other gods. And why do you assume that these gods exist?
Well, Here's the thing. If they don't, then it doesn't matter. But there's
why
a
do
lot
you
of people
assume
that
they
do
do?
believe in. There's more people that do believe in them.
So you only believe they exist because, like, a large group of people do?
The majority of the planet believes in them. Whether you believe in Judaism,
You
Christianity, or
say
Islam.
the majority of the planet believes in them, but you're assuming that the majority of the planet believe in these two gods.
Well, it's different names, sure. You have Allah, you have
right,
Yahweh.
I'm sorry, but are their personalities all entirely the same? Are they described as the same characters?
Yes.
Really?
And the reason I say that is because like if you were to take the Bible.
Have you read the Quran?
Yes, I have. And I was a Muslim for a little bit, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And really, did you take the Shahada?
Yes.
What is that?
I did everything. The showering. Shahada? I don't remember.
What are the 5 pillars of Islam?
Oh God, I don't remember. It was so long ago. It was so long ago. I apologize. My please forgive me. It's been so long. I did the shower things, the prayers, the mats, and everything else. I did all that.
Shower things?
Yeah, like.
How many times did you pray a day?
3.
Where's that from? Why would you do?
Because that's what I was told to do.
In Islam?
Yeah. As far as I remember, it was so many years ago. I was a kid back then.
A kid? How old were you?
I don't know. 15. It was so long ago, I don't remember.
So if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your belief honestly, then go ahead and request on up. I'd have loved to question her more about her belief in Anana, but it didn't even matter. She didn't want to talk about Anana. She wanted to talk about how she believes the devil and God or Enki and Enlil. Something she probably heard in a video and decided to generate a story about. I don't know. Maybe she was Muslim when she was 15 and forgot that you pray 5 times a day, or what Shahada is. Not likely. if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request Anna. In the meantime, thank you guys for tapping the screen up 27,000 times. That's a lot over all the shares that get us out into the algorithm and maybe get a few believers who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Hello, Mosaic.
Yeah. Can I get a Viking funeral from you?
Should I dignify that with a response? I do see one in queue, and I'll bring you up in just a moment if you're patient. I do appreciate the patience. I did receive just a few more things from Michael V. And there was one I wanted. I don't know if this is the right one. I did not label them well, so let me see if.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, aliens, toroidal earth, mermaids, Bigfoot, or anything like that? Request on up.
Okay, that might be a few more things than we usually look for, but I loved it. Toroidal Earth, aliens, mermaids. What great callbacks. Appreciate you, Michael V. Okay, I did see you were very patient, so we'll bring you up next. Hello, Glenn. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, Thrayle. 39.
I feel like we've spoken at least once before, but it's been a while. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I have I'm interested in the structure of my belief systems. I don't subscribe to any particular organized belief system. Just, I've had a few experiences and trying to make sense of it through, let's say, scientific lens and through what other people have shared in terms of vicarity of their experience wasn't sufficient, so I've chosen to.
So let's slow this down already.
Sorry.
So you are trying to figure out what your belief is. You've had some experiences and can't figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that was the question.
I believe in some form of intelligence that interacts with us.
What do you mean by intelligence?
An awareness that communicates.
You have a belief and an awareness that communicates.
Yes.
In what way does it communicate?
In the case, it's communicated multiple times by manipulating portions of the physical reality.
How do you know it's manipulating anything?
Through the direct experience.
What direct experience?
My personal direct experience.
So in your personal direct experience and awareness, manipulated what?
Essentially warnings.
What do you mean manipulated warnings?
No. Manipulated physical realities that served a symbolic purpose of a warning.
So you're saying that an awareness, you somehow know that something aware has interacted with our reality in a way that has served as warnings.
Yes.
What do you mean served as warnings?
That it was as if there was a telepathic communication that I chose to ignore.
And chose to ignore.
Yeah, so I've had multiple experiences, and the times I've listened versus the times I've ignored it, I've had different outcomes.
So because there have been multiple experiences where you feel like an awareness has given you some sort of telepathic knowing that it is trying to warn you about something, then
my best guess
when you follow it, sometimes it's successful, and when you don't follow it, then the warning proves true. Is that what you're saying? What's the rate of success?
They're of moral character. I wouldn't say it the way you said it. They're
moral character. What do you mean?
They're warnings of a moral character.
Okay, so you feel sometimes in your mind that something is communicating to you to behave differently.
It's a.
I don't hear you actually
What?
Expressing what the belief is, except that something aware communicates with you.
Right.
But what is it you're actually saying?
That's what I believe.
That's all. Something aware communicates with you. How did you rule out your own mind?
Okay, so there's two answers to that. One is from one experience, the other one's from the other experience.
I see. There's two answers.
Well, let me. I know what my mind's capable of first, so that's the simple way of saying it.
You know what your mind is capable of. How are you so certain?
When you see something that is beyond your capabilities.
What do you mean by
and you recognize
beyond your capabilities?
I'm sorry, what?
What is beyond your capability to see? For your mind to manufacture, what's beyond that capability?
Well, I would suggest that the infinite complexity of the experience you've probably had in your life is something beyond your mind's creation.
The infinite complexity that I've had in my life. What the fuck are you talking about?
When you look around the room, when you see...
If you'd stop trying to sound smart, you might become honest and then be able to question your beliefs. And when that happens, come back. good night, Glenn. Maybe another time you'll come back and be more direct in answering the questions and less evasive. Hello, cat. Maybe I was too short-tempered. Cat says my name with ... and I'm thinking, was that Thrayle without patience? Oh, no, I probably did. It was me.
It was Thrayle danced dangerously close to saying the S word,
Oh,
or
yeah.
something that was very similar to it.
I didn't think so. I don't think he was unintelligent. I just think if he would stop trying to focus on being extravagant, then he would be direct enough to communicate. But maybe you're right. I think I was too impatient.
And I didn't hear enough of the conversation to really make that determination, but I will say that it is often very frustrating when people use words they don't understand. And
Do you see the comment?
Oh, see,
Yeah.
I came up
So
here
now he's
to
going to be
defend.
condescending.
I came up here and I chastised him in your defense, and you're going to say things like that. Like, fuck off.
No, disrespectful, condescending. I wasn't very respectful. I was a bit curt. I will agree with Morgan. I was a little bit curt there. And maybe, as I was saying, I could have been a little more patient or pointed it out and let him see if he could try to be more plain.
It's really frustrating to me when I go to bat for them and they do shit like that.
Yeah. I was understanding. I just don't think he was interested in explaining it directly, because I think the more simply he put it, the less glamorous it would sound. He gets feelings.
It's pretty rare that Thrayle especially, that most of us aren't tracking what you guys are saying. It's more that what you're saying doesn't make sense.
No, even some of the weird and wild stuff. Pretty followable. Hello, Rav. How are you doing?
Oh, you know, another day.
Another day.
Yeah.
Maybe it's all the same day.
That's true. What is a day? You know, is it 1,000 years or is it 24 hours?
Well, I talked to somebody the other day who said it was 10,000 years, which, when you really think about it, would mean that after the 6,000 years of creation, I'm sorry, 60,000 years of creation, you'd have a 10,000 year rest period.
What's a what's a few decimal places between friends?
Well, maybe that's why we can't interact with God, is because he's still in that 10,000 year rest.
Okay, but the 10,000 day one was the really weird one. The guy who insisted it was 10,000 days, that was strange.
That was strange too. It's like 27 years or something like that.
I love one of those Bill and Ted moments, you know, like to just like go and get these people who wrote this text and be like, all right, enough's enough already. Just, you know, tell them that you had no idea what you were talking about, and that this was, you know, that this is clearly about something other than 6 days of creation. Ugh. Excuse me.
How dare you? Right when I was about to thank Angela, is it Angel A? I keep saying it both ways. Angela. Also Danny Grax, Jace, Dash, 96, and Jazz. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. And I appreciate all of you for tapping the screen, getting us up to 33,000 likes already? Awesome.
Somebody's using a massage gun.
Hey. Don't call them out for that.
Court of law.
Is that a problem? Did I make a mistake?
No, just you can't prove that in a court of law.
I have no problem with it.
Thank you, Angela.
All is fair in love and TikTok, apparently.
What they don't know won't hurt them.
Mama don't know, don't hurt her. Stupid is, stupid does.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm not a smart man, but I do know what love is.
I'm barring myself from saying that other S word. I think I...
Find Bubba. Sorry, I'm done.
Thank you.
Terrifying.
I was about to...
What the fuck is Tom Hanks?
I don't have that, but I might have to. I might need to make a what the fuck is Tom Hanks. Rav's in an AI right now, making a what the fuck is Tom Hanks.
Is it just gonna be all of
Tom
Hanks' characters in the background?
He's gonna quickly find out that his AI doesn't want to create Tom Hanks.
There's no crying in baseball. There's no crying in baseball. Are you crying? I'm gonna get kicked out of here.
I don't know. I'm considering it already. No, I'm not. I'll give you at least 3 strikes. What are we up to? 2? 2.5.
Is that a baseball
Did you guys
reference?
know? Did you guys know that instead of like eggs to help like to if you're gonna coat something in flour and fry it, instead of eggs you can use ground up chia seeds and water, and it makes this weird like gel kind of thing that works really well.
That's also how you can make tea pudding, by adding it to yogurt.
As soon as you guys get on the panel, it's like, what the fuck in every direction. Do you have a what the fuck too, Morgan? Let's round it out.
Not yet. That'll be later.
Damn it.
We're alone on the panel, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and
I don't know. Every 5 o'clock in the morning is different.
I rested last night, so you're stuck with me probably most or all night.
Same. I slept most of yesterday.
It might be good. I don't think I rested much at all. I'll need keen minds to let me know that
Oh well, I don't think we're gonna have any issue doing that.
I was going to say it probably doesn't take a keen mind to tell me I'm an ass. That's fascinating, Alex Julu, but it's not that kind of chat room.
Was this the 1990s?
Who do you think you are, AOL?
Yeah. ASL.
Who do you think you are, AOL? I cannot.
Welcome. You've got mail.
Ugh. Whoa, that was so unsettling.
At least you didn't do the,
The whole router dialing up.
yeah.
No, I'm not going to spit on my microphone.
Try. That would be awful.
But if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, then mail yourself right on up here by hitting one of those boxes or the pink and blue people down by your chat box. Either one will bring you up. And we're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tear you down or make you look like a fool. We're really just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
One of Elvis's children is in your chat right now.
I don't know. Is that the king they're referring to? Could have been King Julian.
There's only one the king. The king?
King Julian.
Are you talking to the lemur?
Yeah, from Madagascar.
Why, I mean, I understand about, like being frustrated about fossil fuels, but like, you really that mad about putting gas in a car?
Wait, what?
Madagascar?
Matt. I probably needed more sleep than I got.
No, you didn't.
No, it was just that bad.
It was really bad. It was,
Yep.
yeah. Like, Rav's dad was showing really hard that moment.
Been waiting on that one, sitting on it, back pocket the whole time. A little flat, but, it'll play.
Dancing in Duality said grandfather jokes.
Back in my day, they didn't put gas in the car. Oh, that's a screenshot.
That's what a screenshot sounds like. Good job, Mason. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Goodbye, Mason.
Okay.
You could do that off the panel too. Like,
well, but then they can't use whatever picture they get to act like they were on panel, and I have no idea. Can't think of why you would do that. I'm crime? Question mark. No, Mason, you're just a person who didn't use your microphone to speak to us. You kept clicking your screenshots. They say they're 25 in the comments, but they already said they were 24. Interesting. A picture of a child on your profile picture, I think. And, you can't decide whether you're 24 or 25, and now you're 24 again. Fascinating, Mason. I saw him call me Unk. He lost a year. He gained a year. Then he lost it. We age faster in the comment section, apparently in reverse.
I didn't realize he was Benjamin Button.
Okay. Hello, Mason. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay, goodbye, Mason. He muted himself when he came up. Hello, Nitrous. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh. What's your age?
Okay, we can't hear you, Nitrous.
What is your age? I'm sorry. What is your age?
Yeah, I asked you your age, Nitrous, and we can still barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, we couldn't hear you. Didn't change at all. Oh, now we can't hear you at all. Wow. That was interesting.
I'm 24. Check my bio.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Bruh. He's gone. Nitrous says, what's your age? Well, Nitrous, you can ask me questions when it says question the questioner. But since you couldn't even answer the first question, I don't know what you were hoping to accomplish on panel. I can already tell there's not going to be anything productive out of Nitrous. No, Emily, but it does mean that you're violating the guidelines of TikTok. And also, if you're even in the room right now and you're under 18, you lied to TikTok about your age. Something to think about.
Go to bed.
What's your beef with clocks? No, it was that guy. Great question, Dancing.
My beef with clocks is that they tend to be cuckoo.
How is that person still in requests? They're not even in the live anymore. Okay. Well, there we go. Now they're not in the live.
So many powers, okay?
No, I took care of it.
I figured you would.
Yeah, when the other button needs to be pressed, I'm usually on top of that. And if anybody in the comments is on top of questioning their beliefs, then, you know, hit one of those boxes on the screen.
That's teamwork.
Oh, Hazel, you didn't hear it, did you?
No, I don't think they were in here yet.
we'll do it again. There's a new Michael V segue. There's two versions of them. One of them's like 5 minutes long, but it's mostly music. We'll probably hear that one later. Let me see if it's still in that queue. Yes, it is.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Aliens? Toroidal Earth? Mermaids? Bigfoot? Or anything like that? Request on up.
Hell yeah.
So good. It's so
I
good.
feel so seen right now.
Did you make that, Cat?
I
Oh,
believe
that's
that was another.
another Michael V. Yeah.
Oh, but the reason I feel so seen is because of the toroidal Earth.
Oh, nice.
Everything's a toroid.
Yes, Jimmy. I'm sure it will be immediately used the second you send it.
They will get used so much.
Also, sorry, I keep, if you say something to me, then it might take me a minute because I am currently making fried pork chops and homemade mac and cheese, and that's a little involved.
That sounds good.
It is gonna be good, yeah.
I'm not taking the bait. I'm not going to dive into just talking about food long enough to make half the audience hungry and the rest leave. We're going to see if somebody... Huh?
Doing it already.
I'm doing
Isn't it ironic that you're talking about bait? Bait is food for catching food.
Oh, you're doing it. There you go. I was almost doing it. I was skirting it.
Well, I'm hooked.
Oh my god, I can't.
Rav is dagging so hard tonight. Like, this is just like the highest level of like dorky dad that has happened here in a long time.
They're not actually trolling, they're trawling.
Trawling? Are you sure?
100%. Trawling is what you do when you put a line in the water and you go slowly, like on a boat, and you just leave the line in the water, like trying to catch something. It's a fishing term.
Drop your pocket.
but people say they're trolling. You know, that's how it's interpreted online. But my understanding is that it's actually trawling. That's the origin. That it's a fishing term. So.
I thought it was just like
Like
I
they
thought
were.
it was like they were trolls under bridges. You know, just little fucking shits that nobody liked.
Mm-hmm.
Like the trolls in The Hobbit that are, you know, gonna eat the dwarves until the sun comes up.
Where were the eagles, Gandalf? Where were the eagles?
Yeah, I really don't think we're going to get any further into the details of the etymology of trolling. I hope, because I'm hoping that before we get anywhere near that, somebody who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, might find their way to requesting Anna. Maybe. It's possible.
I'll say, you know, something that's sort of on my mind, if that's okay, and we can sort of, well, fuck it, never mind.
Is it a belief?
It is connected to larger systems of belief, but it is not
Larger
related.
systems of belief.
Yeah.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not you questioning whether Adonai is really a process or not.
Well, the irony is that Adonai is a part of the process. Like, it's not like separate from, but that is, yeah.
Like a petal on a flower. I don't think you liked my metaphor.
Oh, I missed it. I was replying to something.
I said, is it like a petal on a flower?
Ooh, that's nice. I think more like, you know, the process is like a stream or a river. And Adonai would be like some element of a river, you know, be it a fish or a rock or
a rock.
Water, yeah, or a standing wave, maybe.
The rock and the river can exist separately. They're not necessarily like part.
I have a question or some questions, but they're more informational versus like about the belief itself.
Mm-hmm.
Why are there so many names for God? What are all the different? What is all this? What is all this? There's more for you, Rav.
Yeah. I mean, so I think that, you know, Thrayle and I have kind of had this conversation before, but we are honestly, even language, even just colloquial language, is metaphor. Symbols that we're holding that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting for our mental sort of isolation, and the idea of God is necessarily metaphorical because look around, and one of my professors has this idea that that these different names for God forms basically these constellations of metaphors, and that when you have like these sort of clusters of metaphors take shape, but a story is being told when you have sort of this grouping. And I think, to her point, no constellation or frankly any individual metaphor deserves sort of center stage permanently, but that there's a metaphor for that. Like there's an app for that. Well, there's a metaphor for that. There's a metaphor that is helpful to sort of find God in any given moment.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Constellations and metaphors is really cool.
Sandwich, by the way, a metaphor.
It is a sandwich, but I had this my ADHD, right? My ADHD kicks in, and I'm listening to you, and I'm thinking about how cool constellations of metaphors is, and then I'm thinking about something else cool I heard somebody say today, which is unrelated, but it was, I want to know what it means to exist. Of course, this really struck me. This stuck with me. Because I think that's the thing, for me at least. That's the thing. But I had never communicated it so succinctly or eloquently. And I did want to share it with you guys, and I just haven't talked to you guys really since I heard that, but I want to know what it means to exist.
You ever see the movie Hook?
There you go.
There's a line of questioning that is genuine to the conversation.
No.
The wind blew, the doors closed on me. The children are screaming.
The children are screaming.
You gotta do it with a slight Irish accent.
Yeah. The children are screaming.
That's not Irish at all.
No.
You work on that one, Raph.
Thank you. I'm not very good at Irish.
You gotta work on it.
I'm the other-ish.
Liza. Yeah, it's Liza.
Yeah. My marbles. I've lost my marbles. First of all, Kat, yeah, with all respect in the world, I thoroughly recommend seeing Hook. Do you like Peter Pan, Kat?
No, I actively don't like Peter Pan, and
do you like?
I don't watch movies.
But it's Robin Williams.
Oh no.
I don't particularly like. I mean, I don't dislike Robin Williams, but I also don't have any particular fondness for. I don't watch movies, you guys.
That's okay. No judgment.
No judgment at all.
Yeah, it didn't. I apologize if it came off as judgmental. I'll say, for me, Peter Pan is honestly a core part of my identity. And it begins with Mary Martin's Peter Pan. Mary Martin was an actress.
Perfect.
And, late 70s, early 80s. She played, I think, sort of the pivotal Peter Pan role, both in terms of the gender bending, but also in this sort of adult playing a full-on child and doing it so masterfully and sort of saying, here's what it looks like to be a child.
Because then she was followed on by Kathy Rigby.
Nice.
You got Robert Downey Jr. today instead of Tom Hanks.
I was just seeing that, and I don't. Do you hear it? I don't. Maybe you do.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, Jarvis.
It's funny. People think I'm like from the East Coast. I don't know. I think it might. Honestly, I think I have like a little bit of a speech impediment from my hearing loss, and it
Could
sort
be.
of comes off like I'm a East Coaster. You know what I mean? Forget about it, huh?
It does. It does.
So weird.
It's a little nasally. That's
Yeah,
good.
that's. I'm sure I have a deviated septum. As a Jewish person, I am positive I have a deviated septum. Um,
Can you say that? I guess you can say that.
it's just a,
We can't.
I have gastrointestinal issues and I have a deviated septum. It comes with the territory.
Yes, Thrayle, you're allowed to perpetuate stereotypes about your own group, just not other
I see.
people's.
I see.
If we can't laugh at ourselves, who can we laugh at? You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So he's he's rabbi, you know. I'm rabbi in here. That's very funny. Also, one of the most screwed up movies of all time. I'm walking here.
You know, speaking of movies, you were
Dustin.
about to give Kat a piece of insight from Hook.
Yeah. So, by the way, Dustin Hoffman, also Midnight Cowboy and Hook, right back to it. Yeah. Okay. So, in Hook, what were we just talking about? That like the Hook piece. What were we just talking about?
Existence.
I put it on the screen so
I
you wouldn't forget.
Yep, I got
said
it.
I want to know what it means to exist.
There is this beautiful moment in the movie Hook. First of all, so the story of Peter Pan is that Peter Pan, they live in Neverland, and the Lost Boys they stay young forever, and they're constantly fighting, the pirates who are, representative of the adults and growing older and sort of that sort of thing. Well, there's this moment. Well, so the premise of Hook is that Robin Williams was Peter Pan, and he left Neverland to marry Wendy Moira Angela Darling, and they grew old together, and they had kids.
He married her granddaughter.
Sorry, thank you. And he became a lawyer, and
Which is a little bit creepier when you think about it.
Truly. And he became a lawyer, and so he essentially became a pirate. Peter Pan became a pirate. And he returns to Neverland to save his children who have been abducted by Captain Hook, played by Dustin Hoffman. By the way, Glenn Close and Jimmy Buffett and David Crosby are all pirates in
Great
Captain Hook
cameos. Yeah, you were so...
Little nugget.
He has so many squirrels just coming out of his pockets, though.
So good. Oh, yeah, that's so
You.
And so they are... Peter Pan has to re-ingratiate himself among the Lost Boys to prove himself. There's a new leader named Rufio, and Peter Pan has to prove himself that he's actually Peter and not this pirate that has come back. And the moment that he does this, they're sitting at this dinner, and they're all like smacking their lips. All the Lost Boys are sitting around this table. They're smacking their lips. They're so excited for the meal. It's the big festive meal. And they're all like, yes, they've been spending all day prepping this meal. And they all lift up the steaming hot plates, and they open the plates, and there's nothing in the bowls. And Peter Pan is like looking around while these kids are like reaching their hands into empty bowls. And they are like, they're just frantically grabbing at emptiness. And Peter Pan is looking around, and he is like, what the hell is going on? Like, what are they doing? And he, at a certain moment, he like picks up his spoon, and he pretends to fling a scoop of whatever is on his spoon across the table. And well, before that, he says,
all of a sudden,
before that, he says, there's no food here. There's nothing to eat. What are you doing? And the kids say, you have to. Go ahead, Thrayle. Yeah. what does he say? Just imagine, Peter. Thrayle, is that it? Just imagine.
Well, and then it gets into the seeing isn't believing, believing is seeing. And then he scoops up something imaginary with the spoon and flings it at one of the kids because they start bickering back and forth, and something actually lands on the kid's face.
And all of a sudden, the food is the table is full of the most magical, beautiful, unbelievable, colorful, delicious, unbelievable food you could ever imagine. And he realizes that his being is not about what is black and white, true, false. It's about like being present and in the moment and living and like allowing the self to imagine and to be in contact with and in touch with sort of this deeper sense of self that is just, I mean, it's so poetic and beautiful. Oh, you know what it is? You're a no good human you're what does he say? A pre-chewed bag of food. A human paramecium.
Wow.
You know, yeah, sorry. You're doing it, Peter. You're doing it. Yeah. Like I think so, Kat. What I'm trying to say is like,
he's reliving the whole movie for you right now.
Yeah, totally. Just I'm sitting there.
First.
I gotta go watch it. I gotta go. Goodbye. I'll talk to y'all later. Yeah, pre-chewed bag of food, dude. Bang
a lewd, crude, rude bag of pre-chewed food, dude.
Nice.
A lewd, crude, rude bag of pre-chewed food, dude.
Yeah. Have you seen Wendy and Peter, the new movie with Jude Law?
No, not yet.
Squirrel.
No, not Squirrel. This is for us. Like this is the graduate level Hook. So Hook is for the 9 to 15 sort of thing, and then for 25 to 60 is yes, I want to feel like I exist. I want to understand what it feels like to exist. Is that accurate, Kat?
What does it mean to exist?
I think it's to feel, to like experience senses.
I want to know what it means to exist.
I think feeling, like sentience, is the existence, the inputs of the 5 senses and heat and cold. Can I? Well, I don't have the ability to pull something up, but if you could look up on your own or Shylock's speech, Shylock's monologue at the end of The Merchant of Venice, I think that is existence. The combination of suffering and feeling is existence.
I performed that in high school.
It's subjective. It depends on the person. This means whatever meaning you assign it.
In David Gilmour's album On an Island. Yes, Hazelnut, suffering is existence. Suffering being the change of one state to the next. Happy to question that more if you're interested.
Before you go anywhere else with it, or find another squirrel in a pocket, I do need to make sure that I thank Saharina, Just J, also Dash 96, and Miss Karu. Oh, it's just Karu now. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. You guys are awesome. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, only you can save us from Rav's pocket squirrels.
I got plenty. Squirrel. Ooh, can I answer Hazelnut's question? I think it's a great one.
How does suffering mean change?
Great. So now that the question's been asked, I'm happy to answer it. So I am currently in this moment. I feel a little tired. I have to go to the bathroom. I am feeling a little overfull from eating my leftovers. And I'm a little cold. Relative to how I was feeling earlier today, or even an hour ago, I can describe the lowness of the feeling of the conversation that I was having on another live, and I can describe the shift in feeling from that live to the joy that I'm feeling amongst friends here and discussing these sorts of important things that are important to me, and that change. And now, as I'm imagining that change, I'm feeling like a tightness in my chest and sort of a pit in my stomach and thinking about these sorts of change. But as soon as I'm starting to reacquaint myself with this current moment, I'm actually reminding myself that I have to go to the bathroom again, and I am separating or distancing myself or acknowledging that I can't change the past of that conversation that happened earlier. And I frankly can't do anything about what's about to happen in just a second as dancing comes aboard, you know. And I think the idea of change is, look, if we look at the grand scheme of life has its ups and downs. But if we zoom in into the current moment and find ourselves aware of ourselves in the current moment, even asking myself what will my next thought be, that is to acknowledge the change in the suffering. That's my best explanation.
That makes a lot of sense. Not you, Raph. Miss Carew.
I don't know how to take that.
No, I would ask you, I might, but we have dancing and duality up here, and it's only been a few times that we've gotten to speak. So welcome back. Appreciate you coming up.
Thanks for having me up.
You were waiting for the first question, weren't you? Can you remind me your age to take part to us?
I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And I have asked you about this before, but if you're open to it, do you mind if we explore that a little bit?
Sure, definitely. I do just want to preface this. I should be fine to talk for a while, but if I do get a phone call from work, I may have to drop unexpectedly, and I apologize in advance, but I don't expect that happening. But.
No worries. No worries. And can you remind me which god it is?
I do follow Sikhism or Sikhi. So that would be, the god of Sikhi would be, I guess, a sandwich type of god, which would kind of be labeled on this panel, but it's essentially, it's not so much one god as it is more of a focus on oneness.
So you believe in this God, but your focus is more on oneness.
Yes, I mean, it's like to kind of let me try to explain it. So, I mean, like growing up, most people do. I actually had like the sense of I and stemming from the ego, and this is my life. I'm living this life. What's the best way to live it? And then I guess through scripture and through prayer and through meditation, and sense of duality is considered a illusion, and there is no real separateness from the one, and there is I guess there's aspects to the nature of the one which is separate from what our nature would be. So I guess that would by default say that there is certain aspects.
Is the one also your God?
Yes.
How can the one be separate from the nature? Like, how can there be?
No, I mean, like human characteristics. We have human like I like the word God. I feel is a loaded word, but I'm saying there are described attributes or negatives of this essence, I guess you want to call it, or whatever word we can call it.
You said oneness, and then you said separate from oneness, and that to me seems
that we live, not we as in all of us, not saying you do, but I mean generally my perception is that people live with themselves being the ego. Like, this is like me, this is I, this is my face, this is my thoughts. But that implies a separation, that implies a self and the other. And that makes that is the stemming of the separation from the oneness.
How can there be separation from oneness?
That's a good question. You want me to try to answer it?
Yeah. Like if
how can there be separation from oneness?
If it's all one, how can anything be separate?
I mean, like, I guess to use like an analogy or metaphor, like in a human body, we have living cells. Like, we have liver cells, we have kidney cells, pancreas cells. It's like one of those individual cells saying, hey, I'm me and this is me, but really you're part of a totality of a system, and the identity you label yourself with is arbitrary.
So why use a label like Sikhism or Sikh?
Well, I mean, I live as a human. I mean, I function. I go to work. I pay taxes. That's kind of the reason I would label it as a Sikh, because I mean, I would follow my guru, which is the higher or the teacher in Sikhism. So I guess it would be classified as Sikhism.
So are you saying that there are various expressions of the oneness?
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty much everything that's kind of formed and formless would kind of all be part of that oneness.
Is it possible to sort of be aware of the oneness and then feel the separateness, or the?
Well, the name of the game in Sikhism is essentially to connect with that oneness through meditation, or we say Nam Jap, not through contemplation and meditation, and through that process you become more connected to the oneness. But we're still living in this. I guess I don't want to use a lot of words I want to use, but I don't have follow-up answers when they'll ask me what those words mean, like this plane of existence.
What do you mean by plane of existence?
Like this human life that we generally live.
let me help you with that question, with finding an answer to that question. When you say this plane of existence, in your belief, is there a next plane of existence or a previous plane of existence?
Not really, not distinct planes of existence. And that's a bad choice of words on my part.
So not plane of existence.
Yeah, not plane of existence. Sorry, what was the original question I think Rav had asked? Was it connecting? Can you connect with the oneness to not feel the separation?
Well, so like, is it possible that you seek a oneness, and also that sometimes, like, when you say you're a Sikh, there is an inherent we in that statement. Like, I am not a Sikh, but I obviously am more than capable and lean and hopeful in the. I also agree with the sense of oneness of the universe in terms of my own sort of understanding, but I also see myself and my group as a unique group, and both are true at the same time. And so I guess I'm curious how that sort of mentality, like, Jewish people are a distinct group that exists in the world, and people are people, and the planet is the planet, and the solar system is the solar system, and the universe is the universe. And so there are these sort of concentric.
There would be some distinction for, I guess, our purposes for language and societal purposes. There would be a distinction in that regard. That
a bullseye is just as much a part of the target as the outer rim, or the back of the target, frankly.
Yeah, I'm sorry if my answers aren't being succinct.
I'm working through my own stuff too, just so you know.
Jimmy, can I answer a question from the chat?
I'll let you get away with it only because you ask nicely.
Jimmy B asks, are distinctions all illusory? I can't say that word. Illusory. In a grand metaphysical sense, I would say yes.
What is a grand metaphysical sense? What does that mean?
That I don't live my life as if they were, but I do think that would be the true nature of any event of that.
I'm so sorry. I probably do have questions.
No, I've been struggling to answer that question because I think Thrayle had asked me, I think like almost a month ago, similar question to that regard. That
very similar.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot, and I've had thought process in my head, but they can hit certain dead ends, and I think that's why I kind of requested up to see if maybe talking it through might elucidate some more light onto that.
Are boundaries
What does it
important?
mean?
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Oh. What does it mean to exist?
For me to exist, or existence in general?
However you want to answer that question, actually. I'll accept what...
What does it mean to exist? The way I would look at that is that you are asking me what does it mean to exist, and I would assume that implies a formed nature of things in time and space. Like you would be part of our physical universe.
But if everything is one thing, right? What is the form, and how do we classify our own existence if it's the same, if we're the same as everything else around us?
I mean, I think we've done a pretty good job of like mastering the physical world. I mean, obviously there's things we can do better at. We do find distinctions in life, but I think that's possibly from a functional point.
But if everything is one thing, have we mastered the physical world? Because I feel like if everything is one thing, then we don't have any idea what the fuck is going on here.
I don't know, do we?
Do you know what I mean, though? Like, do you know what I mean? Am I making any sense?
I think you're making more sense than I am.
Very kind of you. But, like... Was that you I just heard, Thrayle? Please let that have been you.
I'm here.
So, I mean, I have gone to my scripture to try to see if I can find some more answers. I speak the language, but I don't read the older text fluently, so I'm trying to learn to get a more primary experience to see if some of the questions that I have roaming around might be answered. The general consensus I could get from other people, I don't want to go into it because it's not really what I believe.
What is a question that you think, how would you frame the question you think might be answered by your scripture?
Well, I mean, the few questions would be is it, if everything is one, why the illusion of separation would be the first big one. Like, what would be the purpose? Not necessarily the purpose, but why the sense of separation? That would be the main question, I think. The other questions, what other question like that?
That's okay. I just, I'm fascinated by the idea of like oneness or monism or everything being one thing, and also trying to classify our own existence. I don't understand how that works, but that doesn't necessarily mean you need to have an answer. I was just curious if you had one.
Then I also go through the thought loop of if it is oneness, and I do lean towards a deterministic view, and then that also kind of boggles my mind a little bit.
How is it not homogenized?
How is it not, or why is it not? How is it not? I mean, I think physics could probably answer that.
Is physics going to make distinctions between the parts in order to explain it?
That's a good question. No, it would not. We would have to infer. We would have to infer the separation, I guess, prior to testing or studying or measuring.
So, then, if we have to assume separation in order to test, to measure, to interact, to observe, what is the oneness doing?
That's a good question. I don't know if it, like, all of the separation and observable differentiations and the things we infer as separate and measure, we would do from our lens, I guess, but that lens is stemming from you being separate. And oh my God, I can't articulate this.
Is the lens separate?
My honest opinion is I think it's all part of it. I think it's kind of like, it goes back to the sandwich. I'm trying to word it differently. Like, I don't want to downplay human existence.
Put it where it really is. From your point of view. From your lens.
From my dualistic lens, I think we value and we put a lot of our eggs in the basket for, whether it's consciously or unconsciously, to further the benefit of ourselves and our community and those around us. And a lot of our actions and behaviors and morals are based on how we can mitigate human suffering and maximize future development of future generations. That would be ideal. But that whole view is also just in the lens of just human existence. And we're special, but I don't know if we're that special. So,
sounds rather dualistic.
I know.
Rav says it sounds balanced. Hello, Jimmy.
Good morning, all.
Good morning. I imagine you've got some questions for Dancing.
Hey, Dancing.
Hey, how's it going?
It's all right. Yeah, my question was just, if on a greater level where there are no distinctions, how do we determine oneness? Isn't oneness a kind of distinction?
He might have gotten that phone call. We'll give him just a minute.
I apologize. It was a battery warning. I apologize.
Okay. Did you hear the question?
Yes. If we can't, essentially, if there's no distinctions, how do we determine oneness? Like, that would be a separation. So, I mean, that, I guess, that question would be asked from a dualistic view, like that question itself, like, but the natural state would be the oneness. So I think the question would be is why the dualistic illusion of separation? That's, I kind of answered your question with a question, but
yeah, I guess I just don't. I'm a little mystified by the idea of the term oneness. when oneness implies a separation, an identity.
I don't know if oneness is the appropriate word. It comes from dissolving, I guess, your identity, and in the same time calling or connecting with the one, and that process itself implies duality. But I guess from a human perspective, when you're in that state, you would maybe not 100%. The goal would be 100% to not feel the separation and feel connected to the oneness, and then using that feeling to kind of navigate the rest of your life.
Really quickly before you get your follow-up in on that, Jimmy, hold on to it. I gotta thank you, Dancing in Duality, but also Heather's Descent, Bridget B, also 96, Angela, and Karu. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I really appreciate you.
So yeah, my follow-up is oneness kind of a beginner's way to think about what this is?
I guess that might be a way to put it. I mean, I would still consider myself a beginner as well. We do have different words in my scripture, and I guess the translation that I can think of would be oneness, but for different words used that have different kind of connotations.
And does the oneness think or act?
I mean, I guess, does the oneness act? Does the oneness think? I wouldn't say, I mean, I don't claim to know the true nature of God, but I wouldn't, me personally, I don't believe God. Dancing in duality, if I act and my claim is that it's oneness, so my actions would be an action of the oneness, or anything that's kind of done would be an act of the oneness, of the one, not the oneness. That doesn't really make sense.
All actions are actions of the oneness.
Correct.
Are all thoughts of the oneness?
See, that's where it gets tricky, because I do think in this separation of illusion of separation that we may have, I don't know if we have a degree of agency, and then I don't know if those thoughts are my own, but I do believe that it's now it's gonna get tricky. I think that, speaking from the dualistic sense, the one would be fully aware of all thoughts and everything, whether that is, whether he creates those thoughts and whether you have or no being has any thoughts of their own. That I don't know, and I haven't really thought that through.
I'll keep asking if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead and get a few more questions, and I've got one brewing.
Does the oneness have awareness separate from its parts?
Awareness in... It's just a little tricky putting these concepts onto it. Awareness in a sense, can you like elaborate a little bit on what you would describe as awareness? Like sensory input or...
Yeah, awareness. I guess this is like consciousness. Like, is there something that it's like to be the oneness? Does the oneness experience things? And if so, what does the oneness experience?
I don't know. I would say that the oneness experiences back to this, everything that is experienced. Experience kind of implies an agent that goes through something and has an experience of it. Whether the question is this one or the oneness an agent in itself? I wouldn't label it that way because I wouldn't say so like that. I'm sorry. I'm not answering. It's a little late in the night.
No problem. It is if we have consciousness and experience, but we are sort of falsely separate from the oneness. Is the oneness's awareness aware of our awarenesses?
Yes, I would say so. I believe so.
Why? To be clear, why do you believe? Not why is it?
Yeah. Why do I believe that oneness would be kind of aware of our awareness or our inner workings and thoughts and all? Is that kind of how I'm understanding the question?
Mm-hmm.
The way I mean, me personally, the way I look at it is, I mean, speaking again from the dualistic point, there are distinctions. I do see complexities in the world. I see, I mean, it can be argued a rock is complex or it's not complex. I would say it's not as complex as, say, a human or a human mind. We have a brain, we have a skull, we experience, we see. We don't obviously have a true understanding of consciousness or thoughts. I mean, we can put it down to some physicality, perhaps with neurons and all that, but I wouldn't say that the awareness of the one is akin to our awareness. I believe that.
Why would you assume that it has any awareness at all?
Why do I think it has? Why do I think the one creator has awareness? I think through my own contemplation and meditation, I don't know if that's like
through your
an understanding. Yeah.
So in your mind, and your meditation in your mind. So you've, in your mind, come up with this idea that it has awareness, or just come to an acceptance based on something you were taught?
Let me just think about that for 1 second.
Oh, absolutely. Take your time. And I'll thank everybody for the 63,000 times they've tapped the screen. Appreciate everybody for tapping and also sharing. If you haven't already hit the bent little arrow at the bottom corner of your screen, you can do that and pick any of those options there to share the live out. Maybe get a few more people in here as curious or courageous as dancing is.
I mean, I don't know if I would use the word awareness, but the way I personally look at it is I think, I guess we can talk about chaos and entropy, but I do think everything in the physical world is, in a sense, balanced. There's not like nuclear explosions and atoms splitting left, right, and center. So there's a sense of like kind of a homeostasis. Obviously, there's incidents that happen. I think our thoughts and consciousness are akin to the flow of things in the universe. So as the universe is created in that sense, I think we are. So the same sense of the formless nature inside me.
You assume.
I assume.
So in context of Sikhism, what do you mean by formless?
So in Sikhism, I guess the three you could say natures, or I guess nature of God would be the form, the formless, and then we have it's called Gur Shabad, which means it's essentially, I guess you can say scripture or prayers, but it's the path of the enlightening itself. So the form, the formless, and the path of enlightening would be akin to that oneness. And I know those are distinctions in itself as I'm saying it. And I sorry, just to interrupt. I don't represent Sikhism. I'm not a well-read scholar or anything like that, so I'm just
you're representing what you believe. We're getting a little bit of a mic noise, like you're tapping the edge of the phone or something.
I apologize. Is it a little better now?
Seems to be.
I'm sorry. I think I interrupted someone who was going to ask a question.
Yeah, it was Jimmy. He's
yeah,
about to get it out of his brain. We can
formless. I have a formless question so far. It sounds a little bit like a true understanding of the oneness is not the form of oneness, obviously, because it includes formlessness and the path. How I'm just seeing so many connections with Buddhism. Question: can you tell me about the connections?
I think they had similar origins, related kind of to Sanatan Dharma, like dharmic beliefs before, I guess the term Hinduism was created. Not to say it's either one is an offshoot or a copy or anything. I think the general understanding of principles was similar in a sense of oneness, and then I think they do both kind of lean towards reincarnation in a sense. Maybe they're not symmetrical beliefs of that, but there is similar. I think the distinction in Sikhism would be that the gurus kind of instructed us not to. I don't claim to know much about Buddhism, but my view is that live like a hermetic life, kind of focused on the inner self and meditation. I guess the difference in Sikhism would be more that we, because formed nature of the oneness, it's just as valued as the formless. So we are in guidelines of honest living and selfless service, but not so much to give up on humanity. Not to say Buddhism does that, but that we live in a community and society with the people of the world. And if I had anything wrong on Buddhism, just please let me know.
I was waiting to see if Jimmy did.
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly there's the monastic. I mean, there are separate rules for monastic Buddhists. And then even from the beginning, there are also Buddhists who live in the world or rule kingdoms or,
I think there's a term, I don't know, I think it's bodhisattva. I don't know if you know that term. I think that's more of akin to what we would, I would relate to the views of Sikhism in that sense of obtaining enlightenment, but also trying to uplift as many others as possible as well.
Right, yeah. So I certainly would, I'll read up on the history of Sikhism. It sounds really interesting, and there are also major differences between that and Buddhism. But
do you pray dancing in Sikhism?
Yes.
I know there's meditation, but
Yes. So we have like our guru. We had 10 living gurus, and our 11th guru is our holy scripture, and it's comprised of I think about. I don't want to get this wrong. It's kind of disrespectful, but less than 1,000 pages. Let's say, I don't know the exact number, but less than 1,000 pages, and those are kind of hymns and poetry and prayers.
And prayers.
Are you asking if there's like daily prayers or?
No, just generally if there were prayers. Because I'm curious of kind of a mechanical feature here. If everything is one and there's no separation and we're all just in the oneness being our own somehow non-separate selves, what's praying to what?
I mean, we're not, I mean, I wouldn't deny that we have the illusion of separation. So the tricky part is, I find, is that from a deterministic, not necessarily deterministic, but we believe in something called hukum, which is, I guess, God's will, which is like the governing will of everything in a sense. These prayers help you to kind of uplift out of that sense into that oneness. Just saying, I believe in the one, or I believe in oneness and non-duality, just that doesn't really make you truly believe it. You have to go through the process of all this, and the meditation and the contemplation goes hand in hand kind of with the prayers in scripture, to give you a better outline of what you're connecting with, in a sense.
So the meditation in the scripture gives you an idea of oneness. And I guess I'm not understanding. Why would prayer even be necessary if oneness is one and we're in the one? Wouldn't it know? And
sorry, repeat that last part.
Wouldn't it know? Like, what does the prayer accomplish if everything's one? There's no distinction between the prayer and the rest of the page or the universe itself.
So, I mean, I guess the goal, if the goal is, which are what our gurus kind of maybe outlined, was an uplifting of people the best they can to connect with God through this process. So the prayer or the scriptures and the lessons all kind of tie into, I would say it's like the textbook you read before you do the test, and the meditation would be essentially doing the actual exercise. So when we do communal prayers, we do I guess group meditation, but we also have times where people will discuss scripture and kind of contemplate on concepts. And I feel like those contemplations through the scripture help the process of the meditation and all that process as well.
Interesting. And we lost Morgan. So, it sounds like, if I'm understanding correctly, in order for any of this monism to, well, in order to understand it, you would almost have to have a dualistic, like you would have to be separate to understand it, right?
Yes. And that was the main question that you had asked. What question would I ask would be, is why the initial separation or sense of separation?
It seems, well, I mean, I understand the concept of the oneness, and it seems like it must be assumed for this practice. But without Sikhism, would you still assume oneness?
If I wasn't who I was, would I be who I am? I don't know.
Right? Not quite. Do you think that you would still have some reason to assume everything is one without the teachings that you've had? Is there some other thing?
I don't know if I would have came to the conclusions by myself. And Thrayle, I'm so sorry to cut you off. I am getting a
Yeah, no worries, Dancing. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Big W's for Dancing.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you, Dancing. W's.
Absolutely. Appreciate you. Always a pleasure. And despite the abrupt ending, I think that was one of our best conversations of the night. Appreciate it. That's his third time up here. We've had some different conversations. Fourth time, I think. And we've had some very interesting conversations. I've asked a lot very specifically about the religion, the practices, the understandings, if there were tendencies to promote or idealize violence, which is not a shade on Sikhism at all. It has a certain duty to protect, which becomes ceremonial. It's actually quite interesting, but I've always enjoyed our explorations with dancing. So
yeah, it's fascinating.
We do have another familiar name from the comments below joining us. Hello, Ed Tornquist. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Absolutely. I am 55.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And what is that belief?
I practice or follow many of the teachings of what would be known as Gnosticism.
Interesting. And that's how we find out Rav is still asleep. Yeah, Rav's definitely asleep. So when you say Gnosticism, what is it you mean?
There is some of the ancient texts, like the Gospel of Mary. You find in the
Which Gospel of Mary?
There's Gospel of Mary. There's what's called the Gospel of Mary, Thomas. These ancient documents come around throughout the first century.
Which Gospel of Thomas?
There's several, but the one Gospel of Thomas that I look at is the most familiar that we see is from the canon that's in the book of Habakkuk. Goodness gracious, I can't say it. It's in Egypt. It's
in Egypt.
Yes.
What's it doing in Egypt?
It's not a library.
I'm sorry, what was the name of the
book? Gospel Thomas.
You're saying the Gospel of Thomas is from a book in did you say a library?
It's called Hamadami, Egypt. The Nag Hammadi Library.
Nag Hammadi.
Hamadami. It's a Coptic scripture.
So, in this scripture, does it tell you what God you're supposed to believe in?
The higher deity that typically is not described the most is typically an unknown supreme name called the Monad.
Monad. How do you spell that?
M-O-N-A-D, Monad. That's the best in English you can get.
I see. And so in this, in the book, it says that the highest being is called the Monad, and that Monad, what is it that makes it high? What does that mean?
There's several debates. The one is the good question. It goes kind of similar to what would be the unknown name of God of Yahweh. So that's kind of how the way a lot of some Gnostics look at it, is that it's not the name that you would typically call God, because it's not to be spoken.
Mm-hmm. Why? Why is it not to be spoken?
Because it's unheard. You're still looking for the name that is unknown.
So you're saying it's an unknown name that is not to be spoken.
Correct.
Where's that written?
It is formulated, so it is obviously based upon other interpretations, and there is dispute on those interpretations, like the Monad. Most of it generally deals with fullness.
I'm sorry, deals with what?
Fullness and life.
Fullness. What do you mean by fullness? Like eating enough?
No.
So, what are you talking about?
Good question. Basically, in Gnosticism, as a person is going through life, you're really not trying to figure out if you know everything. You're trying to question if you even know, even if it's real or not.
Oh, interesting. So, you're questioning if you know if it's real or not.
Correct.
How do you do that?
By listening to other people and looking at, for example, that one person that said when they didn't even know the 5 pillars of Islam. Well, looking at other scriptures would be a key point of, like, looking at maybe duality, looking at other ideas on your own.
From looking at ideas other than our own.
Mm-hmm.
So, is this exercise here Gnostic?
Possibly. I can't say for sure.
Is the process like dialogue, or is it something else?
It's all retrospective to the person. It's not about changing anybody. It's all about looking at oneself.
Thank you, Dancing in Duality, for the galaxy. Appreciate you so much. Really do. Sorry, Jimmy, if you had a follow-up, go for that.
No, I have a separate question, but...
Yeah, go for that.
I mean, I thought that was interesting. Because I always thought that Gnostic meant knowing. But the way you're describing it, it sounds like it is the opposite.
There are 2 schools of thought. There are some that have a more mystical, and because some would say that the body is completely evil, and then only way that you can learn or get rid of the evil that is out of your eternal existence is trying to find more enlightenment. I take a more libertarian view. There's 2 viewpoints on it. So there's one that's called Inocentism versus libertarian Gnosticism. I take the more libertarian approach.
What do do you mean by libertarian?
Libertarian concept of Gnosticism does not take the three parts, because there are three parts of Gnosticism. The spirit and soul are not one.
So what is the third part?
You're talking about the three parts of what makes the entity?
Mm-hmm.
So the soul is the division between us and then the body. That's the physical. That also has our consciousness. And also what we see in the realm around in this world. Basically, it goes back to mind, bodies, that old concept of mind, body, spirit, if you will.
That's interesting. So there's a separation between mind and body, body being physical, mind being mental. When we experience the mind, we experience the body. How do we experience the soul?
If one takes literal, which I don't, some would say that the soul is a true essence. For me, that's a very valid point. I take that connection would be more psychological. That would be in the brain.
The brain is in the body. The brain is in the body and the experience is in the mind. So what is that third element?
The spirit. Then the soul and spirit are connected, are different. They're different parts of the three parts. Right.
I'm just trying to figure out the experiential quality of either of those.
As we're going through our body, then the soul would be your mind, your emotions, and then the spirit would be your conscience.
The soul is your mind, and the spirit is your emotions.
No, I'm so sorry. The soul is your emotion and your mind, and the spirit would be like the things like your conscience and things like you communicate with. That's the spirit.
You mean conscience or consciousness?
Consciousness. The awareness.
What is consciousness?
Question? The awakening of knowing that I do exist, or think I do believe I exist, connected to what I think is real. But there again, how do I know it's real until I can see it?
Why do you describe consciousness in that way?
Because without a mind, you wouldn't be able to know your surroundings. And without thought, you wouldn't be able to realize or question whether or not you even have the opportunity to know your existence.
I think it's safe to say at this point that Rav is definitely asleep. We're going to set him down.
Good night, Rav.
Good night, Rav. Make Debbie asleep tight.
I just got a prompt to invite him back.
He does that.
Ignoring that. I guess I don't. So where is the necessity of spirit? Where is the necessity of soul? to our experience in what you believe?
Valid point. It's not whether my belief, it's whether or not, for me, it helps at least me, not anybody else, but at least makes me, for me, when I look at my life going, okay, what can I do to look around me to make changes, not for others, but to myself? That's all it looks at. So when I look at the body, soul, and spirit, I'm trying to be aware of my decisions.
Trying to be aware of your decisions?
Correct.
Wait,
Go ahead, Jim.
Is soul and spirit different aspects of what we might call mind?
They're related. They're three parts in one. Based upon the Gnostic idea, there is dualism, but they're all connected too. So our body is still a physical entity, and then we have the mind and spirit, but there's no way to know everything.
No, I think I'm getting confused is why I'm asking.
It might be the circularity of some of the answers.
Could be.
It is a circular idea, I will admit, because it does connect to the idea that the consciousness is the mind of basically psychology.
So we're using lots of terms, but you're saying there are only three, right? So the three being body, soul, and spirit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we leave mind.
Psychology.
Right. So, but then we can set aside mind and psychology, and then in terms of soul and spirit, these might constitute what other people might say is the consciousness, and soul is more related to emotion, and spirit is more related to what? To awareness?
Yes, I believe so.
And what, in your opinion, what do you think emotions are?
It's the existence of what the body through our mind is expressing at that moment through our own thoughts and actions. Could be a chemical reaction, not sure.
So they relate to the body, but also partially to the mind, which is soul and spirit.
Yes.
Yeah, it's hard for me to find a clear separation between these ideas, and maybe it's something that you contemplate, and it isn't. I don't know, but I'm kind of having a hard time figuring out how it all fits together.
Or not just describing different processes of your brain.
Basically, yeah, you said it. Yep, that's true.
completely different question now. Do you believe in the God of the Old Testament?
Not defined as what others would be. No.
How do you define
it? Good question. For me, and this is just what I would say, and there may be other people with Gnostic views who would have a different interpretation. I defined the, kind of like the other gentleman that was on the panel, that was a Sikh. I look at duality as a universal concept that is there. And I don't think we could fully explain or know what God is. There is no form of God. I'm a deist also, so I think that there is a total one God, but there is no understanding of what that God is.
But as a Gnostic, do you also believe in the, well, what is your concept of Jesus?
Good question. Do I believe, and I was raised as a Christian, by the way. My dad was a preacher, so I do not believe in the fact that he was the incarnate. He was a human, a prophet.
So, and is that common belief among Gnostics, or is it really just more your belief?
It's common amongst most Gnostics, yes. He is not some would take it as that he is the revealing of knowledge. There's different thought points in that, but no, I don't take that literally.
And so the importance of the Gospels are, how would you describe the importance of the Gospels? I mean, all of the Gospels that you talk about for Gnostics or for you.
I don't think they're any more important than any other biblical text, or any other important than even if you did not read any extra biblical text and just read the, like, say, for example, if you were going to church and just reading as a regular Christian the New Testament, I don't take offense to that. To me, it's irrelevant, personally, because if one's reading something in one faith tradition or one concept, I think they're all looking for the same thing.
Are you sure?
No. Okay. Good question. I'm not sure because I don't know.
It's a great answer. I'm glad you said it 3 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would assume so, but I don't know so.
Why would you assume so?
No, the old saying is, assuming makes an ass out of you and me. I would hope so. I'm looking for the embetterment of humans.
Why should there be any embetterment?
Good point.
Why would the embetterment need to be something supernatural?
Doesn't have to be.
Why would it be anything godlike?
Doesn't have to be.
Mm-hmm. Does it have to be anything?
No.
Could it be literally anything?
More than likely.
So, do you have any core tenets?
Yes. My main core tenet that for me, that universally, I think that all faiths come to at least a correlation to one. When we're praying, as like, for example, the five, like those that pray as a Muslim, in their consciousness, they're praying to the same, or maybe the same deity as I, or not deity at all. I don't know, but that's what I believe that one of the core tenets is that my faith is not important, but it's important enough to recognize that there are people around the world that are looking and seeking for something that are greater than them. That's all. That's all. That's the main tenet.
Did you have a follow-up on that, Jim?
Well, I find myself, as often Christopher Hitchens would say, I tried to follow you, but there just wasn't any there. It doesn't, I'm not hearing a belief, I suppose.
Well, he believes in mind, body, or not mind, body, and spirit. It's soul, spirit, and body, and mind, and heart, and fire, and earth, and wind. These four. Ed, why do you believe that there is a God concept at all? I get that you can't hope to define it according to you, but why do you think there's something there that would be God?
Good question. Maybe that's because I look or seek for the idea that, and it's an idea, but it's a hope because I'm optimistic that humans want something better beyond ourselves. That's it. But I have no proof of a God. I can't prove it. Or nor can I. Or
did I ask you to prove it?
No, you did not.
What did I ask?
You asked me about why do I personally?
Reason, yeah.
Yeah, what I think my reason. Because I want to believe in something that makes me believe that there's, for me to give comfort, probably.
For you to gain comfort.
Correct.
In what way does it comfort you?
Knowing it's not about myself.
How does that comfort you?
Good question. That gives me comfort knowing that if I just focused on my own, just for me personally, then I wouldn't be able to look at others or think beyond my own views. So that's what gives me at least what I think. That's one reason why.
Really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I thank everybody for helping with the goal. Thank you so much to Angela, to Heather's Descent, to Paniac, to Polly, Karu, also Enki Bubs, and 96. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you.
And I was really nervous. I'm so sorry. I'm not really good at talking or communicating, so I was hoping.
All right, Ed. I mean, it's been a little bit circuitous in some of the answers, but I think you even admit that the beliefs that you hold are a bit circuitous. I'm sorry, in your briefest sort of recap, what would you say was the reason you believe there's a God even there?
Probably goes back to maybe the fact is, and this maybe go to this idea that maybe if, gosh, you got me. And on that one, it probably goes back to you got me on that one. Because more than likely, as a child, I was raised as a Christian, and then I think most religions are that we relate to something we're familiar with. And so because we're trying to find answers for something, and then when I didn't find the answers, I looked for something else. So I may have replaced one thing for another. That's very possible.
I have a question.
Go for it.
And I might end up asking this question of other people too. So if you had decided that you needed to declutter your beliefs, you've got lots of elements of belief and you need to just downsize, simplify. And so you begin to toss out the elements that are not necessary to your belief. That are just taking up space. If you can kind of picture doing that, where would you stop? On what belief would you say, no, this has to stay?
I give up on Gnosticism much easier than I probably could on, and it's not about God. I could at least accept the idea on acknowledging at least deism, even if I didn't believe in God or not, because I could at least say, okay, that at least all people on this earth, whether they agree in the same faith or even no faith, they at least have something beyond themselves. At least that's the one thing I would take away. If I didn't even believe in anything else, that's one thing I would go for.
The kind of deistic God is your stopping point in the kind of decluttering of beliefs. This is the necessary.
No. It is. I think it's valuable for me, but I don't think it's the end all.
So could you literally just completely declutter and done with nothing? Or is there somewhere you would stop?
Good point. Good point. That would come to a point where, for example, that's like atheism or agnostic. I have never come to that point at this moment. But could I? I would hope so. I would hope that I could at least have in mind if, let's say, for example, if something changes in the future and I see something different, I would hope that with science and reason that I could at least open up and say that's not my belief, but it's real, because science is very important to me. So yeah, I would hope so, but I am human, and I can human enough to admit that I may fall back to my own belief systems, but I do see what you're saying.
Why?
Why would I default to my default?
Yes.
Good question. probably because that for me, can't speak for others, but knowing that there's some sort of an unknown that I don't have an answer for, but that unknown may change in the future. So I'm willing to change if there's somebody or something that can say that there's no reason to believe in anything. I'm cool with that. But right now, I'm okay with what I do see, with what I don't. But in fact, I would rather have a valid conversation with an atheist than I would with most religious people.
Do you consider yourself religious?
No.
Last minute reminder, we've got a little over a minute left on the poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen if you want to make your voice heard. Of course, you can always vote up there. Jimmy, did you have any more questions for our guests?
No, I think I'm good.
So in your belief in Gnosticism, does it include the idea of a mother figure, like a deity that births another deity that creates everything? Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
No.
Why not?
Because they're only as true to what I said, or at least I think they're true. But having somebody else's belief doesn't mean that my belief is better or more important.
Doesn't mean that your belief is more important.
No.
I wonder, why hold the belief at all?
I'm quiet because I'm listening. That
was why hold the belief at all, was what I asked.
I may have to get back on that one, but for right now, that's a valid point. Why hold to something? Because yeah, I don't want to say something that
you've done great, Ed.
I don't have the answer.
I think an I don't know is the perfect place to leave this conversation. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you coming up and answering the questions. And another time, I'm going to definitely have more questions for you. And yeah, you can imagine if Raph had been awake, he'd have had a bunch of them for you. So I can't wait to see that. But I appreciate you so much.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is awesome.
Absolutely. Take care, Ed.
Thank you.
And we get some big W's in the chat for Ed, because he can actually question his beliefs. I think that's part of what was so difficult for Jimmy to grasp, was Jimmy's or Ed's beliefs are kind of in flux.
Yeah. I mean, his beliefs seem to be centered on questioning belief.
It's interesting to call that Gnosticism. I wonder if maybe that's just kind of the blanket that seems to fit. I would wonder then if that's really the right size blanket for what you're doing, for what you're believing. But
hello?
Yeah.
Hello there, Liam.
Hello?
Yeah, can I get your age? Just, yeah, I'd prefer to do that myself, but thank you. That was probably going to happen. No, I appreciate it, Kat.
Good catch, Kat. Thank you for modding.
Hell yeah. That's a whole lot of background noise there, Prince Roberts. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. Well, goodbye. And that leaves us with, well, nobody. Well, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. Oh, I'm not here to burgle your god or make you look like a fool, although Jimmy might be. I just really want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Sorry, had to see if you were awake.
I'm awake. I'm here.
No, I know better.
I don't know why I'm awake, but I am.
That just made me yawn like 3 different times, I think. We need a guest. Maybe we need some excitement. Just enough that the sleepers can still sleep.
That were really interesting.
Yeah, they were. And, I mean, dancing is always a pleasure to have up. We've had some great conversations with him. And I've been watching it in the comments. Surprised it took him this long to make his way up here.
Yeah, I thought he was a regular, or he is a regular. I've seen him in comments a lot.
Yeah, as far as I know, that was his first time on panel.
Wow.
And the questions are alive in him, so I hope he keeps questioning. I suppose if that's your religion, you're not likely going to stop doing it, so. I would question I already did. I would question the blanket. I really want to question the blanket. Why Gnosticism specifically? Why is that?
Yeah, I couldn't figure it, and I don't know what the boundaries of Gnosticism are. I worry that it's a blanket term that is used for, I thought it was alternative Christian, really, accepting gospels that weren't in canon.
Mm-hmm. It's a little different. But yeah, that's part of it.
Early on, when he said the Gospel of Mary, you said, which one? There are a few.
Well, to be clear, when I said which one, I meant which Mary.
Oh, very good. Of course. But if you have a belief, a God or higher power, spiritual entity, soul, something like that, you want to question that belief, you can request up on the panel. Maybe you will come to a deeper understanding of what it is you actually believe.
Can you question your belief? To question a belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky. It was built beneath.
A belief questioned does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
Hell yeah.
That is really good.
I think it's my favorite one. I love the metaphor of the house and then the sky.
Yeah, it's like a theme song.
Right? As far as I know, the title, yeah, if everybody's asking the title, is Can You Question Your Beliefs? That's how it was labeled when it was given me.
Yeah, nicely done, Michael B.
if that curiosity is a quiet crowbar that does not destroy the house. It opens a window. It's an interesting way to open a window, isn't it? With a crowbar. I love the crowbars we have around here, though. Wonderfully curious crowbars.
I'm wondering if the decluttering metaphor will be useful or just confusing.
It's a good question.
Interesting to think of all of the elements of your belief as taking up space, costing something.
How do you know they're not?
I think there might be.
What space?
I think they take some energy to maintain, some mental energy to maintain. You have to revisit them and kind of keep them what they are. And then at some point you might decide, well, which of these am I tired of maintaining?
Casey, that's an interesting state of mind to choose. Especially to an extreme that you get so far you can't enjoy this. I always think this life is like the perfect place for that. Well, for watching. Oh, this guy. I know this guy. Hello, Paul. Did you mean to request help? Hey there, Paul.
Hang on a second. I'm just getting my Bluetooth headphones connected. Okay, that's better. I did not mean to come up, but I'm happy to come up anyway.
Oh, well, we're happy to have you, Paul. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm turning 42 this year.
Thing like that.
I'm an evangelical Christian, so yes.
You watch my show a lot. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end? You know I'd ask
I've
you
read
that.
a lot.
What was that?
I've read the whole Bible, some bits many times, other bits maybe once or twice.
And do you believe the stories in it are all true and literal?
Some of the stories, I think they're so old and they've been retold so many times that there's only a trace of literalness. But once you sort of get out of the Pentateuch, like to Chronicles, Esther, Ruth, I think they're all literal.
Interesting. Why?
The way Genesis is written, it's written differently to the other parts of the Bible. it's hard. I don't know how to pinpoint what the difference is, but I guess it reads more like what classical myth sounds like.
Reads like what classical myth sounds like. Why do you believe the later books to be true?
I just don't see why anyone would bother writing the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel if it wasn't based on something real. Um, and I don't know why someone would come up with the story of Ruth, like for what purpose.
Um, I don't have answers for you, obviously, but is it possible that there is truth in intermixed with myth?
Certainly the creation story. I
I
wonder if
meant in
God
the
really
later
put Adam.
books.
Oh, in the later books.
Mhm.
Well, I suppose that's how people would see it because, occasionally you have like Elijah when he prays and the altar is struck by fire from heaven. Um, I believe they're real. Um, and why do I believe it's real? Good question.
Well, it wasn't just do you believe it's real, it was could there be real history intermixed with myth in the later stories, legends, fables?
To a critical reader, yes, they would say, things like that don't happen. The shadow doesn't stretch backwards instead of forwards when my man prays. Um, the Red Sea is not parted. So I could see how people would be critical, yes.
Jimmy, do you have any questions for this guest?
Oh, sure.
Go for it.
You were saying I can't imagine why people would write these stories if they weren't true. But Chronicles of Kings, of course, any ruler would seek to justify their rule through a telling of why they should be king.
But it's usually negative stories about the rulers.
Are there any kings that have no negative stories?
Yeah, there are. There's a few where it says he did right in the eyes of the Lord, but the majority of the kings are bad. Yeah. I think, like, if you wanted, you could say the reason they're saying the kings are bad is because it explains the exile to Babylon. So maybe they wrote it that way.
I mean, it could be a complicated combination of different stories of kings justifying their rule and then it being overwritten by future kings saying, no, they were actually bad. I'm actually the good king. I guess I can see other reasons why these stories may have been written and rewritten.
Yeah. Like I said, if they were going to be written falsely, I think it would be to explain the exile to Babylon. They would have been saying, "Why did God forsake us?" It must have been because all these kings were bad. That's not what I believe, though, so I'm just entertaining it, I suppose.
It's not what you believe.
No, I think it's real. Real records of these kings. Sometimes the record only goes for a couple of paragraphs, but
But you left no room for any kind of fable or legend to be intermixed. Nothing false. These are true biographies and eyewitness accounts.
Yeah.
Well, for example, you chose kings, which is one of the ones that you can like check against archaeological or other records. And does it match up with what we find?
I don't know about kings, but I do know that there is a tablet with which it's in the Assyrian nation. It talks about the conquest of I can't remember what city it is, maybe Jerusalem. And the in the Bible, and I think it's in Isaiah or maybe it's in Kings. In the Bible, it says that they were besieged, and then one day they went out, and all the people had been smitten down, and they said by the angel of the Lord. Whereas if you look at the Assyrian tablet, it says that they won. So you've got a conflict there.
So, do people make fictional stories for all kinds of reasons? Like an innumerable number of different reasons?
I mean, these days, fiction is a category that people read. I, I mean, I extend my belief in old books, like the Epic of Gilgamesh. I think that's based on something as well. Um, I think, yeah.
Like the story of, oh, no, the name just escaped my brain.
Happens.
Jericho?
No, it was nope. But when you say that the Epic of Gilgamesh is based on something, you think the whole story is based on something, or could it be like the Bible conceived of parts of other things?
Yeah, that's true. Could be like an editorial work on a bunch of related stories.
So earlier did you say the Pentateuch is less believable, but Gilgamesh is more believable?
Oh, I put them on the same level. Like they are based on something, but exactly what they're based on, I don't know. But then again, the Pentateuch has some, like, I mean, the codes of law that the Jews followed for ages. That's obviously not a myth. That's what they followed for a long time. So I guess I'm more talking about the early Genesis stuff, like the Tower of Babel, the flood. Um, I think to be more correct, it's sort of after Abraham when things seem more literal.
So those are like you were saying, like earlier, you just said that fiction's a genre now, but that these older parts of the story are the more fictionalized parts of the story. So do you see how those are kind of conflicting ideas that you're using to construct what parts of the Bible are reliable? And it seems more like you're just picking and choosing the parts that you want to be more reliable?
Do you think I'm doing that?
Yes, I would say so. Based
Okay.
off of that construction. There might be other reasons where you would say that like this later part seems to make have more lines up with what we actually find, but but very sparingly. So when you say that like the fiction's a new thing, so they wouldn't have a reason to make it up. But then before this, there was all these mythological things where people were doing fictional stories that you don't personally believe in, as somebody that subscribes to this faith. Do you see how that's contradictory?
I think I communicated wrong, or I said something that wasn't quite true. I think all mythology is based on something, and I think it's based on stories that are being passed down. I don't know whether. Well, I don't think the stories that they're based on are fictional.
When you add to a story, do we call that fictionalization of a narrative? When you, like, also another verb for this is to mythologize something. So, like, often authors base stories on people, places, and things that are real, often without even realizing they're doing it.
Yeah, making
Is
an
that
animation.
not still like a fiction once you start to add details that are not true into it?
It's still based on something. How much it's changed, we don't know. But it was based on something, so to me that matters. I would hate to see these old stories just discarded completely.
Is labeling something as fiction discarding it?
Not for people who want to study literature, I guess.
Do people that don't study literature also value fictional stories, especially those that are dear to like their culture?
It is something that contributes to identity, I suppose, when it comes from your own culture.
And even cultures outside. I'd say like there's a lot of weebs out there that get really into a culture that's not their own, but that's a stray to another topic. But anyway, yeah, just to say that just because the timeline of what is fictional and humans creating fiction and that being a new thing or an old thing, and then picking and choosing within the Bible to say this is more true because of the timeline of like our use of fiction, or to say that something that has a seed of truth that is fictionalized is not fiction, like that is more the point than, yes, I agree that like mythology can have a basis in like aspects of reality, and a lot of times that they are inspired by things or a need to like tell a story, but that is that not a very different thing from like a proof of like truth of like larger aspects of the stories that come out of it?
Thinking.
And let me know if
there are
that was confusing.
differences. It was a little bit. I was trying to follow what you were asking, and I got lost a little bit.
No, you're fine. I was pausing as I was formulating. I guess my question. Oh my gosh.
Good morning, Blake.
Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna just jump up here and take over the panel.
Yeah, it's great. Great.
My medicine's kicked in now, so I'm on fire.
Hell yeah.
I take medicine too.
My line of questioning was to get at where, and maybe I need to re-ask this to get a clearer description of what you like truly believe, because you said that you may have like misquoted a little bit. But one of the reasons why I hopped up on the panel was because I was interested in, you said that you take in or like subscribe different amounts of like trueness or to like different parts of the Bible. And so can you explain again where you came, like that kind of difference for you, and where that like belief in difference is and where it drives from?
So anything before Abraham, when you get to the story of Abraham, there's more mundane details. There's
What about mundane details make it true?
What about mundane details? Well, it's sort of like, it looks more like it's someone meticulously trying to relay a story to us.
Real? Are you sure it's someone meticulously trying to relay a story to us? And even still, what makes the story real?
Yeah, look, I wish I knew more. I'm reading a book on the Pentateuch, and I don't know who the authors are attributed to be. I've heard of the documentary hypothesis. I know a lot of churches think Moses wrote the Pentateuch. I don't know about that, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see where the documentary hypothesis takes you. But, I'm not sure what questions I have for you.
That's okay. I came up by accident anyway, so you can always boot me out. I don't mind.
Well, I appreciate you, Paul.
Thank you.
And we can throw some W's in the chat for Paul. He does question his beliefs.
It's very cordial.
He's very cordial. Yeah. Appreciate Paul. I've spoken to him a few times. That's why I let you guys ask the questions.
Good morning. Sorry for taking over.
It's all right.
No worries at all.
I always hop up here when I'm at my like peak caffeination. So I just start motor mouthing when I get up here.
It tends to work. As long as somebody needs your questions, you got them ready.
You must be far to the east of me.
Yes, it is a breaking day over here.
I don't know why, but I always thought of you as being on the West Coast. Now I know better.
Yeah, we might be in the same time zone.
It's because my mom's family's from California, so I got a lot of that vernacular going on, and I confuse people. My accent's like a smash of Midwest, Cajun, and whatever little bit of California I got, and so it's just real confusing. Somebody asked me if I was from New Zealand the other day, and I was like, no. What? This is also somebody in the Midwest, so they have never met a person from New Zealand in their life, probably.
possible. I wonder where all the... Oh, they're in the queue. I was going to say, I wonder where all the believers be. They'd be ghosts.
142 people in the chat.
Hell yeah.
76,000 likes. 77 perhaps. So share the live. Tap the screen. Request up if you have a belief.
We might need another musical interlude if we're determined not to fall asleep. I might have forgotten what I was doing, but only for a moment. And if you've forgotten, no, that's not going to work. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that, and you haven't forgotten it, you question that belief, well then, you're who we want to talk to. I heard no notes. I didn't hear that, but didn't hear any notes.
I gotta ask, did you put a sample of Jimmy in the middle of that one AI song, or did the AI just sound so much like Jimmy?
It must have just been the AI.
I think so.
Knowing Jimmy was here.
So they're stealing your music, man. They're stealing your voice.
That's how it's gonna be. I'm trying to imagine what I can make as a song for this.
question your beliefs. Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
You know, like the song said, if you got a belief, go ahead and join us up here. Let us know what it is that you believe and why you believe it.
Any interesting believers this evening?
I don't know. I mean, Jimmy's an interesting believer.
True. Very true. I've learned a lot from you. Also, I have very much enjoyed listening to your podcast, Jimmy. I just listened to the one about I forget the name already, about the Disney film in Tibet and China, and then China won't let Disney release it anywhere. That was like not the point of the podcast at all, but
No, I mean, our podcast has absolutely no point. But great. I mean, thank you.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it.
I'm really glad. No, I just started it because I enjoy talking to Lionel so much, and we decided to have a weekly conversation. Then we decided to record it, and then we started having guests. But I think that was the one about Kundun, and there was 2 Martin Scorsese films.
Oh yeah, my favorite type of podcast is one that doesn't have has more of a vibe than a very specific topic. I just meant more that my description was not you didn't go in depth in the podcast into that. You talked more about the story. I made it sound like the podcast was about Disney clawing back the film.
Oh no, that was, I mean, yeah, that was an interesting thing because we had decided to watch Kundun, and we discovered that it was not easy it was impossible to stream it, and then libraries didn't have it, and we managed to get copies of it, but only on DVD, and that was interesting. But we have been focusing on taking 2 movies from a single director. And then the latest one we recorded today was about John Steinbeck and his book East of Eden. We're just all over the place.
John Steinbeck.
Yeah. Grapes of Wrath. But yeah, mostly just East of Eden, this one.
Yeah, I just listened to the one too that was about I can't remember if it was they were the one that got you into meditation, but your friend that you had been in, I don't even know the correct term, meditation temple or group?
Yeah, Sarah Lipton. Yeah, a member of my Sangha, and we were in a cult together, and we got out of a cult individually, and
cult?
It was the Shambhala Buddhism cult.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So she's actually a really wonderful teacher of meditation and great student of meditation and belongs to a different school of Buddhism than I do. But yeah, I really enjoyed that conversation with her. We should have her back. It describes the coming apart of the Shambhala community as the Shimbacalypse. We have to laugh about it now.
When she said that, I was like, I want to hear more about that. I know this is not
No, we
the drama podcast, but I want to hear about that too.
There are podcasts about the Shambhala drama out there. I forget the name. There's one major one, and I can't remember the name of the person who made it. It's a confusing topic for those of us who are in it, because on the one hand, there's great teachings, and then on the other hand, the structure of the organization is toxic. So it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, it's very interesting because that's what I see with a lot of various religious entities that become too controlling on the spectrum of just like too fundamental to like culty, and that it's like you get sucked in because of the community and the actual like ability of like a lot of these practices to provide like ritualistic self-soothing, and that gets weaponized, and that's so sad.
Yeah, it's I mean, Shambhala fell apart because the leader was Me Too, and after that, most of us, well, even before that, I mean, a lot of us just felt that it was strict hierarchy was being enforced, and it just clashed with so much of what we were doing. But of course, I did want Sarah to talk more about it, and Sarah's really not ready to go there. Maybe at some point she'll come back and describe more of what really went on, because she was deeper into the organization than I was.
Well, and I'm sure it's hard with it's something like that. There's so many people involved, and I would feel like I would want like permission from all of the other people that were harmed as well before. Like it's a lot of not just stuff that happened to you, but like stuff that happened to other people, that it's a weird gray area of how to like talk about that respectfully and like respect everybody's boundaries in the situation.
Yeah, that's precisely the issue. Yeah, and some people are trying to put it all back together. And these are also our friends. So it's ugly. I think that when you have a guru, when there's a guru in the organization, things tend to go wrong. And yet, it's the gurus that make the large organizations, so. Like, did you hear Thrayle's interview?
Yes, I heard Thrayle's as well. I think that was the. So...
And we also had Kat on, which was delightful. We were talking
Yes, I
about
listened to that one as well. I went to their two first, and then started going through like the catalog as they come.
I've been sick for a week, so I haven't posted the new episode for 2 weeks. I really need to do the editing and post the new ones. I appreciate you bringing it up.
Yeah, no, I love it. The sound design is fantastic, and yeah, really good.
Thanks so much. You and 4 other people are listeners. I think I have links in my bio to find all the things. I didn't make a link tree, but I have links on the website that the links on my website are in my bio.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Aliens? Toroidal Earth? Mermaids? Bigfoot? Or anything like that? Request on up.
Is it only godless heathens in here? One of you has to be a believer. I guess the sample size. Well, yeah, no. I'd say one of you has to be a believer, but that's not true. But prove me wrong. Request up.
There might be lots of beliefs, and it might be a little scary to question them. But it's better than you think. It's an interesting process.
And Thrayle has a shed full of gods to keep your god company. They will be very, very well looked after.
God provides best. That is the idea that a guest with a belief that is willing to explore that belief and answer questions about it is an ideal guest.
In the Eshok community, there used to be a palm house with the statues of like different deities, and that's how I imagine the god shed.
Wait, and this is where?
The Ishak are an indigenous community from southwestern Louisiana.
Oh.
Yeah, they're who taught the Cajuns how to survive in the swamps, and they took the people from the La Acadie to the Cajuns, and were an integral part for a lot of southwestern Creole culture.
Oh wow, it's fascinating. And the history of the Acadie is amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy that there was a whole country in between America and Canada, and people just like don't know it existed. And like a lot of the descendants of Acadia have had to completely like whitewash their background to be able to survive through exile, because they were exiled all around the world. But it was a Métis country that was like a unification of indigenous and European people that created a very unique culture, and been doing a lot. The community's been doing a lot of genealogical and genetic studies to like disentangle that and really get the history written down of what happened to these people that were like taken from their homeland, sent across the Atlantic multiple different ways, and then exiled as far away as the Falkland Islands. And then a lot of them were able to, through oral traditions of memorizing family trees, find their way back to each other in Louisiana.
Now it's the Acadians. There's a question: is this the Australians? No, I did some research for one of the books, fiction books that I'm writing. A character named John Brown that talks about his situation and settled in Canada and had close interactions with the First Nations there, but were also like, if I remember right, and then made their way to Louisiana. It wasn't a direct line like down the Mississippi or something.
Yeah, so there was about what was called the Grand Expulsion, which is where basically the Acadians were exiled from Acadia because they refused to sign allegiance to either the French or British crown, and instead ended up formally joining the Wabanaki Confederacy, because a lot of the original families that founded Acadia intermarried into the Mi'kmaq, because the main area of population was in Mi'kmaq territory and around like Port Royal. And so this always caused like the Acadian people to be kind of in a gray area that was really hard for both the church and the governing body of Acadia to control. And so it kept falling back and forth between Scottish, English, and British control. And then eventually it was decided that they were just going to remove all of the people from the land. And so they began some like 10-year-long process, and there had already been like several massacres in the area before this, and like continuous wars. But they, over like at least documented like 8-year period, but longer than that, continued to round people up And at first, they started to bring some people back to France on Belle Isle, but they were asked to give French ancestries, and since they were mixed, some of them made up some places that didn't exist, and so they ended up getting sent back and were used as a boundary between the French territory and the Spanish territory, as basically like human shields in neutral territory. And but a lot of them were scattered all over the Atlantic. People were exiled to Haiti, people were exiled to the Falkland Islands. An entire generation of children was sold into slavery during this exile. They also were chased westward. Some of them went into Illinois and also into what is now like the Métis Nation area, more in westward and like the Red River area. But a lot of them, some of them found their way to Louisiana, where they also began to intermarry into the Eshok. And so there, I have a lot of Eshok ancestors as well, and they're who taught the Cajuns how to be able to survive in the swamps there. They're like where all of the Cajun food comes from. The uniqueness of Zydeco in Cajun music comes from like their rhythms and melodies that they helped and like that they brought to us and like took us in. And the Cajun communities in southwestern Louisiana also really helped like hide the Eshok. And by the time it kind of became hard for them to hold on to lands, most people had kind of interbred to the point where they looked basically white or black. And then so the community then got like separated again during the segregation era. And so yeah, it's a very long, complex history, but it's so interesting and I love it.
Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you for that. Thrayle has been quiet for a very long time. It may be that there are people in queue, but I do not have the ability to bring them up.
Hueweth, thank you for listening.
Blake, if we did a deep dive into Acadian history, might be a great guest. Sorry,
I would
podcast.
love to do that.
Yeah. I'm definitely interested in it, and we can find if there's a book that we can read. But at this point, I have hijacked the Batcolyte. I'm talking about my podcast, and that's not right. And I want to say, if you have a belief in a god or gods or higher power, anything like that, you should request up. But unless Kat can let someone into the panel, Thrayle may be dozing. Blake, do you want to take a guest on without Thrayle? Thrayle may wake up. Who knows?
Sure, we can try it. As long as Kat also has the trapdoor lever.
That's right. Can you keep a hand on that? I think we are ready, Kat, if you want to.
It's been an honor to communicate with you.
Hello, God. God, can you say your full name? Wait, your full name is God Provides. Can you give us your age? Can you give us your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm in my mid-30s.
And do you believe in a God or gods or higher power, something like that?
Yes, I believe in the Elohim of Elohim, in which all things are connected into oneness.
And when you say the Elohim of Elohim, can you explain a little bit about what that means?
It is a term found in the Bible in Psalm 136, verse 2. So, basically the God of gods.
And is this the same God that appears repeatedly throughout the Bible?
In a complicated way, I would say that the Bible speaks of multiple gods. I recommend looking into Psalm 82 to verify that there are multiple gods.
And have you read the entire Bible?
Yes.
And do you believe that it is the literal word of God actually true?
That is a very good question. I do believe at certain points in the Bible, the Elohim of Elohim is prophesying through people. In the New Testament, there are people that are giving their opinions about things. So I would say certain parts of the Bible have deeper truths than others. And I do not agree with certain things that certain people have said in the Bible.
But regardless of whether you agree or not, is it all the word of God or only part of it?
I would say it's all about God. I do not know that I would call everything that's contained in the Bible as the word of God by my definition.
So if we were to look at sort of the different parts, and we begin with the origin story, and then early history like the flood, does that all seem, do you regard that as factual retelling?
I do believe the Bible contains at least 2 floods. The one that's pointed to in Genesis 1 verse 2, and the one that's Noah's flood, I believe around Genesis chapter 6.
And these are factual historical accounts.
In my opinion, I am very open to them actually happening. So yes, I lean towards that they are, that they actually happened.
Do you believe that there were any survivors of the flood besides those on the ark?
Well, that is a very interesting question, because during that time you had where beings came to the earth, known as the sons of gods, that had the B'nai Elohim. So they come to earth, as also talked about in Jude. They came from a different habitation somewhere else to come to earth, as also talked about in 1st Enoch, which is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way. These beings come to earth, they interbreed with humans. Because they have the power to come to earth and be with humans, so according to 1st Enoch, Azazel, which was one of them, was tied underneath the earth. But there could be B'nai Elohim that escaped, because if they had the ability to come to earth, they could leave earth and survive the flood that way. So only those in the flood and those who had the ability to leave Earth would theoretically survive. And the B'nai Elohim, when they interbreed with humans, their hybrid offspring was called the Nephilim. And because Nephilim are on the earth after that time, as it says, any time that the B'nai Elohim come to earth, they have, if Nephilim are around, it's because they interbreed with humans. So because Nephilim are around later, it is therefore good logic to say that they returned, or different B'nai Elohim returned. I'm sorry for such a long answer, but it was a very good question.
No, it's a good answer. No, but isn't this problematic? Do you see where it's problematic?
Why?
Wasn't the purpose of the flood to rid the earth of the Nephilim?
I should say, usually what happens is the Elohim of Elohim usually does negative or positive reinforcements. The issue was that there was a lot of evil, and another issue was that these beings brought a lot of knowledge which the humans and a lot of beings were using for evil. That was the issue. And basically there would be a consequence, and the flood was the consequence. I would have to look into what I believe the goal of the flood was, but sometimes God says, like, this evil happened, so there has to be some type of consequence. And it's usually either negative reinforcement or positive reinforcement.
So the flood, I mean, I guess there's two different points here. One is that the flood was purely a punishment, but also that the flood did have a purpose, because regardless of whether it was effective, it did wipe out all human and animal life.
Except for those on the ark.
And in the air, I guess, or in the sea. So do we posit that there is a more complex reason other than what is stated in the Bible?
Well, are you talking about God's ultimate goals? Because I would say the Elohim of Elohim's ultimate goals is for everybody to focus on the Heavenly Father and behave as a family together. That is the goal. So.
And did the flood help to accomplish that goal?
Well, I know this may sound like an interesting answer, but if the Genesis 1 verse 2 flood was a complete thing where everybody was eliminated in that flood, or a lot more beings were eliminated in that flood, then this one is progress because more beings survive this one. And then you have a progress in the Bible where you have more beings that are intercessing on behalf of other beings. So this could be a giant lesson where beings are supposed to intercede on behalf of other beings. And we do see that Noah was a preacher of righteousness, and therefore Noah was trying to help. So through the progress of the Bible, through the timeline, you see that more beings are attempting to intercede in order to help other beings, because it's about reconciliation.
I do want to stop the roll here and just go back for a second. And Thrayle might be joining us again. When you talk about Genesis 1 verse 2, the flood there, what beings were affected by that?
Well, so if you go to the Hebrew, there's the words tohu and bohu, which I believe tohu, one of those words is only in the Bible a couple of times. One is in Isaiah 45:18, which says that God did not create in tohu, the earth in tohu. Now the other one is Jeremiah 4:23, which is an event where it says, I looked at the earth and it was tohu and bohu. So we have a look of what that looks like. So in other words, I would recommend reading Jeremiah chapter 4 in the context around Jeremiah 4:23. We get a look of what that looks like. And basically, tohu and bohu are usually connected to a destruction that is caused by a negative reinforcement by the Elohim of Elohim. So those words are connected to where Elohim and of Elohim, and that's why we see such a chaotic situation happening in Genesis 1 verse 2.
I don't have the Bible pulled up. Blake, do you know that verse?
Would you like me to? Sure, I can read Jeremiah 4 if you would like me to.
No, I'm actually curious about Genesis 1 verse 2. What does it say?
I'd be happy to read it
That'd be great.
you. All right, let me pull it up. So I will pull up. Would you like the English or the? Well, I'll give you the English, and then we can discuss.
And also which translation you're using.
All right, I am currently in the KJV, but I can move to another one if you want to. All right. So Genesis 1 verse 2, correct?
first, yeah. It's wildly problematic, but let's try that one.
Okay, so in the KJV, Genesis 1:2 reads, "And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters."
So that in my reading, that has always meant there's only one entity in that verse, and it is the Spirit of the Lord, right?
Well, actually, when you have Genesis 1 verse 1 that says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth," the word is Elohim, which is a fancy word because it could refer to a plurality. Like Elohim is a plural term.
Right. I mean, and in terms of the translation from the Hebrew, there can be from the summit when Elohim began to create, or in the beginning when Elohim began to create.
Well, so in my opinion, when I read the Hebrew of...
Sorry, my alarm went off.
Oh, that's fine.
In my understanding from a translation from the Hebrew, I don't know how much you heard, but from the summit when Elohim began to create, or in the beginning when Elohim began to create, the earth was without form. So where are the beings that are wiped out in that flood?
So this is a great question. So I would say if you go to the Hebrew of chapter 1, verse 1 of Genesis, I believe that's a complete statement where, like, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So if you look at that as a complete statement, period, I believe that as happening. So I believe in verse 1, everything is created, which is exactly why it's talking about water in verse 2, because how did the water get there? The water got there because it was created already in verse 1. And I believe that there's a massive, massive time jump, theoretically, between Genesis 1 and verse 2. So the question is, how much stuff happened between verse 1 and verse 2 because water is there? Right?
Yes, but I think this is massively reading in, and also you have to take into account that the KJV is playing around a lot with that, with verse 1. Because from the Hebrew, it's when Elohim began to create, instead of at the start. I think it's It's either from the summit or at the start when Elohim began to create. The earth was void. I can't get the right translation. If Rob was here, he would do a great job. It's a different kind of statement than in the beginning, the Lord created the heavens and the earth.
Well, I encourage everybody to read Jeremiah 4:23. May I read it? It
Yes.
connects very well.
How long is it?
It's very short.
Okay.
So Jeremiah 4:23 says, I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form and void, and the heavens, and they had no light. You will notice that Jeremiah 4:23 connects very well and uses the same exact Hebrew words as Genesis 1 verse 2. So my thoughts say that whatever Jeremiah is describing, he's describing something that's in the exact same Hebrew wording as whatever's happening in Genesis 1 verse 2, and then is therefore relevant.
No, it's closer, and it's closer to the Hebrew, as Kat points out. When God began to create, the earth was formless and void. I mean, that agrees. It's just that I guess I'm not finding a flood that's wiping out any living creatures at that time, unless you read a lot more into it.
Yeah, I guess I don't see any flood because, yeah, from the interlinear, it's over was hovering of God in the spirit of the deep, the face was over in darkness, and void formless was in the earth of the waters, the face. So it's not, it's just like talking about placement more than like a cataclysm of some kind. It's very just like this is here and there, and this was here and there. It's like just describing and setting up what is like about to happen.
But the suspicious thing that you should all consider is two things. One, the words tohu and bohu, you should look into what those words mean. Because if we're making this a realistic movie as possible, we have to say if these words could have better translations as formless and void. Like, if everything is formless and void and there's absolute nothingness, then why is there water? And how did the water get there, right? Because I would say the cataclysm connects to the Hebrew words tohu and bohu. Like, if we're being as fair as we can with the definitions of the words.
What is leading you to believe that there is this alternate, better translation of tohu and bohu?
Oh, I'm sorry about the other noises. The tohu and bohu is because they're very specific words that are associated with a judgment that is a negative.
And where does that come from? Where does that connotation?
Jeremiah 4:23 is
so
the
one
only
other
time.
use is enough to justify saying that this is the only connotation that this word can have that you have two samples of?
One of these words, I'm pretty sure, only occurs in the Bible 3 times. So we only have 3 examples.
So if a word only appears 3 times, is that enough information to say that you can understand the connotation of that word?
If a word is only used 3 times, then we should lean on how it's being used, right? We have to work with what we have.
Should you assume that there is a lack of information and so that you can not necessarily fully understand the connotation? Because at a certain point, you just don't have enough information to make an assumption?
Well, that's why I think we should be open to possibilities.
Why?
I am open to possibilities.
if you don't have enough information, is it better to just say, I don't know, or to just fill that void with something?
That's an excellent question. I do
Because
believe
more info might come along. You might get more info and find out what it means. Like you might find other texts that have more samples of it. Instead of filling that void, you could spend energy on looking for the other examples.
I'm going to jump in here. I think there's a serious question now if Thrayle has left alive, whether we should keep it going.
Yes,
or
very true.
whether we should allow Cat to end the live, which, you know, the music is now gone, and there won't be poetry. But otherwise, I feel like we might be hijacking his thing.
Yeah.
If I knew how to do a poll, I would do a poll. But I think maybe Cat is the authority here right now. All right, Cat is going to let us go a little longer. Cool.
Okay, yeah, just pull out that cane and yank us off the stage at any point in time you feel like Cat.
Like if we unceremoniously, like the whole thing drops, that would be perfectly appropriate. So where we were was questioning the use of the two Hebrew words to imply that the earth in verse 2 is made whole with beings on it that are then wiped out in a flood before we even get to the plants.
Yes. Before whatever happens in verse 3 and on, there is something very suspicious happening in verse 2. And if I was making a movie about what this, because as I'm reading this, right, I'm trying to picture what it's saying and how it's describing it. So I'm just trying to be as honest with the text as possible.
Well, I think we're questioning that. I mean, this is something you believe is there, but it is also, you know, very clearly not there. I mean, in the word formless, it's at this state, the earth is formless. And so how can it contain the forms of other beings?
But if it's formless, how does it contain water? Isn't water a form?
That's another good question. Is that we try to make sense of this, but at what point do you just stop, right? I mean, and maybe the problem is that we're trying to make sense of it.
Well, I think these are very complicated Hebrew words that can mean many different things, which is why there's many possible different interpretations.
Right. But I mean, let me ask you, do you ever consider that the kinds of stories told by nomadic people may not stand up to this sort of scrutiny?
Can you repeat that question, please? Or can you repeat what you said, please?
Well, if we imagine nomadic people telling stories about their origin, telling basically stories that are who we are and where we come from, and these are the surviving remnants of those stories, why do we assume that these stories can stand up to the kind of scrutiny, kind of on the atomic level of using them to explain the beginnings of the universe?
Welcome back, Thrayle.
I might not be all the way back yet.
Jimmy's still asking you a question.
Yes. I can answer.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, I guess no, I think I said it right. Go ahead.
Yes. So my answer is, I view it as I'm willing to hear out their testimony and view the truth in it. If there is truth, I'm willing to look at it.
But then I guess I just wonder why. You know, we have a contradiction in the verse itself, as the earth was without form, and the Spirit moved over the face of the deep, which is form. Why then add more stuff to that, which would add more form and create further contradiction?
Well, in my opinion of studying that Hebrew word, I don't think formless is the correct word here at all.
What word do you think is more correct in translation?
Destroyed. And in fact, the word was there can also be translated to the word became. So the verse could read something like, verse 1 says, God created the heavens and the earth. Verse 2, the earth became wrecked and destroyed, and the Spirit was hovering over the face of the waters. Something like that.
Well, but when those words are switched out, is that what it says? Or would it say, in the spirit of the deep, the face over your first replacement and your second replacement formless? Which, does that make sense?
I mean, it becomes a very different story, right? So, I mean, I think that's probably what you're trying to say. It would be, in the beginning, when Elohim began to create, the earth had already been destroyed.
Yes, it's the Hebrew word tohu, which we could either, in fact, let me go into that word right now.
Before you do, I have no idea how I could be such a negligent host, but thank you so much, Philly Red, Insomnia, Heather's Descent, Donna BL, Anki Bubs, Forget Me Nots, Preach It, and also 96. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you for helping with the goal.
Welcome back, Thrayle.
Who said I ever left?
Especially with the concept of oneness.
We have a Joshua Bowen in the house.
Hell yeah.
Or I see a comment that says we have a Joshua. Yes, we do have a Joshua Bowen in the house. This is a wonderful opportunity, of course, but I don't know if Dr. Bowen wants to come up. Go ahead, Thrayle, sorry.
Oh, he spoke to GoPro yesterday. Just a little bit when... I don't know, GoPro, did you take on anything that Dr. Josh said about the Sumerian stories?
I wrote down everything he said. I'm in the process of researching, but I haven't yet processed it.
But at present, I mean, even after speaking to him yesterday, you still have a belief that the Anunnaki, I think it was, that they are somehow extraterrestrial beings.
This is a good question. Yes, according to my understanding, it connects actually very well with the Bible itself. And yes, I do understand that, from my understanding, they are extraterrestrials.
Good morning, Dr. Josh. Having a little deja vu.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Josh. I didn't expect the extraterrestrial. That completely knocks out into a different direction.
Sorry, the spoilers.
Before that, I thought we were having an interesting conversation about whether or not the opening 2 verses of Genesis refer to a global catastrophe.
It wasn't just the opening 2, it was just verse 2, right?
That's true. I brought up verse 1.
In what way is verse 2 about a global catastrophe?
GoPro, you were saying that the first flood is in verse 2, Genesis 1, and that there's an implication with, and I forget the words that you were using, that they were beings that had been wiped out by the face of the deep. Am I getting that right?
It's the word specifically tohu and bohu. So tohu is the word that they're translating to formless, but it has other possible meanings that are connected to Jeremiah 4:23, where these words are. And one of these words only appears in the Bible 3 times.
Just to understand, to make sure I understand, this is you saying that the tohu and bohu, and it's used in Jeremiah, is not a callback or a reference to Genesis, but instead it somehow defines what Genesis is saying when it says tohu and bohu.
If I have the opportunity to read Jeremiah 4:23 again, it is very close to the exact same thing as
I guess you're not
Jeremiah 1:2.
hearing me. You're saying when it happens in Jeremiah, it's not a reference to when it happened in Genesis. It's that somehow that's the other way around. That Genesis is calling back to a later text. How does that work?
Yeah, so I understand your question. It's a great question. So either it's something very similar to Genesis 1 verse 2, or it's, in my opinion, could be describing Genesis 1 verse 2. It's either two of those possibilities.
Describing?
Yes.
Why would you think that?
May I read Jeremiah 4:23? It's a very short verse.
Yes.
And this is the
It
KJV,
says,
by the way.
yes, in the KJV, Jeremiah 4:23 says, I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form and void, and the heavens, and they had no light.
Lo. Why KJV?
It is what is on the.
It's just what was handy.
Source that I'm using. Yes.
Bible Gateway.
Blue Letter Bible.
Oh, Blue Letter. Interesting. Oh, that's right. I remember asking about this. Why the blue letter? What are the blue letters indicating?
I do not know why they named it that.
Does it have blue letters?
They
That
do
has
have a
something
lot
to
of
do with
blue.
like internet links being in blue, I suspect.
I imagine Red Letter Bible was already taken.
If we were to try a different translation, I forget what is it? The New Revised Catholic UE. I can't. It doesn't come to mind.
The New Revised Standard Updated Edition.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, NRSV is a good one. GoPro, does it matter to you if your understanding of the Bible is true or not?
Yes, because I want the truth. I love the truth.
You want the truth. Do you not think that it's possible that in some cases, like for instance with this tohu and bohu line, is that possible that you are trying to make what you want fit rather than accepting what's actually written there?
It is possible because humans are filled with all kinds of incentives and motives. And so I could try to be fair, but you're right, I could be biased. So it is possible. But I do want the truth.
Do you mind if I ask what may seem like a tangential question, but I think it's actually important moving forward, at least for me.
I love your tangents. Let's hear where this one goes.
So, what do you think of like scholars in the field? So, if someone were to say to you, Professor, I don't know, Ron, what's your internal reaction to that?
This is a great question. So I feel like you're asking me, how do I feel about biblical scholars?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not just biblical, but I mean like scholarship in general.
I have a few test verses to see how they interpret certain verses that are extremely controversial, to see how they handle it. And if I feel like they handle controversial verses honestly, I'm more willing to listen to them. But I feel like if they don't handle the controversial verses well, then I don't take them as seriously, to be honest.
So this is going to sound like a stupid question. I hope it's not. How do you know what those controversial questions verses mean?
You mean like Isaiah 45 verse 7, which says that God creates all light and darkness and good and evil? Well, that's a fun one.
It doesn't say good and evil, but
what?
It doesn't say good. It doesn't say good and evil, but it doesn't. But I understand your point.
May I
but how do you?
That?
Sure.
I would say, according to certain translations, as the KJV says, it does say, what does it say? Peace and evil?
Yeah.
Okay. Please continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fine point. That's what I was saying. It was a fine point of distinction. Peace, not good. But that's why I said I catch your point. But I mean, and I'm not trying to be cheeky here. I promise. But I was a fundamentalist evangelical for 26 years. So like there's a certain mindset that I remember, and I'm trying to just ascertain if maybe you and I are whatever similar in this regard. I was very skeptical of scholars like as a default. And the question that I never really truly engaged with, because it didn't even occur to me to ask the question of myself, is how do I know? So like with that verse, how do you know how Ra should be translated there? Like, how do you know?
So it sounds like you're asking me a personal question of how I personally check, and what I do is I look to where that word is used, and I'm very fortunate in that word is used many, many, many times in the Bible, which I can compare to get a basic feel of how that word is translated to see if it's being treated fairly, and also I can insert the other possibilities of what it could be. And I also look at the context, right? Let's talk about Isaiah 45:7 for a second.
Well, before we do,
Yeah.
sorry, God, and I think here. So let me ask you a question. Given what you just said, do you think that those scholars don't know that?
Do I think they don't know it? Yeah,
like what you just described is the most basic, fundamental, like point of lexicography. It's like the first thing that you learn to do when you're trying to ascertain what a particular lexeme means. So like when you say, I can go to these other passages and see what they say, like it's almost a truism of lexicography. It's like, yeah, of course, that's what we all do.
It would seem that certain scholars are biased because certain verses are abundantly clear. Like, if I could give 2 examples, please?
Sure.
May I give 2 examples?
Please.
So, Isaiah 45:7 has the poetic, where it's very poetically like light, darkness, peace, evil. You get the feeling of, if you're trying to figure out light is to darkness as like X is to Y, and you're trying to plug in stuff, that gives that, where you should be fair with the poetry that's being given. In Ephesians 1:11, it talks about how everything is being predestined according to his will. So
okay,
now if a scholar...
Pause for a second. Sorry. So wait, maybe don't pause. Are you trying to connect Isaiah 45 and Ephesians, or is that your other verse?
Yeah, I'm talking about how some things are very obvious.
I'm so sorry. Please, go ahead. I thought you were trying to connect those two, and I had a question about it. But sorry, you're just giving your second verse. Please, I apologize. Yes. Go ahead.
So now, there's this verse, Ephesians 1:11, which says that everything is predestined, and it's predestined by the one who is working everything according to his will. And then I have scholars that believe in human free will based on this verse. And so they have a bias going into this verse, and they're probably looking at it and be like, how can I squeeze in free will into Ephesians 1:11? And I have fun looking at the gymnastics that they're about to do to tackle that.
I see. Yeah. So to be very fair with what you're saying, I think that's absolutely a part of one's methodology. It needs to be one part of one's methodology, ascertaining the biases of the people that are doing the interpreting. No question. Like I am 100% with you I'm on board. So I would push back a little on Isaiah 45:7 because I don't think it's as clear as maybe you do. I think there's actually tension in the text itself. So you don't have a dichotomy of Tov and Ra, which is the normal dichotomy, right? Instead, you have Shalom and Ra, which throws an additional layer of complication into it. So that alone, I think, makes it less than overtly straightforward. But I think maybe let's take it to something that you don't think is quite as clear, maybe. So if I were to ask you about, let's say, slavery in the law. And I'm sure everyone just like sucked in a bunch of air, gasping that is going to bring up slavery. Like, you can imagine that that would also be a place where, particularly someone with theological presuppositions, might bring biases to the text that someone who doesn't hold said theological, presuppositions might not, right? So like when you see the text saying in Exodus or Deuteronomy or Leviticus, here are the laws about how you purchase slaves, or the laws concerning the treatment of slaves, like what do you think about that? And if a scholar, long question, sorry, if a scholar were to say this is actual chattel slavery, I don't know, but just what, and you have another scholar that's saying, no, this is like indentured servitude and it's not, it's not as bad as what we think it is. Like, how do you wade through those water?
It's an amazing question. Say, if something is in the Bible and it's undodgeable, one has to admit that it's definitely in the Bible. And then the next questions they should ask is, why is it in the Bible? And how is it part of the bigger picture? And how long is it in the Bible? And how many times is it being addressed? And why is it being addressed?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I agree with much of that. But in this regard, like, let me be much more, I guess, clear in my question, because I think my question was a little ambiguous. The vast majority of scholars' consensus position is that the Hebrew Bible endorsed the social institution of slavery. Christian apologists will very, very frequently say, no, it's a different kind of slavery than what we're thinking of. So, how do you navigate that?
I do believe in the concept that God, in the Bible, gives the concept of using evil for good and works all things together for good. So I do believe that God is ultimately working all things together for good.
So he's working slavery for good?
Like, who's good, exactly?
Is it for the slaves?
The conceptual theory is that God is working all things together for good, and there's lessons in everything.
So is he using slavery for good so that we can learn a lesson from it that we couldn't have somehow learned otherwise? He says, here's the rules, do this way.
So I will give the example of Job, if I can, really quick, is that I would say that God is giving a lesson to Satan, and he's about to do a lot of things to Job, and then he ends anyone. Yes?
Who is Satan?
Would you like me to give a basic of who Satan is?
Yeah, just a basic. Like, who is Satan?
So,
especially in relation to Job, right? That's
yes.
what you're talking about.
Yes. So in Job, the sons of gods appear before the Elohim of Elohim. Satan is among them. However, you asked, who is Satan? And I would say that Satan was originally the high priest of the earth and is a dragon angel, I suppose I would describe him as. He was.
Where did you get that?
there's a lot of connections in the Bible. In Isaiah, Ezekiel, Genesis, Revelations, I kind of tied it all together because you asked me who is.
So in
Satan.
Job, a dragon angel challenges God about his devoted follower.
It's interesting. Actually, God brings
Why
up
do
Job
they
to
never?
Satan.
Right. Why do they never mention that he's a dragon? Why doesn't that come up in Job?
Because their appearances of the sons of God and Elohim are not described. Their appearances aren't described in that passage.
Anywhere in Job.
Yeah, I don't think their appearances are described. I know it says that God appeared in a whirlwind at the end, but other than that, appearances aren't described.
So how is it you're able to assume that this Satan character from Job is a dragon?
Because of Revelation.
Why would you assume that that's the character from Job?
Because it says that ancient serpent, the dragon.
Yeah, does it say any of that in Job?
It says Satan.
Satan, which means what?
Yeah.
Is it a name?
It's either a name or a title, I do believe.
What does it mean?
I do believe the title means adversarial, but the name is referring to a being known as Lucifer. Although Lucifer is a title as well. It's complicated.
What is Lucifer? Where does that arrive in the Bible?
Yes. Lucifer is either in Ezekiel or Isaiah, because I connect those passages together.
I'm sorry, what does it say about Lucifer?
It describes that Lucifer is perfect, once a high priest over the earth that was perfect until they got distracted by pride.
Where does it say that?
Let me find it for you, because you are asking very good questions.
Mm-hmm.
It's either in Isaiah or Ezekiel. Let me...
So you're obviously going to be in a KJV, right?
I do believe it is in Isaiah chapter 14.
Right. Isaiah 14. Which verse was that?
It would be Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12.
12. Where it says, oh no, how you are fallen from heaven, O day star of son of dawn. That? I guess I'd have to use a KJV for it to say Lucifer, wouldn't I?
It does say Lucifer in the KJV, that is correct.
Does it say that in any other translation?
I am not sure.
Well, I just read from an RSV, and that didn't say Lucifer.
I see. That's a good question.
What's happening here in 12? We're kind of far down into the chapter. What's going on?
How I interpret it.
What's it say
at
at 4? I'm curious, what does it say at 4?
It says that thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon and say, how hath the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased.
Mm-hmm.
So
the golden city. Your translation is really weird. Mine says insolent fury.
So how I interpret this passage is it's saying that this king reminds God, Elohim of Elohim, of Satan, Lucifer. That's how I interpret this. So that's why it's talking about two different figures. I believe it's using Satan as an allegory for this king.
So it's using Satan in your translation, just yours, where it says, "Oh, how you are fallen from heaven, O day star, son of dawn." In yours, I guess, what does it say? Lucifer, son of the morning.
Going back to verse 12. Yes, O Lucifer, son of the morning. That is correct.
So what makes you think that this is about this taunt for the king of Israel? What makes you think that this is about a dragon?
Is because we see this figure, the serpent Satan, in Genesis, and then we see this figure, serpent Satan, in Revelation, and this character is throughout the whole Bible. So
You're saying this character. Why are you assuming it's the same character?
Yeah, the serpent? I never understood that leap. A serpent is an animal.
there are angels described as serpents, like the let me think. There's a six-winged serpent angel called, let me look up what that, I know they're known as fiery serpents as well. Let me look up what that is.
How do you know that they're not the serpent at the end? Why did you decide that that must be the Genesis serpent, and somehow also Satan from Job, and somehow also this son of dawn? How are you connecting all of them to be the same?
It does, the Bible does have some interesting connections, and it is very, it's a lot like if you're making a movie and you're looking at the clues of how it connects. So it's like if I was forced, that are given. So I believe that the clues are honest enough for me to connect the dots. But you're right. Those dots might not be connectable. It's just that I view those dots as connecting.
Could you be connecting them? Go ahead, Josh.
Sorry. I don't want to derail. Thrayle, sorry. If so, this is derailing.
Please do.
I think there's a fundamental assumption here, and you're, just so it's clear, like this isn't meant to be accusatory or something. This is very, very, this is the main thread that runs throughout theology in general, and that is that there is univocality in the text, in the Bible, right? In other words, that it's by one overarching author, God, right? And when you have that, when you come to the text with that view that God is behind all of this, then that gives you some justification for thinking that this text can interpret that text, right? And this, this, I can see a connection between this, and then I can read information from this passage over into this other passage and form this bigger picture. So I'm not saying that given that presupposition that you're unjustified in at least that basic methodology. I think the thing that I would call into question here is, should you come to the text with that assumption of univocality? Because I think what ends up happening in these discussions, or in this line of reasoning, is that, so you begin with univocality. which leads you to interpret the text, the biblical text, in a particular way by doing what you're doing here, right? Well, Revelation says serpent. I've got a serpent in Genesis 3 that seems to be like leading people astray. And so like I can connect those two. And what that ends up doing then is reinforcing the belief that there's univocality behind the text, which then allows you to go back and make the connections, which then makes the strongest. It's a self-reinforcing. It's a cycle, right? And if you stop for a second and say, let me assume for a second that there's not a single voice, and that these are texts that were later brought together by many groups of people throughout, the last, half of the millennium of, before the Common Era, and then the first couple of centuries of the Common Era. And during this time, these texts are brought together, edited, re-edited, for theological reasons in and of themselves. And then that produced this text that we have. If you viewed it that way, you probably wouldn't find the same justification in your mind for viewing the single authorship and then making these connections. Did any of that make sense?
I understand your point, and you brought up a lot of great points, but I would like to say this. It's not that I agree with the council that decided the books that should be in the Bible. In fact, I view First Enoch as canon, by the way. So I'm not like looking at the Bible and being like, how can I make this work? How can I piece together all these puzzles? I'm just looking at each puzzle piece to see if it does indeed fit into part of the puzzle. I would like to think I'm being honest with it. But you are correct in, when I read Ephesians chapter 1, verse 11, which says, he's working all things for his purpose according to the predestiny that he decides. I have to look at, I have to test that theory to see if there is a bigger story in which there's a theme going on. So you're right. I can only test one theory at a time, but I'm trying to be as honest as possible about it.
No, I'm not calling that into question. Sorry, I don't doubt your honesty in this. I think that we're pattern-seeking creatures, right? So if you go into the woods looking for the Blair Witch, you probably will find evidence of the Blair Witch, right? So I'm not calling that into question at all. I think, and I'm not suggesting that you're relying on a council or something. How you GoPro determined, like, this is the corpus of text that I believe to be the inspired word of God or what have you. Like, I'm not calling that into question. I'm just saying that, I think many people in this situation do this, that they begin with a corpus. However they got there, they begin with a corpus. And they say, this is, for lack of a better term, the word of God. And I let me give you an example of where I think this type of univocality can really run into some problems. In Exodus 21, they say if an Israelite or Hebrew debt slave can be made to serve as a debt slave for 6 years, he has to be released in the seventh. But when he's released, that's it. Like, he just goes out free, right? In Deuteronomy 15, the text says you can keep a Hebrew debt slave for 6 years, got to release him in the seventh. But when you do, you got to give him all kinds of stuff. Got to give him, food and supplies so that he doesn't fall back into poverty. But then when you get to Leviticus 25, the text says, if an Israelite sells himself to you, you can't even make him serve as a slave. You have to pay him as a hired worker. And then he stays with you, ostensibly for survival purposes, until the year of Jubilee, the 50th year, not the 7th. And at that point, he and all his land and everything returned to him. So you have three texts that stand in tension with one another. Now, rabbinic sources and certainly Christian sources will look at those and try to find ways to harmonize them. And yet, I think that harmonization is based on the assumption that they're supposed to all be saying the same thing. And I don't think that's an assumption that we should bring to the text. So that's what I mean is I think you're, not you in particular, but a person that views univocality as like a valid, linchpin, is going to seek harmonization where there seems to be disparity or kind of a lot of problems with understanding the text as it stood in its original context. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I have admitted that I do believe that there are certain of Paul's philosophies that clash with certain of Jesus's philosophies, which does not sit well with me at all. And I lean towards Jesus's philosophy against Paul when that happens. So I'm open to there being contradictions within the biblical text combined together, and I'm okay with there being contradiction. I mean, what I mean is, I'm fine admitting that there's a contradiction. That's a better way to say it.
Do you think it's an actual contradiction, or it seems to be a contradiction?
So to give an example of when Jesus talks about, you shall call only one father, you shall call only one shepherd, you shall call only one rabbi, you are all brothers. I believe that Jesus was eliminating human hierarchy. And then Paul seems to be setting up all this human hierarchy stuff, which seems to go against Jesus' philosophy of going to the source directly as possible, each person. And that's where it doesn't sit well with me at all. I would call that a direct super contradiction.
But you think that it's not just so that I understand, it's not just that it seems like one, but if like we were in heaven standing before God and we could say, hey, I know this seems like a contradiction. Can you like explain this to us? Jesus would say to you, oh yeah, that's actually a contradiction.
I want to have that conversation as soon as possible, and I believe in I call them near life experiences. I do not want to NDE because they usually come with like lots of pain and trauma and stuff. So if I can have a near life experience where I just teleport temporarily and come back, I'd like that.
Understood. But I mean, you think that Jesus, as it stands now, you think that Jesus would say, yeah, actually Paul was just wrong about that.
It's interesting that you bring up this point because I thought about this. So you have certain prophets where like the Elohim of Elohim is directly speaking through them, and it's as though God is speaking. Where you have a lot of this New Testament is you have these apostles and they're having discussions. If you read it, they're discussing like, well, what do we tell the Gentiles? What should we tell them to do? And they have the feeling that they're trying to figure this out. In fact, even at times Paul would say like, this is not what Jesus said. This is just my personal opinion of how I think you should deal with it. So you see them having this logic of like, we're the apprentices. We're now running this thing. What do we tell everybody? How do we? So they're, in my opinion, they feel like they're figuring it out. I believe that they were genuine and honest about that they're figuring it out, but I think they're in the phase of figuring it out. And some of the New Testament passages are more wise than others. In other words, like I love 1 John and certain passages. But
if that's the case, and this is just us, spitballing here. But if that's the case, like when you turn to Ephesians 1 and you say, well, the text says God does this, like, how do you know that Paul just wasn't wrong about that? Or whoever wrote Ephesians?
That is an excellent question because, see, I have to be as fair as possible. So I have to say that there is a person out there that theoretically exists that could say stuff that's incredibly wise, and they could also have the ability to say stuff that's incredibly wrong. And I want to believe that I can compartmentalize with that person and just listen to everything they say and say what they just said was incredibly wise. That other thing there was incredibly wrong. That what they said there was incredibly wise. So I believe we each have to have the ability to compartmentalize everything that we hear.
Interesting. I want to say one more thing because I'm just curious as to what your reaction to this will be, and then I promise I will drop. Thank you all for letting me talk so much.
Absolutely.
In Deuteronomy 13, it's an interesting passage, and I think if you read it in the English, you can kind of miss the thrust. Not you, a person, but it's really clear when you read it in the Hebrew. He's talking about when Israel goes into the land, and that make sure that they continue to worship God, don't fall away, and these sorts of things. And part of this is the text talks about, no, I don't have it in front of me, so forgive me for the paraphrase, but it's essentially if a prophet arises, or a dreamer of dreams, and gives you a sign, or a wonder, like a moed, and it comes to pass. Now that word that's used there, it's the Hebrew word bo, and it's used in context of signs and wonders when they come true. Like a prophet says X is going to happen, and the shit happens. Like that's where that verb is used. It's what it means. And it comes to pass. And he says, let's go worship other gods. The text says, don't listen to him. But the reason is that God is testing you to see if you will follow his commands. And the verb for test there, nasa in the PL, it's the same verb that's used in places like Genesis 22, where God is testing Abraham to see if he's faithful. So the upshot of this is that God will send, ostensibly here, a prophet or a dreamer that will do a genuinely supernatural thing to test you, to see if you'll actually listen to him. This shit's crazy. So the reason I bring that up is and it seems a little goofy, so forgive me. I just want to hear how you would think about this. How do you know, if Paul can be wrong, how do you know, Paul's writings, let's say, aren't God giving a false prophecy or a series of false prophecies with genuine signs and wonders involved to test you, to see if you'll actually hold true to Jesus' teachings?
That is an excellent question. Bravo. That's excellent. That's excellent. That's excellent. Well, first it makes me think of Earth as an example. Earth is a super controversial place, right? And so if Elohim is in charge of everything and deciding everything, surely Elohim of Elohim is in that. But yes, we have examples of God saying that do not lie, and yet God sends lying spirits. We have all these interesting, controversial things that happen. And what you're saying is absolutely correct. He does test. He does do a lot of controversial things. And yes, because so many things are so controversial and so complicated, it's hard to figure out who's doing what and why. Why is God doing that? Why is this person doing that? Why are they doing that? How are they doing that? It is a very complex thing to figure out. And for me, it's a lot of fun to figure out, by the way.
No, I hear you. All right, well, I will stop monopolizing up here. Guys, thank you again. And again, appreciated the conversation yesterday. Appreciate it today. If I can be of any help with this Assyriology, Sumerian, Akkadian stuff, definitely let me know.
Appreciate you, Dr. Josh, every time. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. I'll let you drop me down so I don't mess with your algorithm, Thrayle. Thank you for having me up.
Absolutely. Big W's for Dr. Josh. As always.
Different Acadia, just to be clear, everybody, different Acadia.
Oh, were you thinking sandworms? Or is that
Arrakis.
Arrakis? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we were talking about Cajun Acadia earlier. Different Acadia
was that
than
happening?
ancient Syrian
That
Acadia.
must have happened during my
Oh,
brief,
yeah.
absence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea what I missed there.
We talked at
I don't.
length.
Yeah, I realize how much time that was. So, thank you guys all for sticking around, and thank you guys for carrying on. As long as I'm rested, it's for the 30 minutes or so that I think I was out. But God's promise. Why? I'm sorry. God provides. Your name is so GoPro.
Before we go on, I should probably drop down at this point.
Oh, well, Jimmy. Okay. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. It was fun. It was fun, fill in the gaps here. It was good.
Well, I bet you did amazing when I wasn't looking, and you definitely did when I was, so thank you. Big W's for Jimmy, of course, and good morning, Morgan.
Good morning. Sorry, I had to get my my indoor chainsaw out the door for work this morning.
Your indoor chainsaw. Oh, okay, I got you. Well, I appreciate you joining us. God's promise, does it matter to you? Well, see, I've asked you so many of these questions already. What answers do you think have changed for you most recently? I'm not going to time frame it.
So you're saying of any question that was asked, do I have a different perspective now?
Yeah, and you don't even have to hinge it on questions we've asked, questions you've recently asked yourself or been asked about your faith. What's the most recent thing where an answer has changed for you?
That's a very good question. So you're saying a new answer, right? If I have a new answer for something, that's anything, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I've been trying to process that if God is working all things together for good, I'm trying to process how to look at that from all different angles. I'm sorry for laughing.
That's all right. Or I don't know, something about the Pauline epistles. But so you said, I'm sorry, I stepped on it with the joke. Repeat your answer. What is it that you actually have felt where your answers are changing?
Well, if God is working all things together for good, and there's a lesson in everything, that means that I should try to look at everything through everybody's shoes and from everybody's perspectives more. Instead of me looking at everything. I should try to look at everything from everybody's shoes simultaneously, from everybody's perspective. So like God's perspective, Satan's perspective, your perspective, everybody's perspectives. And try and understand everybody's journeys and appreciate it. So appreciate everybody's journey.
How is this an answer changing?
Because I was questioned about privilege, and that got me thinking a lot about the privilege. And so it got me on a deep dive of thinking about, like, what would it be like for someone who you stated that was without privilege? And that got me into thinking. I'm still processing, because there's a difference between sympathy and empathy, right? If I've not experienced something that somebody else has gone through, I can only sympathize. I can only empathize if I go through exactly what they went through, right?
I don't know if that's accurate, but
yeah, I'm still processing.
I think sympathy and empathy are more in whether or not you can relate to it. I don't know if sympathy requires you to relate to and feel the sorrow or whatever it is the person's going through. Empathy is more about feeling it. I don't know, but I don't know, maybe there's some perfect empathy if you match the steps completely and go through the same thing. I don't know that that's empathy or if that's just, both of you going through shit.
Yeah,
it's interesting
when you can actually like step into the person's mental state or wait, did I just say it wrong? Empathy is where you can empathy is where you can step into the person's mental state. Sympathy is where you can just like abstractly understand that they're having a bad time, but not really step into the mental state.
It's like feel bad for you rather than feel bad like you.
Yes.
So this makes me wrestle with, because I know for a fact that Christianity encourages empathy because Christ has empathy. That's the whole thing. So Christians should have empathy. So theoretically, I wonder if it's more optimal that I go through more things so that I could empathize with more people, and if I would wish for that. I'd like to think that I should wish for that if I wish to be empathetic as I should. Does that make sense?
So you're just saying that you are recognizing that you should experience more so that you can empathize more. And that in what way does this is you questioning your privilege, right?
Because if the Bible says that I should have empathy because Christ has empathy for everyone, then, and I should be like Christ because Christ has empathy, then yeah, if I can't have empathy for those without privilege, how can I empathize with them? I can't. So then I would have to be in that category in order to empathize with them. Yes, so I'm processing right now. I'm questioning.
Do you have to be within a category of people to be able to empathize with them?
I think you have to experience what they experienced in order to empathize. I think that's how the word empathy works. You have to experience exactly what they experienced, or something akin to what they experienced in order to empathize.
For you to be able to abstractly understand what somebody else is going through, do you feel like that can only happen for you when you have experienced that same thing?
Can you repeat what you just said?
do you feel like you can really, or not really, but do you feel like you, I feel like I'm just asking I'm asking kind of a circular question, but do you, do you think that that is true for you? Because like, that is not technically what empathy means. Like, empathy is being able to understand a person's situation even if you haven't experienced it yourself. And so that's what I was kind of trying to ask you, if like that's your experience. Can you only feel bad for somebody or like understand their situation if you've experienced it yourself?
That's why I'm saying that's in the category of, to me, of sympathy. And I do think sympathy is, because sympathy is more of imagination, where like I can try to imagine what it's like, but I can't really relate or exactly resonate with it, can I? I can just imagine. Now, depending on how good your imagination is, theoretically, maybe you could get close or in the vicinity of empathy, depending how good your imagination is, I suppose. But I don't know if that's fair. Like, imagine I collected all the data of what a certain fruit tastes like a Murasaki Akabe, a purple fruit in Japan that I've never tasted.
For clarity's sake, we don't need quite all that. But so, for clarity's sake, in this conversation, would it surprise you to know that that is a proprietary definition, or like not exactly what people?
It's like you're taking the idea of empathy and you're giving it this gold standard sort of high end ideal of what empathy should be according to you. That it should be you have had that experience, so therefore you relate. But what you were saying about the idea of with a good enough imagination, theoretically, right? That is more, I think, in line with what people tend to say about empathy. It's more being able to relate because you can envision, like taking a moment and imagining you were born in a different circumstance. Imagining that you are born in a circumstance where your nation is at war. And so you are coming up seeing death around you and starvation and oppression and subjugation and all kinds of things maybe you're experiencing. You could imagine these things, right? As I described. If I described in more detail, you could imagine better and maybe imagine what it feels like to be that person. To relate to how they might feel. Like you might in a book even when reading about a character.
No more details, please.
That's why I realized where I was going and stopped.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Didn't want to depress anyone.
That was an excellent example. Yes,
no, that one just hits really close to home.
Yes, very powerful. So I did just look up the definition of empathy, and you are correct. And I suppose I was not correct. So you're right. I am describing an extremely high-level branch of empathy where we're encouraged to have the highest level of empathy in the Bible, according to Jesus. So yes, I'm only discussing this concept of this super high-level empathy because it's being encouraged with Christ philosophy.
So you're saying that in this philosophy, you should actually induce your own suffering in order to empathize with those who suffer.
I wouldn't put that. I would say that the Christian should go to God and say, please, Heavenly Father, since this high level empathy is so good, please give me a journey that gives me a high level empathy.
Where is this high level empathy described in the Bible?
With Jesus.
Where?
That's an excellent question. I will find the specific verse, but I do believe it brings up the exact word empathy.
Right, but is it this standard? Or are you just applying this sort of ideal empathy to a word in the Bible?
It is based on Hebrews 4:15. I will go to that verse. It goes very specific into this. Oh, and it actually uses the word sympathy. How about that? But it goes into the concept of, I'll read it. It's a very short verse, if I may.
You said Hebrews 4.
Yeah, chapter 4, verse 15.
And you're going to be reading from a KJV again, right?
Yes. You can read from your version if you'd like.
Chapter 4, verse
15.
15. So that would be, for we have not a high priest who is unable to sympathize with our weakness, but one who in every respect has been tempted as we are, yet without sinning.
So, in my opinion, the feeling of this verse is like he's been through everything we've been through and is therefore able to relate.
How has Jesus been through everything we've been through? There's a lot of things Jesus hasn't been through. To have horrible atrocities that have been done to women in his period. He even called them a dog.
I do believe there's a prophecy that say that his beard was ripped.
His beard was ripped.
I do believe that. Something like that.
How does that relate to being like a woman in that time?
Well, they mentioned the head shaven.
What?
So you think having your beard ripped is the same as being humiliated in front of an entire culture of people and having all of your hair gone?
Wasn't
And
he
hair
brought...
is a huge status symbol in that culture.
Wasn't the crucifixion where he was paraded through the streets to be with the crucifixion? Wasn't that a humiliation?
I mean,
thing?
that was a legal punishment. So
Because growing up, I did hear a lot about how Jesus is supposed to relate to me, but I never heard of any passages where he actually experienced anything like what I've experienced. So can Jesus relate to even someone like me? Has he not experienced the atrocities that I've experienced?
Well, there's a major mystery of what he did experience growing up, but my understanding is that what Hebrews 4 is implying is that he has been through... I think he had a rough life on Earth. If I'm interpreting Hebrews 4 correctly, I think his experience on Earth was rough in that he could empathize or sympathize with everybody.
If the infantile gospels are to be believed, he was a menace. It was like some B horror movie stuff. Very Omen. Very, very Omen, actually.
very Damien.
I've not read them.
Have you read the passages where he doesn't display very much empathy?
I've read the Gospels. I've read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, but like with the Samaritan woman, when he called her a dog and refused to help her at first, was there empathy there for her, or was he excluding her because she wasn't the one he was supposed to sympathize with? She was Samaritan.
In my opinion, he was just testing her, and then he was delighted to see her faith. And I think it brought him a lot of joy. So I think that was just a scenario where he was testing to see how she would react.
Wasn't she already begging? After being turned away.
In that scenario that you're referring to, you're talking the one about the dogs, right?
Yeah, 15, 20. Sorry.
What passage is this?
It'll be in 15, 20. It's the second half of chapter 15.
Of what, Matthew?
Oh, sorry,
Luke?
yes. Matthew. I believe it is in Luke as well, but Matthew 15.
All right, let me go to it. Matthew 15. Matthew 15, verse...
It might
what?
be Mark. I'm sorry, it might be Mark that it's also in, but 15, Matthew 15, it's going to be around.
Yes. Yes. It says that she came and she worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, it is not meet to take the children's bread and cast it to dogs. And she said, truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat the crumbs which fall from their master's table. Then Jesus answered and said unto her, O woman, great is thy faith. Be it unto thee.
How is that great is your faith? Like, what changed? Is it because she outsmarted him? Or is it because she, used his metaphor against him? Like, is that what great faith is? She was already begging. So what was the faith displayed in her response?
The faith in her response was that even though he said that, she still was pressing in.
Is it because she agreed she's a dog? She's like, yes, I'm a dog, but I will wait for the scraps to fall. And that's the faith?
I do believe that the Elohim of Elohim is looking for very good negotiators, and she is an excellent negotiator. So I would link excellent faith with excellent negotiation, if I'm honest.
Why is excellent faith?
Is just agreeing with someone to get what you want?
Negotiating.
I don't. Can you explain to me your understanding of negotiating?
So, if I were to look at this passage, the person that's negotiating is saying, "Hey, I would like some healing," and then the other person says,
I didn't ask about the passage. I'm asking about your understanding of what negotiating is.
I would say negotiating is discussing terms and discussing ideas of what is agreeable that both can come to terms and agree to do and collaborate together. That's how I would.
So with that understanding, do you think it is negotiation to agree to being called a slur?
It depends how one interprets words.
Hello?
What if you...
I mean, for example...
What if you replace dog with any other sort of racial slur? Or slurs separating people groups, ethnic or cultural, that you could think of any of them. Don't say them, please. But what if you were to replace dog with any of those words? And she just says it back. Why, yes, I am that, but I shouldn't I get the leavings, sire? Master.
This is a very
that
interesting
faith?
question. I think faith is about relationship with God and discussing all sorts of things with God. And so with the example that you're bringing up, if God talked to me that way personally, I would continue to discuss with God.
But she didn't.
She agreed that she was that, and then said, shouldn't I get something? Isn't that kind of what the message is? Is that the faith?
Well, the way I see it is he paints an allegory. He's like, if food goes to humans, why is it given to dogs? And she cleverly says, well, puppies get crumbs. So it's kind of like a riddle.
What if she barked at him?
No. What if I told you to bark for me?
What if she said, oh, your child is in great suffering and going to unalive, but unless you get out down on all fours and bark like a dog, they're going to unalive. Of course she'd do whatever she could to save her child.
I still think it's presented as a riddle. And she successfully addressed the riddle.
What fucking... Please tell me. I'm so sorry.
What kind of jokes have slurs in them?
A lot of them, but that's not the point.
Not any good ones.
No.
Yeah, like, to be clear, it is an ethnic slur that is still an ethnic slur in the region. Like, it continuously.
Well, I did say that the Elohim of Elohim is into very controversial stuff. To test for faith.
What?
What?
So your Lord using slurs is a test of your faith?
God's a shock jockey now. He's Howard Stern.
World star, apparently.
That's it. It's a little more world star.
What was the question?
Bat's question was actually a good question.
Well, if your Lord is using slurs, what kind of test of faith is that for you?
The test of faith would be, what do I do with it? How do I react to it? For good.
How would you react to it?
Can you please can you paint the scenario in which I'm in it so I can say what I would do in that scenario? Where am I in that scenario?
You see your God. You are in front of your God, and you ask for whatever it is you ask of your God. And instead of helping you, he says, no, you're a, and then calls you a slur.
I would negotiate by saying, listen, I would say, you want to win. I want a good testimony for you to present to others, and it would help me as well. So I think for the sake of everybody, that you helping me would be great. That's how I would negotiate. That's exactly what I would say.
So you
That's a mob boss.
Do you generally
You're literally just depicting a mob boss.
Well, my friend.
Do you generally put credit into people who use slurs?
Do you put faith into people that use slurs?
I mean, this is the Elohim of Elohim we're talking about. This being is
Do you
very
put faith
controversial.
into beings?
Yeah, I believe in the Elohim of Elohim. Faith is very important to me.
What is faith then? Or did we already go over that?
Probably.
Okay.
Do I answer the question or?
Because you likened it unto the ability to, I think, negotiate. And I don't understand how negotiation works with faith, because I have a lot of faith, but my ability to barter and negotiate is not very good at Brandfire.
So faith is a very complex term that I would say is a numerical value, but it has to do with relationship, trust, belief, conviction, perspective. It's a lot of things, but it is very much relationship.
What? None of that was clear. I'm so sorry.
I'm afraid that doesn't tell me what faith is. You're just telling me it's a relationship?
You're not defining anything, you're just replacing words right now.
Okay, so I'll
Does
give
your
a more.
inability to define the word faith portray that you're just using the social cachet that comes along with using the word as opposed to like actually engaging with it?
I can give a much more elaborate response. I appreciate you all. So, the Bible says that you can increase your level of faith through prayer and fasting and hearing the word of God. That's where the relationship. So the relationship comes in by pressing into God. And
Well, what was the question you were asked?
what is faith?
That is not the question that Blake asked you.
What? I'm sorry, please. No, well, you were asked if I was the social cachet of like the concept of faith.
Said if you are unable to define the word clearly, but using it, are you just using the word for the social cachet of it or actually engaging with it?
I mean, I love the word faith. I'd like to believe that I'm directly engaging with it. Define it again, please.
No, you did it once, you're locked forever. Go ahead.
So like I said, it's a numerical value of which through prayer and fasting or through a gift, God gives the faith. And as you focus on God, the more you focus on God and believe in God, the higher the faith is. And then God will test the faith by putting scenarios to test faith. And the way you react is test the quality of your faith. And so through faith, all things are possible. It is also the thing that God is looking for. It says that you cannot please God without faith. And it says that the eyes of the Lord roam to and fro on the earth, looking for those whose hearts are wholeheartedly towards God.
Which part was the definition of faith?
Yeah, like just use faith in the sentence and then see if that definition works for the way that you use faith.
So if I have faith, then all things are possible. If my faith is struggling, I should pray and fast more.
Is that a definition of faith, or is that a reaction to an aspect of your belief system?
I would say that the belief system has a definition of how it uses the concept of faith. Faith is all over the Bible.
We're seeing how you use faith. You're describing its uses, but you're not clearly defining what it is.
Like, what is a synonym of faith?
A relational trust belief. So, relationship, trust, belief, friendship,
Don't you
conviction.
think relationship, trust, and friendship are a little redundant?
And like, do you have those things? Like, you have a relationship and friendship with like your friends, but that's not when somebody like when you say I have faith in God, are you using that in the same way as saying like I have a relationship with God?
Exactly. So I'm when I say I have faith in God, I'm implying
Okay,
that
so when somebody says I have faith in that this person is able to do that, does that definition like fit in that situation?
I would ask them, well, how much faith? I would ask them to describe their faith, because it's measurable and numerically, in my opinion. So it's not.
What if I describe faith as belief in something not seen? Would that be a fair description of faith?
Something not seen. You can have faith in something that's not seen as long as you have a relationship with that thing.
Are you familiar with Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1?
Please let me go to it. That's the Heroes of Faith chapter, isn't it?
It talks a lot about faith in that chapter. It may be a good one to look to if you're still developing a belief in faith.
So it says, now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
So in this passage, is faith just hoping and believing in something you don't see?
I would say that faith is a much more complex concept than that. However, the way faith is being described is also, this is one aspect of faith, I would say. It's what you can do with faith. So, with the relationship that you have, like with your faith with God, you would then therefore negotiate with God about the future, that being the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So if you have a relationship with God, basically, you're going to be negotiating with God about the future and collaborating with God. That's why faith here is linked to hope, because you're discussing the future. Hope is about the future.
Would you be surprised to find that this is another proprietary definition that you're using?
How so?
Like, look up the word faith that the word means.
Like on Google?
Yeah, like, and...
You got a dictionary? If you have a physical dictionary, you could try that, but Google's
complete. It says complete trust or confidence in something, someone or something. However, the second definition says strong belief in the doctrine of a religion based on spiritual conviction rather than proof. I imagine we're going with the first definition.
Well, either one. Do you see how that differs from what you are saying and how that is like getting in the way, like you're building these other theological ideas or trying to communicate them, not even really like building them, but that's where we're getting like kind of confused at this bypass.
Well,
Did he say why he doesn't use Hebrews 11?
What did you say, Thrayle?
Did you say why you don't use Hebrews 11's definition of faith?
No, I said I do, but I say it's a much more complex term than that. That's one aspect of faith.
And then the other definitions on the Google are other aspects of faith. And then there's another aspect of faith that's the long soliloquy of a definition you gave earlier.
Well, like I would say with this first definition, it uses trust and confidence. I also use the words trust and I use the word conviction when I was defining it.
I'm sorry, Blake, what was your question that I stepped all over?
You're saying what I just said?
I was just saying that I kind of forget where I was going now. But
yeah, I really did derail. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're fine. It's your show. Like, do you see how you keep building off of these proprietary definitions, like using faith interchangeable with like relationship, when it's like that's not really what that means. Like within a faith, like you can have a relationship with a deity, but like the word like faith itself doesn't inherently mean all of those other paragraphs of information that you gave us after like belief without proof.
I think having a solid relationship boosts trust, wouldn't you say? So that's why I link relationship and trust together with the main definition of faith. So,
but it's not just faith in things that can something that you can have a relationship with. It's faith in anything.
That is a point.
Like, if you have a faith in that, like, hell exists, but you, like, don't want to ever go there and have a relationship with it. Like, you still have faith that it exists, but you're not going to hopefully have a relationship with it. Like, does that make sense?
You bring up a great point. There should be a specific word for the concept that we're using. I greatly agree with you. Because this word faith is used in so many different ways.
I think that there is. I think that you're putting faith into, like, you're using faith as, like, practicing religion, like, or, like, practicing your faith. Even just saying, like, practicing your faith is in saying that I believe practicing my faith is having a relationship with this deity is very different than saying faith is having a relationship with a deity. Do you see the difference there?
Yes, this is Google's first definition with Google's second definition. I was under the understanding that we were using the first definition.
where we're discussing the concept of complete trust or confidence in someone or something.
Either or. Either of the definitions. Do you understand how what we said or what I just said applies to either of those definitions?
Yes.
Can you repeat back to me what I said about those definitions?
You were saying how the word faith is linked to both of those things, whether it's talking about the complete trust or confidence in something or someone, or it's also talking about the faith as in like the religion, like having faith in the religion. Like faith, the word faith having to do with the concept of a religion. Right?
You got like the shapes and colors of it a little bit, but no, I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna be mean down.
Oh. um. I'm not sure how to jump in and redirect this, especially since we did run a poll and the audience has kind of spoken. But, you know, I appreciate you, GoPro, and we'll do this again.
I appreciate you all too. Love you all.
Hope that you keep asking questions and, you know, look into a few more of those globe earth arguments. We'll catch up again. W's for GoPro.
Okay, I guess
questions. He will do that.
I guess one jab was fair after they were simping for slurs, so.
How's everybody doing?
Doing pretty good. I do see the longtime viewer, subscriber in the requests, and I'm gonna go ahead and set you back down just in case you didn't mean to, but if you did, you know who you are, and you're absolutely welcome to come back up. I just think you might be sleep requesting. And we do have left, right, up, down. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yes, absolutely. I am 20. How are all of you doing, by the way? I hope all well.
Doing great. So, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, and I guess one of my main debates and questions is the definition of the word faith. And you know, I just had a little conversation with one of your mods where I feel like I was
I'm going to
even...
go ahead and drop you if you're just going to talk over me and not answer questions. If you're actually capable of having a conversation where we have an exchange back and forth responding to what the other one says, instead of just saying the things we want to, then you're welcome to request back up.
Also, good morning, Batson Morgan. I've been so rude this morning. I'm highly caffeinated. Be ready.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm happy for you, Blake. I wish I was highly caffeinated too.
I'm caffeinated and well rested. I rested through the caffeinated. Hey there, left, right. We can try this again. You said you're 20 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. What year were you born?
2005.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I feel like I believe in an existence of a creator rather than worshiping said creator.
Okay, so you don't worship the creator that you believe in, but you believe in a creator.
I don't worship because I question his intentions. Because I am a psychology student, and
Fascinating.
yeah, so like I feel like I can.
So
I'm
stop for a moment.
not admitting I'm a
Stop for a
professional
moment,
in any
please.
sort of way.
Please stop. Okay, so you have a belief in a God, creator, something like it, and you don't worship it for some reason related to being a psychology student that I might ask about, but that's not my concern right now. I'm curious. When you say you believe in a creator,
History that has been presented by me. Both of my parents are academic educators in universities that teach philosophy, history, and psychology.
what does any of that have to do with why you believe there is a creator? Or, I'm sorry, not even why. What do you mean by a creator?
A creator, as in, like, I do see patterns within our universe, which is quote unquote unexplainable to me within what we know in our universe.
Pattern that is unexplainable to you.
Well, because I've read our Bible, and I know that it differentiates between quote unquote a human mind versus our God's mind. We cannot comprehend what God thinks and feels.
Stop, please. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and move on because I don't know what it is you're doing, but I don't like it.
I was even about to be like, was I being overly pedantic?
No, that was the most pedantic I think I have ever encountered a person, and there was just too much. Maybe it was nerves. That's a good point. Well, wow. That's an excellent point in the chat there. Maybe it's just nerves, and there. I don't know, Ed. I don't know if it's the education system. I don't know what it is, but yeah. I don't think that was very spicy, Sebastian. I think that was mercy. I just might have been a little spicy about doing it. Oh, it's this guy.
Oh, it's this fucking guy. Yeah. Hey, Bats. Hey, Thrayle. Hey, Blake. Hey, Morgan.
How's it going?
Hello. I came up here for my what the fuck screen, which is going to entail Thrayle. If you had a hot sauce, what would it be called? Yes.
Bone breaker.
Bone break. I think we can play on that a little bit more. Blueberry Inferno. I don't know how that would work.
Oh, that I would love a spicy blueberry salsa. That would be really good.
Yeah, a salsa, yeah. A hot sauce, though, I don't know how that would work
How
out.
do you feel about spicy jams?
Okay,
Yes.
we're going on a direction. So maybe the blueberry would be a thing, because I could do a blueberry jam.
No, but if you're
Candied
just talking about
peppers?
like a hot sauce,
Oh my
you
gosh.
you can put blueberry like in the hot sauce.
Yeah, you can do like you can juice it and use the juice as the base, and oh, that would be really fucking good.
What about a
I know what
blueberry?
I'm doing this autumn.
What about like a blueberry honey spicy sauce? Like a blueberry sweet honey and then the spice of like, I don't know, some ghost pepper.
Like a hot honey with blueberries in it.
Mm-hmm.
We could do that. But what would the name be?
What would the name of the spicy blueberry hot sauce be?
Yeah, that's my question.
Blue fire. No.
What about like boneberry something? Like, you know, like what I'm getting at?
Boneberry burn.
Boneberry burn.
Boneberry just sounds like a discontinued marshmallow cereal. Something wrong with it. We had to cancel the Boneberry.
The blueberry reaper idea.
Reaper's so overplayed with hot sauces. Everything's like, you know, Hot Devil, Reaper, whatever.
It has absolutely no flavor to it.
Hello, Hale. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh yeah. Well over 30.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
The closest thing to a religion that I hold is Hindu.
So you are Hindu. Do you believe in a god?
I'm not Hindu really, but it's like the closest thing that I agree with.
You agree with Hinduism?
I agree with a lot of their practices, yes. I believe.
What practices in Hinduism do you agree with?
I believe in reincarnation. I believe that there might be multiple gods, so to speak.
You believe in reincarnation and that there might be multiple gods. What gods?
Yes.
What is a god?
I believe God in tandem is a multiplication of all spirits. Right?
What is a spirit?
It's something that most of us attribute to a living being that is not tangible, not edible.
One moment while Thrayle reloads.
Edible as in meaning like you cannot consume someone's spirit.
Okay, I'm sorry. My device lagged out there for a second, but I asked you what spirit is, and you said something not edible. Is that what you said? Or did I mishear that?
I said not tangible, something that cannot be touched or felt. But I said also not edible, meaning that it cannot
Okay,
be.
before we go into the edibility of
To
a
be fair,
spirit.
chat did ask that to them.
Okay.
That was a chat question. They didn't just say that. I got your back.
I thought I just volunteered it. So it's something not tangible. What does that mean?
It cannot be touched or grasped. It cannot be obtained.
Obtained. So spirits are unobtainium.
Yes, and it's also inedible.
We're volunteering it now. So why is inedibility an important feature of a soul? Or, I'm sorry, was a spirit? Is there a difference?
Because a person or a body can be edible.
Okay. So the question originally was, what is spirit? Because you said a god was a spirit.
So, what, did I misinterpret the prompt, or?
No, so what is a spirit is what I'm getting back to. Instead of focusing on the edibility of bodies or spirits, which I assume, I'm sure it's gonna
I mean, I guess I never thought about it, but in most belief systems, I think it is technically inedible.
Are you sure it's inedible?
I've never probed this corner of the religious world before.
I guess in the sense of some religious practices that there might
Wait,
be.
that's not even true. I'm lying. Yeah,
There might
Yeah.
be some edible souls. I'm pretty sure I can think of a.
It might be,
but regardless, I'm sorry. Hey, there's like two conversations happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just go back to the question: what is a spirit?
I believe it is something that is incumbent of most living things.
Incumbent of most living things.
I don't. So, of course, I haven't studied enough, but I'm not sure that bacteria have souls. So,
I'm sorry. You're not sure bacteria do.
Right.
I was asking you what it means. Like, what does it mean that you think a spirit is incumbent of living beings? And
I'm not sure if every bacteria has a soul, but I think most complex living beings might have a soul.
Is this drunk? Is that what? Are you drunk?
What? Why are you asking this question?
There are certain signs. It was an honest question.
That's fair, but it doesn't answer the other questions that I have.
Oh, I see. Definitely a yes then. Thank you.
Oh dear.
We always get back around to inebriation somehow.
Oh, sorry, that one got me. I don't know why that hit me so much.
The edibility had me suspicious, but then the just lack of coherence.
Sorry, I should have not defended him.
No, I mean, if the audience did ask, then the audience asked. But
Yeah, it did come from the audience to begin with. But, oh god,
the
I don't...
edibility of a soul.
Yeah, that really got me for some reason.
No edible souls were harmed in the making of this live stream.
Oh, then I have to leave.
I have a great
No,
idea.
heretical.
Heretical, you can't leave. I need your help.
Why?
Because you ask viable questions.
No, the question that I've posed before, and I think I've said it up here, I've asked the Catholics/Christians who take communion if they would partake if a actual true embodied Jesus was removing pieces of himself and then filling the cup with the red liquid. And it's odd when they say no, but then they don't, but they'll eat the metaphorical, but they won't eat the real. It's just kind of, it just doesn't feel like you're really into it. Like, do it for the bit.
Maybe they only like the magical cannibalism, not the actual kind.
Our poor radical came here with hot sauce and really gave him cannibalism.
You gotta have something to go with the sauce.
Yeah, so you gotta put the sauce with something.
It's under the sauce.
It's under this. Oh, fucking shit. This shit pisses me off.
If this sauce continues, then I'm going to get sauced.
I do love the last guest when he was asked if he was intoxicated. He went, huh? Like, huh? Just a very alcoholic drunk answer.
What bearing would that have on my ability to answer questions? Maybe a lot, dude. Just drink some water, listen to some questions. Maybe when you feel better and you've had some time to think on these things, you'll be more engaging.
There's something so funny as presented, not saying that like a demon's eating somebody's soul, but that souls are inedible, like the demons are trying and failing to, like, it's causing indigestion and then it just like comes back up.
Tums for the hellhounds, I guess?
I was thinking about the field sobriety test thing. How do you do that on like a TikTok live? Can
Ask
you
them to
type your alphabet backwards?
Nope. Just ask them to say it.
Or they got to do it from the comments, right?
I can't even do that sober.
In all fairness, I can't do it sober either.
Yeah, I am too. I'm not dyslexic, but I am whatever makes you not able to do that.
Well, that's why I said type it backwards, so like you actually have time to think it through. You're going to.
You're either going to give up before you get to the end, or you're going to get to the end.
Ah, it's an endurance test. Okay.
Ooh, Dancing in Duality has a good one. You can ask them to remember some words and then ask them to recall them like a minute later.
I don't know if I would pass that.
My ADHD would go squirrel.
I say none of these. This is the problem: is that all of these tests are also just a different, like, not neurotypical symptom.
So you can't ask me to do things if I can't do it sober. And you can't ask me if you can't do that test to me because I'm not going to be able to do it sober. Definitely can't do it when I'm intoxicated.
I definitely didn't teach myself how to do any of those things at all. Ever. Once. Not ever.
Did you teach yourself by actually singing the alphabet backwards?
Maybe. Possibly.
And the song where you like really hit it, like PQRS, and then start going forward again.
ZYXWVUTSRQPONMLKGIHGFEDCBA.
I mean, I don't even know if you got it, but that's impressive. I can't.
Sounds
cannot.
good. Sounds great.
Yeah, it sounded right. It sounded like it.
Gonna work.
Hello, Derry. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
My belief is that there is no higher power. The highest power that you have is your brain or your consciousness.
So you're saying you don't believe in any kind of god or creator?
Yeah, no spirituality or.
Why not?
It's just like in my life, it doesn't seem to fit into my life. So that's kind of, if I don't believe it, I practice in a way that I don't have to believe.
You practice what in a way you don't have to believe?
I'm just living my life, so that's pretty much it.
So if I ask you again why you don't believe in...
And I'm going to give you the same answer, Thrayle.
I'm sorry. I don't know why you didn't let me finish what I was saying. Why did you request up?
Oh, because I came with you to see, hey, can I question my beliefs? So it's like, hey, that's why I'm...
What belief?
It's like, hey, atheism is something that I believe. It's like, okay, so if I believe that and I live
So
that...
I'm asking why you don't believe in a god, and you wanted to interrupt me.
And then you see, Thrayle, it seems like you're asking the same question.
I'm just not here for a debate or an argument. You're not here to question your beliefs. You're here to be an asshole. If you'd like to come up and be respectful, we could try again.
Just engage with the questions. There's no subtext. There's no motive other than questioning your beliefs.
He did say my name rather pointedly. I did notice at least he pronounced it correctly.
I guess he probably realized he couldn't say thigh real pointedly.
I mean, who can?
Not I. I can't say it without giggling. But if anyone can say or pronounce the simple name Thrayle, and if you can question your beliefs, if you can question what it is you believe, why you believe, did that one get you, Thrayle?
Well, they don't have to be able to pronounce my name unless they're going to try to say it. And even then, I'm kind of amused to hear how it goes.
Okay, well, if you could mispronounce the name Thrayle, if you can question your beliefs, request on up. There's 2 request boxes, and there's 2 pink and blue people down below you can hit, and we'll bring you right up here.
If you can question the pronunciation of Thrayle's name.
Traholly. Trolley. Trahelly. So I know I've heard Thrayle a lot.
Trolley for sure.
It's definitely trolley.
It's like Thrayle.
Thrayle. What up?
How's it going, Brad? I know we've spoken before, but can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, totally, I guess so. Hecate, the Christos, but many, I don't know.
You believe in Hecate and the Christos and other gods. What does that mean? In what way do you believe they exist?
Maybe just personal egregore, but mysterious ways, just things that surprised. I don't know.
Maybe as personal egregores, but otherwise you don't know. So why do you say you believe in them?
Just stone tape and light beings and just things that shouldn't be seen. I don't know.
What is stone tape?
Stone tape theory, where memory, event, emotion gets trapped in the earth or in an object. The stone is where it's trapped. The tape is how it loops. Yeah.
The stone is... I'm sorry, so you're saying that stone tape is the idea that things happen and that's recorded in
traumatic
the atmosphere.
Things. Yes.
Why just
It's
traumatic
mostly just
things?
strong things, heavy things that get left behind.
Why just traumatic or heavy
I guess
things?
that's all I've observed so far, but maybe there's
How
some
have
light
you
stuff
observed
too.
this?
Cemetery in the park, in the national park, family Appalachian Cemetery.
You're in cemeteries and national parks and you're feeling traumatic events that happened in the cemetery.
I guess I saw her face.
Saw whose face?
I spent hours at the Family Search Genealogy Library finding a name, the most possible match. Elizabeth
Brad.
Jane Cave Fosterfeller. Yeah.
Brad, what question did I ask you?
Oh, cemetery? I don't remember.
Why did you request
Cemetery.
out, Brad?
Oh, it's very calming. You're live. I get distracted.
I'm glad that you find it calming. Do you question your beliefs, Brad?
I try to every moment. I pray for discernment.
You pray for discernment to what?
Just reminders to check my own blind spots. Just,
When you pray, what are you praying to? Who are you praying to?
Oh, to me it doesn't really matter. I find I don't know, God, I guess, but it's just an easy word. It kind of all encompass. I don't know.
I can appreciate and I don't know. I really can, Brad. But why then, if you don't know what you're praying to, why pray?
For Christos.
What do you mean?
Just, walking his path, I guess. At least.
Christos.
Learning.
Which Christos are you talking about?
Each one that I've met.
You've met Christos? Like just different people named Christos?
No.
Oh.
Sorry.
Brad, are you?
Yeah.
Are you intoxicated right now? Something?
No, I wake and bake a little bit each morning, but it's nothing but a thing. I still work.
It's just sounding like you're not really following the conversation and you're just kind of saying things.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I learned from you, dude, so I don't want to take up your time, but thank you.
I appreciate you, Brad. Maybe another time.
Alrighty.
Hope you keep asking questions.
Well, W is for his I don't know, and for his behavior, he's, yeah.
He was respectful, and he said, I don't know.
Mhm.
We can definitely call that a win. I don't know.
Maybe when his head is more clear, he'll be able to answer more questions straightforwardly.
Maybe. Barfing Toaster, if you thought of a hot sauce name, I've got to know what it was.
The Barfing Toaster always has some great one-liners. I'd be definitely interested in that name, too.
Essence of incandescence. Okay. Not quite the play on words I thought, but it's still a play.
That sounds more like a men's cologne more than a hot sauce.
Essence.
Transubstantiation?
What? Dancing in Duality.
Transubstantiation, but Thrayle?
Dancing in Duality has it there. Blueberry Inferno. I like that.
I don't know about what about like Batberry?
Batberry Inferno.
Yeah, Batberry Inferno. I like that.
Boneberry Inferno.
Batboneberry.
Ooh, Boneberry, yeah.
Then again, Boneberry. I think we should really rethink that imagery.
Oh my gosh.
Batberry bone sauce.
There you go. Though, what are the batberries?
Yeah, that sounds even worse. I'm about to spit up my coffee. Oh god.
Damn it!
I don't know if
I
I
had
want.
it.
I don't know if I want bats putting their berries in my coffee.
I think
I don't really want bone berries either.
I think we should leave the blueberries blue.
Yeah, we don't want any juice that comes out of bones or berries. That's imagery we should stray away from.
Well, I think it's kind of the thing is that you kind of have that innuendo of it. So, but you don't lean.
Or you just lean all the way in.
Well, I wouldn't lean all. I lean a little bit.
Funnier.
Yeah, I wouldn't bury the bone that far, but we could like put the tip in.
Oh my god.
Oh my. I'm just on the way back to the main screen and
Rewarding him. You're rewarding him by doing that.
It's like a reward.
Definitely going to be a big what the fuck logo on the sauce.
God damn it.
This one is more calming. The other one gives me nightmares.
I think it would be a whole line of questionable sauces, Jimmy.
I am having so many ideas right now.
But if you've got a belief in a sauce or a god or a sandwich or a Yeti, I really don't think I'm going to be too particular at first. If you have a belief in something like that and you can question your belief, and what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Batcolyte's bite.
What if that's like how you measure the heat of the sauce?
Ooh, that's
how
like
many
your
bites?
Scoville scale.
Yeah, the Batcolyte bites. How many Batcolyte bites is that sauce? It's 5 bites.
So actually,
It's a
I
spicy
plugged
sauce.
into my AI, and it came up with flavor/variety labels. Batcolyte mild whisper, with a lighter, smokier heat. Umbral fury, hot, fierce, fiery.
You might need to stop saying these out loud where people can take these ideas, because Umbral Fury is already a winner.
Merchandising opportunity.
I was thinking if we actually had like a barbecue place, and you could sell Batcolyte bone bites, and it'd be like little wings.
Oh my god, that would be amazing!
And that's fucking trademarks for you pirates in the comments.
Yeah, I was about to start giving you a whole bunch of pepper choices to pair with that, but I'm like, oh wait, no, I can't get
We'll move that to the
free.
Discord.
This is sounding like a Discord. Maybe I'm gonna have to set up a merch team.
If you have ideas on the hot sauce, the parent barbecue chain we're about to start, please go to the Discord. Link is in Batcolyte and Thrayle's bio, where you can bother Thrayle about your ideas.
But if you've got a belief or something like that, and we can stay on topic, well then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to burgle your god or tear you apart. I'm not here to make anybody look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
And if peppers are also a part of your belief system, that would be interesting to hear about.
I remember the flying spaghetti monster guy.
Which one?
The one that Cat destroyed. It was really fun.
No, it was that guy. He's been up here a few times since then.
I think I've seen him once or twice up here before. Yeah. After that.
Always with another variant of his absurdist god. I mean, I guess that's a good starter god for your very own shed.
I think I would keep gods in my garage. I don't have much. I don't keep the shed for the kids to play in.
I keep them in my books.
I could see Morgan opening up a book and Claus trying to get out of the book. I'm like, nope, close the book.
In there.
Oh,
They can go live at the Vatican. They have so much more real estate than I can ever dream of owning. So they got places to go.
Well, that's where a lot of the pagan gods went to unalive. Was the Vatican. Thanks to Catholicism.
Oh yeah, bad image, bad imaging. Where's a nicer place for them to go? Okay, now it sounds like I'm trying to send them to a farm. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
I wonder if there's anybody who actually has a belief. Someone who can answer not just, what they believe, but why they believe it. Maybe someone who can actually tell us what a god is. I did get, I pilfered from the usual place another piece by Michael V. And maybe it tries to answer what a god is.
Come closer, not to agree, not to believe, but to wonder. Because whatever we mean by God has never been harmed by honest curiosity. God is not easily held inside a word. The moment you think you've captured it, you are usually holding only the container. The ocean does not fit in a cup, yet the cup still tastes of salt. Some search upward, imagining distance, a throne somewhere past the last star. But what if the sacred is not far at all? What if it is the nearness so constant you stop noticing, like the air that never asked for thanks? Once someone went looking for God in loud places, storms, temples, declarations. Exhausted, they sat quietly and heard their own breathing. For the first time, they listened without trying to improve it. Nothing spectacular happened, and yet nothing was missing. The divine often enters through the unnoticed door. knows which way is sky. Your heart keeps time while you sleep. Galaxies turn without supervision. There is an intelligence here that does not argue for itself. It simply continues. Perhaps God is less a ruler and more a presence. Not a distant architect, but the aliveness moving through everything that lives. The listener inside every sound, the light inside every color. The silence giving shape to music, not somewhere else, but happening. Children sometimes wave at nothing and call it a friend. They speak to the night as if it were listening. It is easy to smile at this until you realize relationship may be the oldest form of prayer. Not performance, not memorization, just sincerity, meeting mystery. Try this, stand beneath a wide sky. Feel how small you are, and how strangely that smallness does not diminish you. Instead it makes room. Humility is not part of something astonishingly vast, and somehow you belong inside it. Many expect thunder, yet the sacred often prefers quiet. It appears in forgiveness and unexpected courage. In the moment, beauty stops you. Mid-thought, not demanding attention, simply deserving it. Here is the clearing. God may be the awareness, looking through every pair of eyes. The great life experiencing itself from countless directions at once. Not separate from the world, but shining as it. Not possessed, only participated in. So you need not chase it. Notice more, heart and less. Let wonder interrupt you. Stay porous, stay tender, stay capable of awe. Because what you seek may already be quietly seeking through you. And after traveling in immeasurable distances to arrive as a living, breathing moment, it would be a gentle tragedy to overlook the sacred, simply because it arrived disguised as your life.
I'm pretty sure I just asked what your age was, ma'am. No, that wasn't funny to anybody.
Hey, girls, how you doing?
Hello, crows.
Fiskarma.
Fiskarma. Kamarahashi.
Här mycket då ju.
And it has been a while.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Tired. I think I can speak for the collective when I say everybody's tired. Yeah, good. What about you?
Yeah, I'll give an amen to that.
Mm-hmm.
Are we not supposed to be tired? Thrayle. What is this?
What's tired?
Oh yeah, the insomniac. What's tired? Yeah, got it. That's funny.
I'm just gonna sit here pretending like I didn't miss 30 minutes of my own life.
Fair.
Due to involuntary unconsciousness.
Do you know, I wish you could send me some of that, because I could be doing with some of that. So how are you anyway? How is everybody?
Doing wonderfully. Still plodding away, asking questions, questioning the beliefs of those that believe whatever they believe.
You're trying to tell me that you haven't been converted yet?
No, I even somehow missed a whole prophecy that, like, there was a daily countdown for 65 days that I was going to become a preacher at the end of it. And we're like we're way past. We're like 2 weeks past.
I think we're like 2 weeks past now.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've been away that long. Jeez.
Somehow I didn't become a preacher. I was going to leave the prophecy. I was going to be doing preaching on a whole new platform in a different way. And I woke up the next day and started a live stream.
Well, I know it's not Clapper. I know that that's not your new platform, because you've only got one follower on there, and I think that's me.
I forgot I had a Clapper.
It's so wonderful having you here. I when we get a chance, I have a question or two for you if you feel up to it.
Yeah, but I'm fragile, be gentle.
No, it's more of a clarifying question, because I know you are very experienced in the ways of witchcraft. You have years of study and experience. And I wanted to make sure something I was doing wasn't disrespectful to anyone else's witchcraft. Because there's this thing Thrayle and I've been talking about. And I kind of want to do it if it's not disrespectful to anyone's culture.
All right, okay, sure. What is it? Talk to me, Goose.
How does the idea of manifestation moon pickles sound to you?
So you take a jar of pickles and you leave them out under a full moon with your intentions, and then you eat the pickles, and of course that means you're going to get what you wanted.
Actually, it's not culturally appropriative at all, but the method in your madness is absolutely, I could get behind that, yeah.
Yeah, and I felt like if I manifested, and I set my intentions, and as I made the pickles, I set them in front of the full moon overnight, and then I kept them in a dark place, and I used them when I manifested the things I was trying to intend into the pickles.
So let's look at it, right? So pickles would symbolise nourishment, a wee bit of sourness, but quite a lot of sweet. They would symbolise attraction and abundance and prosperity, right?
Right, yes.
Right,
Why would pickles symbolize
Shut
abundance?
up, atheist. We are not talking to you. Let the witches talk, please, and thank you.
Preservation.
Right. Preservation, absolutely, yeah.
And they're green, which symbolize life and prosperity.
Wait, does that mean
So you would be-
sardines? Do sardines
Because-
also
Well,
symbolize
you shut up.
preservation?
Shush, Stu. This might be your life, but you're not involved in this, okay? Just shush. Sit in your pretty box and be quiet, okay? But see, here's the thing, right? Is see if you were to eat them after you've programmed them with whatever energy, Thrayle, just get that energy, right?
What is that?
Well, you tell me, dude. If you program them with the energy or intention that you're setting, then the activation of that could be you consuming it, because you're adding it back into the life cycle, right? It's forever moving then, which is exactly what you would want for manifestation. You don't want it sitting stagnant. You want it moving, whether that's going through you or not. Consumption is a massive part of manifestation. You don't want it just sitting there, right? So yeah, in theory, that shit would work.
Are souls edible or inedible in this belief system?
I don't fucking know. Like, this is your brainchild, you tell me.
So I'm hearing a go for the moon pickles. Yes.
Absolutely, go for it. And then for science, record the data, because I want the results. I want to know if that works.
I already told you moon pickles were a go.
Yes, but this is me getting further data.
Absolutely. Ground research. Now, Thrayle, you can come out of your pretty box and talk to us.
What's energy?
I don't know, you tell me.
Is this the new answer?
Well, you said that you like I don't know. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I like the I don't know. I don't know why you'd expect me to tell you what energy is. I didn't say what it was I was putting into the pickle. Yeah, it didn't come out right.
No, it didn't. I was just thinking you could put thoughts and prayers into the pickle if you wanted to.
Is that energy?
Depending on what spiritual community you're in, it could be.
So there's spiritual communities where it's not.
Yeah. Ones that aren't Christian.
While you question energy, I'm developing a recipe where I'm adding peppercorns to the brine for protection to spice it up a little bit.
Well, I like that. I like that.
I like questioning beliefs. I wonder if there's anybody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, who I haven't questioned as ad nauseum and maybe can question their own beliefs. If that's something that you think you can do, then go ahead and request out.
I believe that an experiment should be carried out with a pickle versus a Kool-Aid pickle, and which one can absorb more of the moon?
What's a Kool-Aid pickle?
Oh, it's a pickle in Kool-Aid.
I had a feeling that might be the description. I don't know what gave me that feeling.
I don't know what Kool-Aid
My
is.
religion, but not my belief. I think.
Hey, don't speak. Don't speak. Don't speak. Don't speak. Just don't.
I will try.
So, there were other people talking, but I do need your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I have a religion that I follow.
You follow a religion, but you don't believe it.
No, I think it's a two separate thing to have belief when I have a religion. I think it's two separate things. I believe it's something inside you with your feelings and with your heart, with your mind. But religion is something you can set a question on. I don't think you can set a question on belief.
You can't question a belief.
You can do it. I don't question my belief. I think there's the difference. But you can question my belief.
Why can't you question your belief?
Because I already question it. I'm 40 years old. I've been thought about it. I've been setting questions and thinking about it back and forward. And this is the place I've been taking.
Sorry, on all the long and ancient 40 years that you have survived, that you feel like you have answered all of your own questions satisfactorily.
Exactly.
Fascinating. And so, you seem to take contention with questioning the belief, but is there a belief that a God exists? Do you hold such a belief?
Yes, I hold such a belief that a creator exists.
And which creator is that?
I think it's the one and only, and I think in English you will call him God.
So a God, one and only creator, is this a particular one and only creator from a specific faith practice, or is it just a generic creator?
No, I think the same God has shown himself through mankind in different ways, in different religions, in different times. But it will still be I think it will still be the same God, but in different periods and different people.
Why?
And different beliefs.
Sorry, why do you peering through these different religions?
Because we human doesn't exist at the same time, at the same position, at the same place.
Oh so no. I think you're misunderstanding the question. I'm not asking.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not asking you why it does it. I'm asking you why you believe it.
It makes sense. It's illogical. It makes sense that I shouldn't believe the same as the Jews because there was a new messenger. I don't think I have to believe at the same language or culture at the Adam or Noah. I think I should believe in follow the last messenger because that is the time I live in.
Why do you believe that there is a creator God?
It's in my soul. I feel it. I feel it in my heart, in my mind. It's an energy. Religion is a belief. It's not only a book or a message.
You say it's about energy. What is energy?
Energy is, if you according to scientists, it's a vibration.
Are you sure that's what science calls energy?
Yeah, it's vibration.
Are you sure that's science that calls it vibration?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, my brother from Adam, it is possible, but I'm 99% sure that, it is.
Energy
vibration.
means vibration in science. So if I look up scientific definition of energy, it's going to come back with vibration.
I could be wrong, but the most of energy is vibration, yeah. That I'm sure of. It's just like sound. It is possible just at that take. But we know that sound today can be measured with eyes and vibes.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm good that you think it's funny because it is.
Stop for just a moment. Stop for just a moment. I was just trying to enjoy that one moment in the track. I really like it. So you're saying sound can be measured, and I want to use your words, with eyes and vibes.
Yes, that is totally true.
What does that even mean?
I think that in 1900 they made a test when they used different sounds on a plate when they put salt in, where every vibe had their own pattern. That means that if a sound, I can find it and send it to you, it got a specific name. So because we don't see sound, we hear it.
You're talking about cymatics.
Exactly. That is a way to see sound.
Okay. So what does that have to do with what energy is?
It's because all energies, for example, the material. My English is so bad. I'm better than the English, but I can try.
You've been doing very well.
Thank you. I will try. It is because that when you have a particle that the universe is made of, the only thing that changes the pattern of it is the vibration. So if you have a circle with different vibration, this circle will be aligned.
Slow down.
Yeah,
Slow
sorry.
down. Slow down. That first part you said. Say it again.
I think when you have a particle, the particle that made the universe, or
what was the question that I asked you?
You yeah, now I don't remember because you're so calm. It makes me nervous.
Well, don't speak. Let me just take a breath. It's okay. This is, you don't have to be nervous. We're just asking you some questions. Thrayle, I'm afraid I have to go, but I do wish you the best with this questioning. I hope you just takes a moment and the like goal was met. So everyone's great for that, and I'm gonna hop down and
Appreciate
go be a mom. So y'all take care.
Mom. You too. Big W's for bats. Really quickly, they did raise an excellent point. I have been a negligent host, and I need to make sure I thank Oren, Dancing in Duality, Claire, also Chrissy, Paniac, Heretical, Karu, and Polly. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. And I did notice a while back we passed 100K likes. Thank you guys for tapping the screen up over now 107,000 times. I really appreciate that. I hope you guys keep tapping, and maybe we'll get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
I also think before you go any further, Thrayle, you owe me, Bats, and Morgan a thank you too, just for our sheer presence.
A thank you for your sheer presence. What does sheer presence mean? Transparently there. I'm going to question idioms that you didn't think I would. No, we were asking, don't speak about this energy. And the energy, the reason we were asking about it was because it is something that causes you to believe in God, that you feel an energy. And now you're saying that you see sound, and all of this somehow compels you towards belief in a God or creator?
No, it was more that energy. You asked what is the energy, and I said it's a vibration.
Because you said it was something that helped you to believe in a God. What is it that energy, vibration, apparently, what is that doing to cause you to believe in God?
I think that when I think about God, it is because that I think that we came out of love, and out of love it came trust, and from trust it comes free will. That's the energy
just to
that I
back
feel.
up just a little bit. You said love. What is love? And what does love got to do with it?
It is one of the biggest questions in mankind. What is love? I maybe not be explaining it, but it's a feeling that I have. It's an energy that I have inside me, and I think it's a vibration. But at the same time, the energy.
So energy is vibration, but when you think of love, but when you think of love as energy, you only think that's a vibration. That might not be a vibration.
I think that because we don't see the love just like the wind, it doesn't have to mean it doesn't exist.
Are there
just like when
for love?
Yeah, to a degree.
What do you mean to a degree? Is it actually cymatics?
I can give you an example. I can give you an example.
Is it actually cymatics? Or are you going to talk about how we impact each other?
I think it's cymatics because when I'm sad and I feel my mother is sad and I live 1,000 kilometers away from her,
Sorry, how
I
is
can
that
feel
cymatics?
that energy.
You're not actually seeing through a physical medium, something traveling.
My heart sees it and captures it, and my brain waves
Sorry, your
captures it and
heart
sees it.
sees it? Wait, how does your
Yes,
heart
exactly.
see it?
It's because that you are packing seeing in form of eyes, but we capture energy, and our body will see and feel
In what way,
other energies.
I'm sorry, in what way is your heart seeing? What is the mechanism by which a heart sees?
If I'm not wrong, what we find neural cells in our heart. We find on this one I'm good.
No, not on that. Okay,
but
so
I'm
there
sure
are
that we
neurocells in your heart, but what does that have to do with? What does that have to do with your heart seeing?
I think the energy it capsules and the energy, the vibes it sends out, it's a form of seeing. I don't think we have to use seeing our eyes to see.
Stop.
I'm
How
stopping.
is the heart sending energy out, according to you? How does that equate it seeing? Is this echolocation now?
Not far. I don't want to use that term because I don't know, but it's not far away. I think it's the same mechanism.
But hang on, but if you're saying that the heart sends energy out and it bounces back?
Yeah, in a way, yeah, exactly.
Through what mechanism?
Just because that we don't understand all the mechanisms, it don't mean it's not there.
Right. But if there is no measurable mechanism, then, well, what the fuck are we talking about?
It is because we human beings we don't know our 100% potential when it comes to our heart and our brain. I think we just know some of it. And I think that when I capture, when I seize with my heart, it's not the same as I seize with my eyes.
So if you're seeing with your heart, how is it that you can verify that the heart is sending out signals? Is there any way you could measure that?
No, personally, I can feel it, but measurement,
So
I think it's possible.
How do you know that? Don't speak.
I think it's possible.
Slow down.
Science.
How do you know?
I think science has the capability to see the energy.
I think you might slow more than one thing down. There's a whole lot going on here, and I don't know if you're just nervous to have this conversation, but I'm noticing that you're kind of not really giving even a breath between question and answer, and it's almost like you're not really answering. So you keep referring back. Yeah, you keep referring back to this energy that somehow your heart sends out and sees coming back, and that this is what compels you to believe that there is a God, that you feel in your heart, see in your heart, that there is this. How do you know that these things that you're attributing to heart energy echolocation isn't just your brain deciding that you feel a thing?
How do I answer that? It is not my personal view.
Slowly and thoughtfully.
Okay, since man... okay, how do I start this, answer this? I think other people sees it also, but they are not ready to accept the challenge that are created.
That's stop. I don't mean to be rude, but saying I think other people see it isn't answering how you can verify that it's not your brain. Why is it that you are so certain that you're not just imagining or even just feeling a thing, just feeling like anybody else?
You are asking deep questions. It is because I think that we all are made of vibration and energy. So it is possible for us to echolocate other feelings, other thoughts. I think that we are made by energy and vibration, just like everything else outside of us. And your question is that, how do I know these feelings or these energies and vibes as connected with God? My answer will be, I don't know for 100% sure, but I'm not going to take a risk or a chance.
What does that mean, you're not going to take a risk or a chance?
It means that everything in this world is pointing at a creator. And if we ignore...
I'm sorry, that doesn't answer my question.
You got a deep question, my brother. Deep questions.
Okay.
I have a question, Thrayle, if you want.
Yeah, you go for it.
I'm good.
Okay, so it kind of sounds like what you're trying to describe is empathy. Empathy and compassion.
No, it was love. Clearly, love. I said love out of love.
Clearly crows.
I'm getting there. I'm getting very clearly. I'm getting there. So empathy and compassion would be other acts of the heart, right? So what you're describing sounds like a language that the heart speaks, right? Love,
Yes and no.
compassion.
Yes and no. It's not all about compassion. It is about, he asked, how do I feel? How do I know that God's exist? And I said, it's an energy, and the energy is a vibe.
Yeah, but then you followed that up. Sorry, but
Yeah.
you followed that up with saying that something along, and now I'm paraphrasing, along the lines of, well, if I didn't believe that, no, you said, I'm not willing to take the chance, right? So if your heart was filled with love, then why are you filled with fear at the idea of your God not existing?
It's not fear. It's about chances. I don't fear that if God exists or don't exist. I know he exists. I was maybe talking about a little more past, because it's so deep questions. So before I was filled of fear and doubt, that is true. But today I don't have any doubts on God's existence in any way.
But that's not true, is it? That's not true though, is it? Because you said that you're not taking the chance. You're not chancing, not believing in your God.
Yeah, it's because that I was in my head, in my brain, thinking about years before when I was studying it, and I was trying to understand it, and that was maybe a wrong answer. But I love your accent. I think you are very calm.
I appreciate it.
Beautiful accent.
Well, you should hear me when I'm angry. I don't
didn't
think.
hear.
So what I'm trying to understand, right, is if you're not willing to take the chance and not believing in your God, then what is the actual outcome of you not believing in your God?
I don't think there should be a fear for believing in God or not, because there is a lot of people that don't believe in God. I don't think they should fear. I think they should repel. That's something else. But I don't think they should fear, because that is. I don't think moral.
They should do what? They should
repent. Find
what
God.
Is repent?
Repenting is that when you go from the path of the God, the Creator, the one and the only, and you are in doubt or you are in fear, that you maybe should look back. Because that is maybe.
I'm sorry. Isn't that assuming everybody who doesn't believe in a God once did? Straying from the path.
Yeah, but I think.
So is there? If somebody never was Sorry, if somebody never was believing in a God, can they repent? Or do they just have to pent?
Yeah, but I don't believe that, my beloved brother. I believe that all human beings and all existing human beings has the feeling of that knows inside them there is a bigger cause than them.
So you know
Somebody
what?
names
Sorry,
it by God.
Stop with the forceful preaching over the like you're just trying to
Sorry,
force. It's really annoying. It's really annoying.
I will try.
So,
I promise.
I'm really curious. Which version of your God did you say that you were proselytizing up here today?
I don't want to preach, so
You
I
have
just say.
since.
I believe he who created the heaven and the earth.
Right, but which version of the He who created the heaven and the earth are you proselytizing?
All of the
up here
versions.
today?
All of
the versions, really?
Almost, yeah, almost.
So, are you a Baha'i?
Sorry?
Are you a Baha'i then?
What is that?
So not all the versions then.
All the version of the one and only God, I believe.
What do you mean the
so
one?
If
you know, well, it can't be all the versions. You're not a Baha'i. So
yes, I can believe in all the version of the one and only.
You can.
And I do believe in the all version of one and the only. Yes, I do. I am a living proof. I'm a living proof.
How many? Stop scraping whatever. So
I'm stopping.
Whatever the noise is, yeah. So, do you pray 5 times a day? 3, 1.
I try to pray 5 times a day. I try.
You take Shahada.
Yes,
Are
also
you,
that.
Okay, so you're Muslim. Why are you ashamed to tell us that?
I'm not ashamed. You asked me a question, and I believe the same God as the Christians also. I believe in the same God of the Judaism also. And I believe in the same God.
But you don't believe in the same God as the Baha'i?
I don't know what Baha'i is, my beloved brother.
It's a really creepy thing you just said. So...
Let me rephrase my answer. I believe in all versions of the one and the only and the creator of the heaven and the earth.
All versions?
All of them, yes. All of the versions, yeah.
Okay, so then do you accept Baha'u'llah as the most recent prophet of God?
I don't know who Baha'u'llah is.
Oh. What about Joseph Smith?
the Joseph Smith claims that he's one and only?
He didn't say he's one and only. He's just a prophet claiming to speak for your one and only. Do you believe his words?
There is no prophet out there that are speaking for God. They are only here to deliver the God's message.
Right, so that's what I meant. He's here to deliver God's message. Do you believe Joseph Smith's delivery of God's message?
If the message is the same as all the other messengers before, yeah, that is what I'm gonna believe.
What do you mean by the same?
Because if it is the one and only God, the rewarder from the start, then the message will never change. If you are Willie Smith, or if you are Muhammad, may God's peace be upon him, or if you are Jesus.
Yeah. So I mean.
That makes so much sense.
Do you believe Jesus? Sorry, go ahead, Crows.
I was going to say that makes so much sense in the fact in a modern day situation, and all of your prophets are producing the same content as has already been scripted, so there's no way forward. No way forward.
Good question and good philosophy there. I think that partially that is true. My problem is that people have been corrupted the message over and over and over again, and that's why it's so impossible to see true.
Are your prophets not people? Sorry, are your prophets not people?
Definitely people. Definitely.
So even your original prophets, they were people, right?
Definitely people.
So who's to say that they didn't misconstrue the message originally, because they were people and they falsify. But your
Me
new
and
prophets,
them.
your new prophets are the same. They're making the same claims. They've got God to guide them as well. And these are the new messages with new information so that you guys can move forward. But you aren't willing to listen to it. You aren't willing to hear it because they're not speaking from the old prophets. They're speaking from the new prophets. When you've just said that both of them are man, both of them are human, both of them are connected to God, and yet they have different messages. There's no consistency there. You're relying on humans.
No, that's exactly what I don't do. My problem is that I think that people corrupted the message and the messenger's message. So it is, if the two prophets came with the same message, it is possible after they will be dead that there will be other people that will corrupt it and change the message to their own benefit.
So is there any message that hasn't been corrupted?
Yes, there is actually.
Wow. And I bet you're here to sell it to us.
No,
I want to hear it. Shut up. Stop being a pessimist. I want to hear it. Tell me.
Well, you already know which one it is.
It is that there is only one God and one God only. That has not been corrupted.
Oh, well, that's not true because I come from a culture that has many gods and many spirits.
That is also true, but if you keep it to the one and only God that I believe in, that I am not preaching.
Listen,
You're
my guy. I
sitting
come
here
from.
preaching and saying I'm
Listen.
not
No, I'm
preaching as you're
trying not to
preaching.
preach, guys.
That's
I
literally
swear.
all you're doing.
I come from a culture that's polytheistic. Okay, we don't have a one and done, all powerful, omnipotent, omnipresent type God. We have our gods, and that's that. Our gods are many and multiple and different, and they all provide different things. We don't have one God that can make his mind up as to whether or not we should marry children or not. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't I'm going to shut up.
No, it was a very good point, and I love it. That is the proof how people corrupt the religion or the message to their own benefit. So yes, if God, he forbids that you don't have child marriage.
Sorry, is the Quran corrupted?
No, the Quran is not corrupted. That is one of the only books I don't believe that is corrupted.
So you don't think the Quran is corrupted at all?
I think that there have been some changes because of translation of the Quran, but I don't think it's corrupted in that way. No.
Not in Arabic. Is there anything wrong with the Quran in Arabic?
No, I don't think that the Quran is corrupted. No. That is my final answer.
So, have you heard of something called al-qira'at?
No, but you're gonna tell me. I bet on that.
Yeah, you bet, yes. So the qira'at is different versions of the Quran. There's like Hafs, Asim, Warsh, etc. You know these?
Yeah, but the messages are all the same. What you are talking about is definition, how to pronounce it and how to say it, or how to remember it, or how to work with it.
Slow down. Don't speak.
I'm slow. I'm slow.
Let me tell you what I'm talking about.
You really earned that name.
Give me 1 second, just 1 second. I'm talking to someone.
Absolutely, Tav. This would be a great time for me to thank everybody for all the likes. Thank you for tapping the screen up 108,000 times. And also thank you everybody for sharing out the live of all of 45 times. I bet we get that number up. All you gotta do is hit that little arrow down at the bottom right corner of the screen and pick any of those options. You can copy the link or add it to your story, repost, all that stuff.
The thing is, my problem
Thrayle, before
don't speak.
Don't speak. 2 seconds. Thrayle, see that account called Tackit313? I would have your mods remove that. If you scroll up a wee bit, you'll see why.
Oh yeah.
That's yeah. Benny, I'm just going to sit quietly.
I just also want to thank you all, guys. You are very nice people, calm, not hatreds. I don't feel hate in your hearts. I feel that you are sincerely asking questions because that you maybe want to know me or my beliefs. The thing is that everything...
Actually, stop for a moment. Stop for a moment. It's not asking questions to know your belief. We already... Well, we are curious to know what it is you believe and why, but the why is pretty important. And also, if you can question it.
I can definitely and have been questioning my beliefs before, yeah.
What does that mean to question?
The question is that, are these people lying for us? Are these books true? Who came with the books? Who is getting more benefits from these books? Who are trying to change us for who we are today, what they want? Why is it that there is the same God, but there are so many religions? Why is it that there's one God, but the message is different? Somehow it will be changed. There's a lot of things. My problem is, I'm going to say this, I'm going to shut up. Everything.
Well, go ahead and stop now before you do the whole sermon thing.
It's not sermon, it's a science.
It's...
I was jumping on to.
Just stop. We lost Tav, and he had great questions. I was asking you about the corruption in the Quran. You're saying there's no corruption in it whatsoever.
That is what I believe. That's correct, yes.
What does corruption mean?
It is changed, deceived, hide the truth, and so on and so on.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
It is changes when you know the truth. It is deceiving. It is manipulating with the truth. That is corruption.
So if it changes the truth, or if it manipulates, that's corruption.
To a degree, yes.
And so you don't see anything within the Quran that might not be true.
If somebody changed the Quran from the truth, that will be corruption. They corrupted the Quran. That is the definition.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that the Quran itself could not contain anything that is not true unless somebody did it. Why do you presume that the book? Why do you presume that the book must be perfect?
It's because God says it, that it is not change. It is everything what we need, and
Why
it's
do you
enough by
believe that?
itself.
Sorry.
Question.
It says it
because
within
I
the
read
book.
it. I read it because I read it.
So it says it in the book that it should be perfect, and so you therefore believe that it will be perfect.
No, I read it and I read it. Actually, I still read it, and I don't see anything that go against that. It should be false.
Crows has a question.
I have a very good question. So you said that to you the definition of corruption is to change, manipulate, and deceive. Yeah. So I have a question for you.
Some of
them. So I have a question for you. What came first, Christianity or Islam?
Definitely Christianity.
So by your definition, is that not corruption? Because you changed, manipulated, deceived, created a whole new perspective through change. Yes.
By your
No, I don't.
definition of corruption,
Mhm.
yes. The answer's yes.
Yeah, I don't think that when Jesus he came down with his book, that at that time it was corrupted and changed. I think more that it changed when
I'm sorry,
human
Jesus
beings.
was done with his book? You think Jesus wrote a book?
No, Jesus he got a book from God, yeah, to Injil,
Where did he?
Bible, I think it
Sorry,
says.
when did he get a book?
All the prophets, almost. I know Jesus he got a book.
What,
I know that
what
from the
book
Quran.
did he get? Like he got it?
He get the Injil. He got the Injil. He didn't get a physical book, but I think he wrote down a book.
You think he wrote a book?
Yeah, I think he was he brought a
When
book.
did Jesus write a book?
Yeah, I think that there was a
Right before he was put in a cross, obviously. Clearly.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I hope not. That would be
So-
terrible.
Let me. Yeah, that he doesn't believe that Jesus was put to the cross. It's in the Quran that he wasn't.
Oh, right, okay. I didn't know that.
So
No, it says it seems that he was on the cross and he died, but he didn't, and he wasn't there. So I understand the Christians why they think that he was crucified, because in the Quran it says it seems that he was crucified, it seems that he died, but he didn't. So I don't have anything against the Christians.
Has that got anything to do with the resurrection, maybe, do you think?
Very possible, sister. Very, very possible.
I mean, you can see the relationship between the two, right? Because they both thought that he died, or unalived rather, but he hadn't. He was resurrected, right? Yeah, but he was still crucified.
Yeah, that's why I say it seems that he was crucified and he was dead. So I believe that my Christian brothers and sisters says that, and I respect it in all way, by all means,
You
and I
just don't
defend
believe
it.
it. Even though your religion is the little brother of Christianity.
It is the little brother, sister. Good said. Yes,
Yeah.
even if it's
Yeah.
that. But I respect every Christian that thinks that Jesus was crucified, that he died on the cross. I don't argue against it. That is their beliefs. I just don't take a part of it. That's the difference.
So then, that's fair. So I'm going to refer you back to your earlier statement where you said that you believe in all versions of the all one true God. That would imply that you also believe in Christianity and everything that Christianity poses, right? Not just what your religion believes, right? Because they are
Partially
from the
true.
same.
Partially
yeah?
true.
So
Yes,
how can
it's
you
very-
say how can you say then that it exists in one but it doesn't exist in the other, and that yours is better? I don't understand. Maybe because I wasn't raised like in an Abrahamic faith system. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's why I don't understand.
It's a very easy question. I, as a Muslim, a believer, the one and only, have to believe that Jesus came down. The devil lies in the bloody details. That it is possible at that time, that there was people that were against the messenger, just like there was against Moses, just like Jesus, that people trying to change it. But I don't think the message that Jesus came with was a different than Moses, than Jacob, than Joseph, or Abraham. I don't think it was a different. I'm just gonna finish.
Right, so
I believe.
okay.
Yeah, I believe 100% there was people at that time that was against it, that tried to corrupt it and change it to benefit for themselves.
Well, that's lovely because you've brought me round to my next question. Who witnessed this with Jesus? Who witnessed this?
If we are going to rely on people, then we will fail, just like we do on our friends, our families. When we put our trust and faith inside them, they will.
We've not to right. Okay, so we've not to trust the witnesses that saw this. We've not to trust any of the new prophets that write or speak about this, but we've to absolutely trust the people that wrote about it hundreds of years after the fact in a different religious faith. I don't understand what it is that you're telling me. Where am I? If I was to come to your religion just now and I had these questions, what answers would I be given?
I will give you the clear answers from the Quran. The thing is that you have very good questions, and I get you. We got a book as a guidance, so when we are disagree, we don't believe in fake witnesses, so we use the books of God, the Word of God, to see who are deceiving and who are lying.
But
Because
it was written by
that
fake witnesses. It was written by fake witnesses. These witnesses that wrote that book didn't see the crucifix of Jesus because it was written hundreds of years after. So they're fake witnesses. They might be a prophet that had the word of God spoken down on them, but they didn't witness the act themselves, so they write that they do.
exactly. That will be
So
my
they are
answer.
fake witnesses. So they are fake witnesses.
Some of them are, yes.
So your book is written by fake witnesses. That's what you've just said to me. You've just said some of them are, yes, which means your book is inconsistent and it's tales
No,
that it tells.
our books are not written by witnesses. It's directly word from God that will be revealed through the angels. To our prophet.
Stop, don't speak. You say it is directly a word from God, but how did the word get to the page?
Exactly.
It was observed by the prophet.
How do you know that it was observed by the prophet?
Because God tells us that it was preserved from
So,
him.
I'm sorry.
Don't let anyone
God,
change it.
sorry, the book that the prophet helped guide says that the prophet is using the word of God to guide it. I'm saying guide because he didn't write it, did he?
Some says
books that were
some others
destroyed
says different.
before.
I know it's a.
Sorry,
a lot
Morgan. He was answering the question about whether or not Muhammad wrote the Bible. I'm sorry, the Quran. So Muhammad didn't write the Quran, did he?
I think the Quran was written down in our prophet's time because
Was
we have
written
evidence.
in his time? Are you sure?
Yes.
But
I
my
am
question,
very
I understand
sure.
what you're saying because I understand what you're saying, but I was asking just even written by him. I wasn't even asking yet if it was written in a different time. So you're kind of getting ahead of yourself. So you already know that there are controversies over whether or not he wrote it, and not only that, but whether or not it was even written in the time period it's said to have been.
Do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like there was a guy that was walking about the street and picked up a comic and went, oh my gods, I love what's in this comic. I'm going to mass produce this and let everybody hear what it is that I've got to say about this comic. That's what it sounds like.
I mean,
it is difficult, and I get your point. It sounds like that. It is a comic that everybody liked, but Superman. So now we believe that it's a good comic. So let us mass production and give it to all, and hope they will believe it.
Best. I don't know if
I
comic
get
is
you.
the best. Perhaps Arthurian legend.
I think that you people are more believer and pure heart than people those claim that believe in God. I think that you are sincere with your belief and your questions. I don't think that you are deceived by the devil. I think that people are afraid of what people are created. That means that.
Sweetheart, if I was to sit there.
Preaching. That wasn't answering the question.
Sorry.
If I was to sit there and tell you that half of the panel is witches, you would drastically change your views on that and tell us that we are run by the devil, and because we're women, we should be stoned in the street or some crap. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to understand your belief system, and that's fine. Just like it's hard for you to understand my belief system, and that's also fine.
I will believe your belief system, and I will believe that you believe in and respect it if you told me about it.
I just don't understand
I think
how
the
people
part
can
of
believe in a text that was written 2,000 years ago and proclaimed by somebody that didn't even write it.
Well, you're giving him an extra 6,000 or 600 years, and even then, possibly an extra.
Is it that young? Jeez. Wow.
Yeah, no, it's
I don't know
my
much
thing
about
is that
it, affair.
you are good. You have the best question that I have met, so you're good. Nothing there. And I get the point is that why should we believe in something that was exists?
Actually, stop. I'm not. You're just about to ask yourself your own question to start a sermon. We're not here for the sermons anymore. You haven't questioned a single one of your beliefs. You haven't demonstrated the ability to question your belief. You've literally deflected and sermonized past every single question.
It is
While
because
stroking our ego.
I am only a human being. I can only answer what I know, not God's question. And I get you guys. You ask the question as if I was God and I
No,
created.
we don't. Stop. No, we don't. That's disingenuous. That's dishonest. That's actually straight up lying. Not a one of us has asked you a question as if you are God. We have asked you questions about what you believe. And the fact that you would just blatantly lie to my face like that, get off my panel. Disingenuous, lying. That's how you represent your God, is with that level of dishonesty. That seems like a very disgusting way to represent a God.
My gods would not be happy with that if I'd done that with him. It's confusing, right? Like, I meant every one of those questions. Like, I don't understand the thinking and the rationalization behind any of the Abrahamics, not just Islam, right? Behind any of them. The closest I've came to any of them is a wee spout of forced Catholicism when I was younger, so I don't understand any of them. I don't understand how in the modern day era, and this is coming from the witch, by the way, right? Right? I don't understand how in the modern day era people can look at these religious texts, all of them, and be like, that is exactly how I see the world. Do you know what I mean? I don't get it. But that's just me. I believe in fairies and trees, so whatever.
What I said about the parallels to Arthurian legend has been like really heavy on my mind lately, because it's just but like it is like a comic. It's a figurehead.
Yeah, that's it exactly. And then, it's just the subordination, the subjugation, all the subs are in there. You would have to
All
be
the
a sub.
bad
You would have
subs.
to be a you'd have to be a sub to be able to sign up to that, right? It doesn't make sense. And I do try. I was trying with him there to try and like understand. If I can't pick holes in it, right? If I can't pick holes in what you're saying, then for me there would be an element of truth there in what you believe, right? Because you truly believe it. But he had so many inconsistencies that nothing made sense. He was just spinning tails so that he couldn't get caught in a trap when nobody was laying any kind of traps for him.
There was no
They were
trap.
just asking
Yeah.
questions. Yeah. It's just I was genuinely asking from a place of curiosity.
We have to start treating them like wounded animals, like cornered animals that you find in the alley. You have to like coax them out.
And that's a shame. Like we shouldn't have to be like that with them, because if you truly believe in your faith, whatever that system is, you should be able to stand up there loud and proud and speak wholeheartedly, like what I do with mine. Do you know what I mean? But then I'm not everybody. Everybody's not me. Maybe I am God. Hey, have we thought about that? I think I need a cult worship. I need offerings from here on in because I am a god. No, I'm kidding on. Sorry, I didn't mean to prattle on there.
You got relegated. Oh no.
Aaron, I will take all of the sticks. And I don't mind being in the bottom box. It means I'm closer to the comments, to the people that actually care, Thrayle.
Well, on my screen, we're all the same distance from the comments because they're off on one side.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. I take all the sticks. If he's offering me sticks, I'll have that. I'll take that. Thank you. I'm also partial to a wee stone as well. If you want to throw a stone my way, just don't hurt me.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, we just had this conversation.
As a witch, you're offering for people to throw stones.
More ways.
Aye, but in kindness. Not in punishment. Okay, right, okay, I'll rephrase that. I accept stones if you gently place them in front of me.
Giles Corey is my spirit animal.
We've already had the pickle conversation, so we're all for the pickles. Pickles for the win. You miss living near Scotland. Alright. Sorry, I'll shut up, Thrayle. Why are you even letting me rabbit on?
Because he's hoping that maybe your accent will bring in someone who can question their belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that.
Mm-hmm.
Did I dangle you down there like bait?
I think so. I'm terrible bait. I am terrible bait. We do love shiny rocks, Cat. You're so right.
They don't have to be shiny, they can just be rocks.
I'm partial to a rock. He was an interesting guy.
I'd say one of the best gifts anybody can give me is a rock from wherever they just came from.
Yeah, the Coven do that as well. We all collect rocks and then just like give them to each other from different areas. It's quite cool.
Mm.
Show me a dog and I'm yours. A really cool jar, yes, Cat. Or a cool bottle, like a really cool bottle.
We're talking about rocks. What are you talking about?
Don't touch those rocks. Excuse me, sir. It took you 5 minutes to find that just to try and insult me? This is the best present you've gave me in ages.
Which character in this scene is your favorite? Is it pasta sauce Jesus? Is it Teletubby Satan unicorn? Or is it the reverse mermaid man? Or is it the shape-faced Sasquatch?
What is behind the WTF?
You probably don't want to know.
probably not, but I also do.
Well, it was Santa.
Oh, okay, no, don't tell me anymore.
I would like to be the pumpkin fish thing that's got teeth. I don't know what that is, but that's mine now.
Fish man instead of a mermaid.
I see it now. I didn't see it. I see it now. I want that.
mermaid.
That's mine.
The mermaid is still there. She's just behind the fishman in his tank.
Yep.
It's just strange that the fishman is standing up in a tank of water on his legs while his fish head is out of the water.
Does that mean he breathes through his feet?
It raises that kind of question, doesn't it?
Right, no, I've got another question, and this is a serious question, right? His whole fish body is out the water, so he breathes through his feet, right? We've just agreed on that, right? So when he's pooping, he's pooping into the water, not in the water.
Well, hang on. Mermaids can surface and breathe above the water, so why can't fishmen?
I don't know, but I think he needs some Vaseline for his lips, and his eyes are going to be really dry.
Holy Ghost, it says he secretes a mucus. You're all welcome for that mental image now.
Why did you do that? Why out loud that?
Well, everybody needs to be reassured that the fish man is staying moist.
Ugh.
Guys and girls, thank you for having me. I just totally not. Guys and girls, go and play chess with a 7-year-old and get my ass handed to me. So
hell yeah.
Yeah, man, he's so good at it. So I will be back. No, it's not a runner. I've got chess to play, Aaron. This is important.
This is what they do. Now that I know you play chess, I'm going to challenge you to a game sometime.
You can challenge me all you want, but I already know the result. You're going to win. I'm terrible. I wasn't kidding when I said I'm getting beat by a 7-year-old.
I think I'd pay to watch that.
I bet you're up there and you're like, oh, I play the Grandmaster every time. Well,
I don't know about that. I do like chess. I play daily.
same, and I still don't get better. It's fine. I've been playing my husband's chess for the last 10 years, and do you know I've never won? That man is a guru.
Is it possible he's cheating?
Absolutely not. I'm just terrible. He did give me some positive encouragement the other week there, though. He says, you're improving.
I play with my partner, and I apparently play very advanced moves, and I don't realize it.
Well, he tells me I signpost way too soon, so he can read what it is that I'm going to do before I've even done it. And I was like, well, that's great.
Well, never mind then.
I'm glad you think I'm being strategic when I'm just putting things in places.
You know something?
Right, I'll be back in a wee bit, guys.
Appreciate you, Crows. Now there's one less scary witch to question your beliefs. Who knows how many might remain? But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you believe that you question that belief, then why don't you believe your way to hitting that request button, either one of the boxes below or the pink and blue people next to that chat box, and come up here and see if you can question your beliefs.
This one might be risky to play at this time of day.
This is the one that puts people to sleep.
Uh-huh.
Well, we do appreciate the sleepers. We also appreciate all the taps. So I wonder if everybody fell asleep tapping the screen, because I haven't seen the number move for a while. Maybe that's why there's no new believers scrolling through. We haven't moon jarred our manifestation pickles.
Sure.
Some of these are not labeled.
Oh, I have something to tell you. Hold on, I'm gonna send you a message.
I don't know which one this will be.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Aliens? Toroidal Earth? Mermaids? Bigfoot? Or anything like that? Request on up.
I do like that one.
Short, sweet, and to the point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And aliens.
And
Toroidal Earth.
I'm sad no Mothman, but I understand. I would say Mothman doesn't like the spotlight, but, well. When's the last time you did a question the questioner?
Are you questioning the questioner already?
Perhaps.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Aw, I hope you weren't calling me rude. I wasn't trying to be rude. Anyways. Oh, it must be the bird in the background. Do you know what kind of bird that is, Thrayle?
No. No, I could probably go look.
Saharina asked, from Thrayle, if you ever ask people what doubts or questions they have for themselves.
I do. I do. I had a guest earlier tonight who asked a question very similar to that. I think I ask it pretty often, depending upon what the belief is and what a doubt in it would even mean.
I would say, and it also depends on the direction the conversation ends up going.
Mm-hmm. I've done that before, Saharina. While hosting the live.
Almost like it was only a few hours ago.
I have no idea what you mean.
Do you hold any beliefs that do you still hold any beliefs in the sense of religious or spiritual or anything like that?
Do I hold any religious or spiritual beliefs?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. None that I know of.
Fair.
I hedge it like that because I don't know if there's something I accept that someone else might say is spiritual, but I don't think so.
Is there anywhere in your lack of belief that you enjoy being proven wrong?
Anything in my lack of belief that I enjoy being proven wrong?
No, that you would enjoy being proven wrong.
Oh. I think almost anything. I mean, excluding obviously horrendous things that I might believe or, lack belief are good. I don't know. Despite that kind of thing, I can't think of something that I lack a belief in that suddenly a belief in
would change anything.
Well, like that it wouldn't be a cool thing to have a belief in something and acceptance that something is true that's new that I didn't before.
Mm-hmm.
Or to be proven wrong in something that I do currently believe. Whatever that might be.
Mm-hmm. So, would you say that you're open to further learning? With the right evidence, or with sufficient evidence?
The way you phrase that, open to further learning, absolutely. But I'm open to being wrong. I'm open to understanding new things, new ways of looking at things. I'm excited to gain new perspective.
How important is proof to you in that regard?
Proof is really going to depend on what we're trying to prove. What are we talking about in proof? And I mean, are we using the word proof more like evidence?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Evidence is fairly important.
How do you define evidence?
Something that indicates the likelihood of a proposition. implies the likelihood.
Could the same data point have opposing likelihoods for different people?
I don't know what you mean by likelihood now.
I'm going to pick an arbitrary event. So, getting a black dog is bad luck in one culture, but extremely good luck in another. And they have all of their proof to prove one way or prove the other. And all their
How are you proving the luck of a dog?
valid point. Crows won her chess game.
See, crows. I knew you could beat that literal child.
I also genuinely don't like the word proof. I recognize that I rely on it as a colloquialism. It's something I need to work on.
There are different usages of the word prove and proof. But generally, think of proof as something that not only indicates but kind of demands the acceptance of a acceptance of a proposition. Song.
Who carved these crowns in your sky? Gave them your hunger and your time. Taught you to kneel so you feel tall. Then called the shiver in your spine. What are gods to you? Names on a leash around your throat. Soft little certainties tied like stones inside your coat. If doubt is such a holy crime, why does it feel so sharp, so true? Tell me, what are gods to you? But cages made of words you never choose. You say you're led his sacred hand, yet you won't look at your own. You fear the crack in every room, so you build your prison out of stone. Tell me, what are gods to you? Echoes you're scared to let grow old. Sweet little certainties, burning your questions into gold. If silence is the highest law, why does your buried anger move? Tell me, what are gods to you? But change your kiss, afraid to lose. What if the voice you call divine is just your terror, dressed in light? What if the devil that you blame is only you, with open eyes? Tell me, what are gods to you? Masks you mistake for your own face, harsh little certainties, keeping you frozen in one place. If freedom is a whispered word, why does it thunder when it blooms? Tell me, what are gods to you? If not the key of fear to turn in you.
I think we put all the tappers to sleep. We did get up to 112,000, and that's pretty awesome. Appreciate all of you tapping the live. And everybody who shared. Appreciate you as well. I don't see any more believers, and I don't know. Maybe the really loud birds in the background should be a sign it's time for me to go inside.
That might be your best bet.
Hang my bones up for another day.
God, Toaster, what the fuck? Don't forget to send your daily hearten if you haven't already. Double check, make sure you've shared, reposted. We'd love to have your support so we can get out and get more support from other cool people who can also question their beliefs, because that'd be dope and awesome, and we like friends sometimes, most of the time, all the time.
This one's ready or not.
Look like that.
Yeah. I don't think the one I have in front of me is quite ready.
Well, we can't say we didn't try at least one more time. If you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything else like that, and you believe you can question your beliefs, request up. We're not here to take anything from you or convince you otherwise. We just want to know what you believe and why you believe it. The song is very anticipatory.
I like this one.
I like it too.
It's called Untying the Bind.
Ooh, that makes sense. I like it.
Hell yeah. Appreciate all of you helping with the goal. Thank you so much to Donna B. Yellow, to Thayu, to Polly, and Cat the Witch. Appreciate all of you so much for helping with the goal. You know, we forgot this morning.
What's that? What did we forget?
I forgot to do donuts. I never forget to do donuts.
Oh, terrible. Do you want to change your background?
Is that what you meant?
Sure, Thrayle. Whatever you say, boss man. Fucking Shit, you think I know what the fuck I'm talking about? A blueberry basil donut? That sounds horrifying. Ugh. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to make it sound good, and there's nothing I can do to that to make the basil work there for me. Blueberries and coffee specifically, Ed. Ooh, excuse me.
One misplaced L would change the entire meaning of this poem.
Oh dear. Blueberry salsa bagel? Why? Why was that a thought in your brain?
I want to try it.
Of course you do.
Cream cheese. Sounds great.
See, I would do probably like, have you ever had hot pepper jelly?
Mm-hmm. With cream cheese.
Yeah, same concept. I wouldn't do the bagel though. I would do the crackers.
I tried either way.
You just want the fucking blueberries.
I bought Nutri-Green bars for the studio.
Hell yeah, those are so good.
Can you guess?
Oh yeah, no, I know exactly what you got, the blueberry ones. Or are they all gone and you only have the strawberry ones left?
No, just blueberry.
I like using blueberries with my venison. Well, Thrayle has to invite us to the cookout first, Bats. Yeah, juniper berries too. I use blueberries and juniper berries. But they're the blueberries that I get from my property. What do you mean before? GoPro, what do you mean before? The whole cookout is going to be questions. You've met us, right? I knew what you were talking about, Bats. Anything's questionable, Michael V. You know that. I don't know what I would bring to the cookout. Depends on when the cookout is happening. I try to be mindful of like what's in season.
It's looking like a poem. It might be a poem.
Ooh, exciting. Deviled ham, how dare you?
Okay. I mean, Socrates might be proud. If he had lawyers, he might sue, but, you know, we're going to go with it.
All right.
Thank you, Morgan. Appreciate you, of course.
Of course. Don't forget to change your background.
I won't. Thank you for the reminder. And, of course, thank you all for being here. Even those of you who just arrived. we haven't had a guest for a while, so I think it's time. But I do appreciate all of you for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for doing all that engagement stuff, of course, but just for being here. Which is why I think even the sleepers, thank you guys. Thank you all, though, for your questions, your comments, your polite conversations. Well, everybody who did come up and question their beliefs, everyone who came up to question, thank you. Thank you for being the best audience on TikTok. And of course, thank you to the mods for making space for the best audience on TikTok to really be their best. Thank you guys so much. And thank you, Kat DeWitch, for helping with the final goal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you. And of course, anybody watching, if you want to join the community, see what we get up to behind the scenes, challenge me to chess, or or just see if you can best my Wordle score. Well, you can join the Discord through the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. Thank you so much. And no, I think there's really only one more thing. You build your towers out of bone and ink, mortared light, and God's furious gaze. You hand me maps no eye has seen, stamped eternal, sealed in all ways. You quote a voice from desert sand, from mountain smoke, from fevered trance, as if the wind signed affidavits, as if the sky had notarized its dance. You say the stars were once arranged. To spell your name in secret fire, that history bends to whispered codes, decoded by the long expired. A prophet's dream, a psychic's sigh, a trembling hand on dusty parchment. And from the fragile human hour, you draw the boundaries I must live in. Must I kneel because the dead once swore their midnight vision split the veil? Must I obey a second-hand apocalypse whose debut always seems to fail? You call it doubt. I call it breath. The space where honest minds can stand. You call it pride. I call it sight. Refusing shackles made of sand. For every age has carved in stone what later ages sweep away. The oracle's unblinking truth grows quaint in just a century. So let the ancient pages speak, but let them speak as human art. Let psychics read the trembling dark, but not annex my questioning heart. I will not trade my living pulse for certainty embalmed in lore. I'd rather walk on shifting ground than bolt my feet to evermore. For wisdom is not ironclad, nor divinely carved in a granite throne. It is the quiet, braver thing to say the honest, I don't know. And in that clearing, wide and clean, where dogmas loosen and prophecies slow, there grows the only honest creed, to know you do not know what you do not know. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom,